With the second and third bites taken, the warmth grew hotter, spreading to all the organs of the body. As it was transported along with the blood, it seemed to also transmit a strange energy into the muscles, fascia tissue, organs, and bones. Soon, the entire bear paw was consumed by rain. Not long after, the cozy warmth all over his body abruptly underwent a drastic and rapid change. The initial cozy feeling was now overwhelmed by the stinging pain in his muscles and fascia tissues. But following Hamilton's earlier admonition, Rain had to immediately start practicing the giant bear breathing technique. Starting from the first move, Rain could clearly feel the strange energy being drawn by his giant bear breathing technique. Under the orderly guidance of the breathing technique, his muscles and fascia tissues began to grow more rapidly. If the earlier practice of the breathing technique was like a seed slowly sprouting from the earth, then slowly growing into a small green sapling, then at this moment, after taking the advanced magic potion, Rain's muscle and fascia growth seemed like a sapling quickly growing into a small tree, beginning to sprout its own branches and green leaves. Half an hour passed, and Rain felt his muscles and fascia still developing and regenerating endlessly. As Rain felt his strength continuously increasing, a violent and mad notion suddenly burst from the depths of his body, urging him to destroy everything within his sight. For the average would-be knight, this was an extremely dangerous juncture. If they managed to get through it, they could successfully step into transcendence. If not, it meant failure, manifesting as either a decrease in strength or even death. However, for Rain, this advancement process was bound to be successful, so he took this opportunity to carefully experience this overwhelming wave of negative emotions. After a while, the violent and mad notion gradually disappeared. Rain's personal will also underwent a certain tempering. The entire transformation process seemed to be gradually coming to an end. Rain felt a peculiar change in his heart. With each beat, it pumped out strands of strange energy, circulating it throughout his body with his blood. This should be the source of a true knight's transcendent power. Ding, job change to knight, transcendent, successful. Constitution +3 strength +3 agility +2 spirit +1. Occupation, knight, transcendent LV1 0/100 / blacksmith LV3 0/500 / dog trainer LV2 287/300 remaining attribute points, 1 remaining skill points, 2 gain transcendent knight trait, huge strength LV1 active gain transcendent knight trait, iron skin LV1 passive ding. Host has stepped into transcendence. Total number of job panels +1 current job panel upper limit is 4. Wow, 4 attributes added. Moreover, 2 transcendent traits really triggered. This made Rain clench his fists, unable to hide his excitement. The difference between 1 trait and 2 traits is almost like the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. Honestly, this was somewhat unexpected for Rain, for his level 5 giant bear breathing technique wasn't especially high. From this, it seems that the advanced magic potion made from the King Ironmane Bear's giant bear's paw must have played a special role. The original Night Watchman panel now saw the words Night Watchman disappear, replaced by the 4 characters Night Transcendent. In the bottom right corner of these 4 characters, there was also a line of small text, physical breakthrough limit, 3%, plus the entire panel also flashed a special green light, showing a clear difference from the previous white job panel. Below the panel title, above the skill icons, there were 2 additional lines of text, Transcendent Trait, Huge Strength LV1, active. Huge Strength LV1 effect, slightly increases strength. Note: the degree of strength increase from the transcendent trait Huge Strength is positively correlated with the breakthrough limit. The higher the degree of breaking the limit, the greater the increase in strength. Note: to advance to the next level, a breakthrough limit of over 30% is required. Transcendent trait, Iron Skin LV1, passive Iron Skin LV1 effect. The body automatically absorbs free metal elements, slightly enhancing skin defensive power. Note: the increase in defensive power from the transcendent trait Iron Skin is positively correlated with spirit and breakthrough limit. The higher the spirit and breakthrough limit, the stronger the absorption ability, the greater the enhancement. Note: to advance to the next level, a breakthrough limit of over 30% and a spirit of 12 points or more is required. Note: transcendent traits cannot be directly enhanced with skill points. After stepping into the official night level, Rain seemed to feel every cell in his body rejoicing. Rain casually moved a few times. then held the bastard sword issued by the night watchman in his hand, with further enhancement of his muscles and fascia. Swinging the bastard sword felt as light as a feather. Only the sharp sound of breaking wind could be heard repeatedly, though the sword shadows were invisible, only flashes of light passing by. The transformation was astounding. The substantial enhancement of Rain's physical attributes allowed him to perform more precise movements with his weapon, naturally boosting his combat strength. Furthermore, Rain had a strange feeling, as though he could extract some sort of substance from the bastard sword. With a thought, Rain immediately began to control it. Indeed, a faint, almost imperceptible pale silver mist spread from Rain's right hand, which was holding the bastard sword, rapidly spreading up his arm and across his whole body. Rain could feel that this was seemingly an effect of his night transcendent trait Iron Skin. It seemed he could accelerate the combination of certain or multiple free metal elements with the keratin layer of his skin, thus providing formidable defensive power. Out of curiosity, Rain used the bastard sword in his right hand to lightly touch his left forearm. There wasn't a single mark. Only after applying a bit more pressure did he manage to leave a faint white mark. This delighted Rain immensely. Such defense was akin to wearing a suit of plate armor. It was unknown whether it could defend against the sinister black flames of the Black Flame monks. However, Rain also noticed that the original metallic luster of the bastard sword had dulled quite a bit. Upon careful consideration, it was clearly due to his transcendent trait Iron Skin, which seemed to have drawn some of the metal elements from the bastard sword to his body, thus affecting the weapon itself. My body is absorbing metal elements. Won't I be overloading on heavy metals? Suddenly, Rain thought of a very alarming modern-day issue. This made him immediately lift his arm to carefully examine his skin's surface. Upon close inspection, Rain found that the metal attachment and fortification were merely affecting the outermost layer of his skin, specifically the stratum corneum of the epidermis, and did not at all involve the dermis. This immediately relieved Rain. It's great to have increased strength, but if it leads to heavy metal overload and premature death, then it would not be worth it. Additionally, Rain checked the Night Transcendent panel and found that the original Night Watchman core skills Danger Perception LV2 and Dark Vision still existed and had been inherited. This brought Rain double joy. Thinking back, Rain realized that not advancing from the Night Attendant vocational panel to Night Transcendent might not necessarily be a bad thing. Because, from a logical guess, the core skill of Night Attendant would likely be something that enhanced attack or fortified defense. But he already had the Strength Burst core skill and the secret technique Roaring Strike from the Blacksmith vocational panel, making him strong in terms of attack. Thus, in Rain's view, Danger Perception LV2 and Dark Vision were quite suitable for him at the moment. Another thing that delighted Rain immensely was the system notification of an additional vocational panel slot. This meant that if he was truly able to trigger some occupation involving controlling mysterious side energy particles in the future, he would not face a shortage of vocational panel slots. Just as Rain was about to try out the effect of the transcendent trait Huge Strength, he heard voices coming from the office next door belonging to Hamilton. Judging from the unfamiliar voices, there were clearly one or more visitors there. Rain initially did not pay much attention, but he quickly picked up on a keyword, Giant Bear Magic Potion, which immediately stopped his actions and made him listen intently. Colonel Connor, Sheriff Hamilton, I simply wish to ask you gentlemen to introduce me to the lucky individual who acquired the advanced magic potion made from the paw of the King Ironmane Bear. I think such a small request should not be too much for you to refuse, right? Lord Gordon, the advanced magic potion has already been used, so I do not think there is any need for you to meet the person now, replied Colonel Connor. Colonel Connor, you only arrived in Flashgold Town this afternoon, and there's no need to deny that. I am well aware. Furthermore, from what I understand, a night in training would take at least several days to prepare before taking an advanced magic potion, even longer, correct? So, I am certain that even if the advanced magic potion is not with you, it must be on that lucky individual, isn't it? Besides, gentlemen, just by making an introduction, you could earn the friendship of Lord Marquis Fritz. Isn't it worth serious consideration? At this point, the room fell briefly silent. It seemed due to Connor and Hamilton not speaking. The male named Gordon continued. Gentlemen, One of Lord Marquis Fritz's descendants practices the giant bear breathing technique, which is why he requires this advanced magic potion this time. Furthermore, I can assure both of you that I will offer the lucky individual a compensation that will surely satisfy him. Hearing this, Rain knew that trouble was at the door, and he had made a very wise decision earlier by choosing to take the advanced magic potion directly in Hamilton's lounge. Had he decided to take the advanced magic potion home, he could have been intercepted by the opposing party the moment he stepped out of the administrative hall's front doors. However, now that he had successfully advanced into the Transcendent suddenly, Rain opened the lounge door and walked out calmly. Connor and Hamilton exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. Just then suddenly, there came a knock on the office door, and without waiting for permission from those inside, the person outside pushed open the door and walked in. This made the young master known as Gordon very displeased. He said, "Your Excellency the Sheriff, it seems that you are far too lax in demanding basic manners from your subordinates. If such a thing were to happen in Mikado City, you would become the laughing stock among the nobility." However, he noticed that Connor and Hamilton were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were looking at the newcomer with odd expressions, which made him curiously turn his head to look over. A young man clad in knight's plate armor entered. A greatsword seemed to be strapped to his back, and with the armored helmet removed, he carried it tucked under his left arm at his waist. Therefore, from the newcomer's features, one could easily discern that he was not very old. The young man was Rain, only to hear Rain say, "Sir, I am the lucky fellow you were looking for." What? This made Gordon's face fill with surprise. He scrutinized Rain carefully, and then, pointing at him, he stood up in shock and said, You actually took that advancement magic potion directly," because he could clearly sense that the unrestrained, vibrant life force field emanating from Rain was a common phenomenon observed when a squire just broke through to become a formal knight. This transformation process usually lasts 2 to 3 days, so it is very easy to distinguish. "Believe me, you have done a very, very foolish thing," Gordon said with an extremely unsightly expression. He could not fathom that anyone, upon receiving an advancement magic potion, would choose to take it directly without even an hour's delay. What incredible confidence! Shouldn't one normally adjust their physical state and mentality to reach an optimal condition before taking it? This youth does not play by the rules at all. Gordon felt sick to his stomach thinking about how such a rare advancement potion was squandered by the youngster before him. Rain raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of displeasure on his face as he said, "Sir, should my successful advancement not be an occasion for celebration?" By this time, Hamilton and Colonel Connor, having come to their senses, were looking at Rain with surprised faces. Taking a few seconds to size up Rain, Hamilton stood up, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Rain and said, "Rain, congratulations on finally ascending to the Transcendent. I knew with your talent this day would not be far, but I didn't expect it to come this quickly. Haha, congratulations, Rain." At this moment, a smile also appeared on Connor's face as he stood up and spoke. Just then, a person dressed like a knight in plate armor, standing beside Gordon, quietly whispered a couple of words into his ear, instantly enlightening Gordon and changing the way he looked at Rain. Only to hear him say, "Rain, is it? Since you claim to have successfully ascended to the Transcendent, that is indeed rare for someone your age. However, this knight Crowley by my side has taken a fancy and hopes to test his strength against you." "No." Hamilton shook his head, flatly rejecting the offer on behalf of Rain. The knight Crowley beside Gordon, by Hamilton's instinctual judgment, was possibly even stronger than him, likely a seasoned knight. If he went a little too far in the bout, Rain, the newly promoted knight, would likely be severely injured on the spot, thus interrupting the entire transcendent transformation process, and his strength would fall by 10 to 20% for no reason. Because the transcendent transformation is not something that can be fully completed in just a few hours, it generally takes about 2 to 3 days. Of course, the first few hours after taking the potion are when the transformation is most intense, completing about 70 to 80% of the total transformation. But this does not mean that the remaining 20 to 30% of the transformation is unimportant. "Your Excellency the Sheriff, why not? Could it be that this Rain, sir, has not truly ascended to the Transcendent, instead relying on some potion's effect?" Gordon said smugly, as if he had seen through their act, After hearing Gordon's words, Hamilton was at a loss for words. He did not expect the other party to suspect that Rain hadn't actually taken a magic potion, but had consumed some other kind of potion to achieve the appearance of a burgeoning life force field, akin to just having ascended to the transcendent. Rain, standing to one side, understood that the Knight Crowley had whispered this piece of information to Gordon. Rain assessed the knight, and from his perception, the knight's strength seemed to be about the same as Hamilton's, although Rain could not discern any finer details. But Rain had a faint feeling that the knight might be stronger than him, though only by a very limited margin. Right now, having just made his breakthrough, he urgently needed an opponent to test the changes in his strength. Of course, what was most important was for Rain to demonstrate his power, to show that he had indeed truly stepped into the transcendent state and become a formal knight. In doing so, he could also prove that he had indeed taken the rare advancement potion, thereby avoiding the endless harassment from other nobles seeking the potion. Clearly, there were far more nobles than just young Master Gordon here who coveted that advancement potion. Thus, Rain first looked at Hamilton and Connor, giving them a glance to signal his confidence, then turned to Gordon and said, "A test, certainly no problem." This brought a look of joy to Gordon's face as he turned to Hamilton and said, "Your Excellency the Sheriff, it seems you do not have as much courage as your subordinate." Hamilton's face had already darkened when Rain rashly agreed, and now with Gordon's taunting remarks, his expression became even uglier. At the same time, he also felt a trace of displeasure towards Colonel Connor. Before this young Master Gordon, my modest position as the security officer of Flashgold Town naturally could not compare to Connor, the Imperial Army colonel, yet Connor stood by silently without saying a word. Lord Hamilton turned his head toward Connor, and Colonel Connor seemed to realize something, walking up beside Lord Hamilton and whispering, "Perhaps Rain will give us a surprise." Lord Hamilton looked at Connor with an extremely incredulous gaze. His expression seemed to say, "Rain has only just stepped into the transcendent realm, and you're telling me there could be a surprise in his duel with an experienced knight. Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" Connor let out a helpless smile, as there were some things that were naturally not appropriate to discuss in front of Gordon. But ever since Rain had entered the room, Connor had a vague feeling that Rain, who had just become transcendent, might pose a certain threat to him. Yes, a threat to him, a peak knight. So after a brief congratulations, Connor had been pondering over this matter. When he returned to his senses, he saw his good friend, Lord Hamilton, giving him a cold look, which made him feel both annoyed and amused. "Then let's go. You should have a training ground here, right?" said young Master Gordon with a smile on his face. "Yes, right next door," Rain nodded. Connor patted Lord Hamilton on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, relax." Thus, the group of 5, led by the guards, arrived at the training ground behind the administrative hall. Upon seeing so many important figures entering, the various night watchmen and security officers who were practicing in the training ground all stopped their movements and turned to look over. You all stop for a moment. Rain will have a duel with this Knight Crowley," Lord Hamilton said with a somber face. "Rain is going to duel a formal knight." The crowd started murmuring among themselves. Could it be that Rain is already a formal knight? Impossible. I was rescuing kidnapped children with Rain just 2 days ago, and he wasn't a knight then. How could he become one in just 3 days? A night watchman shook his head and said, "Rain may be strong, but compared to a formal knight, he is probably no match." Indeed, Rain is now like a banner for us night watchmen of Flashgold Town. What is Lord Hamilton thinking? If Rain loses, won't it be a disgrace to our town? Losing to a formal knight is not a big deal. If it were you, you probably wouldn't even qualify to duel, Matteo retorted irritably. The knight named Caravel walked to the center of the field and stood still, but when a night watchman offered him a practice sword, he completely ignored it. Gordon simply waved his hand on the side and said, "Such practice swords cannot be used for a duel between knights. Let them use their own weapons." This comment caused a stir among the watching night watchmen. The opponent was actually going to use a real weapon. Was this still just a duel? It was nothing less than a formal combat. This time, even Colonel Connor squinted his eyes. Using a practice weapon and a combat weapon were 2 entirely different concepts. If they were using practice weapons, wooden swords made of iron, they would be at low risk in the duel given that both were clad in plate armor, with little chance of accident. If Rain were to lose, he wouldn't sustain any serious injuries. But if they were to use combat weapons, then the risk in the duel would sharply increase, almost akin to a real fight. A slight mistake could lead to serious injury. "I have no objections," Rain said with a serious expression, showing no fear. "Very well, lucky one, let's begin then." A deep voice sounded, coming from none other than Knight Caravel. He drew out the two longswords that hung at his waist, revealing himself to be a rare dual sword-style knight. Rain, too, took down the dual-handed glimmering greatsword off his back, holding it in his hand. The substantial increase in strength allowed Rain to now effortlessly hold the dual-handed greatsword with one hand. Of course, if he wanted the attacks to be powerful, he would naturally need to wield it with both hands to chop. Seeing Rain was ready, the next second with a swoosh, Caravel in his 100-plus-pound knight's plate armor charged towards Rain with the agility of a swift cheetah, surprisingly light on his feet. At his move, the surrounding night watchmen could only see a blur before the opponent disappeared from sight. When their eyes caught him again, he was already upon Rain. A speed-type knight, Lord Hamilton squinted and said. This made Hamilton's heart cry out, damn. Because Rain practiced the giant bear breathing technique, even though he had transcended. He was still a strength-type knight. Facing a speed-type knight whose power vastly exceeded his own, he was inevitably pressed into a defensive battle. If the roles were switched, then the fight might still be anyone's game. After all, it wasn't that rare for a rookie knight with a speed advantage to dodge a few blows from an experienced strength-type knight if they were extra cautious. Rain's expression remained calm. Facing the direction from which Calavi attacked again, he delivered a fierce whirlwind slash. The opponent tapped the tip of his foot and leaped high, aiming for Rain's head, his swords rapidly crossing an attack. Executing a classic knightly sword technique cross-slash, a chilling cross-shaped flash appeared before Rain's eyes. In the blink of an eye, unfazed, Rain countered with his glimmering greatsword, unleashing a powerful, forceful, furious slash. Sparks flew in all directions. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated. Calavi, midair, swiftly performed a 360-degree turn to dissipate the force from that direct clash. Meanwhile, Rain didn't move an inch, not pursuing his opponent. Logically speaking, his opponent, while still mid-air, was the perfect target. Everyone was curious why Rain didn't advance, but the sharp-eyed Mateo had already noticed that Rain's boots had sunk into the ground by more than 10 centimeters. This astonishment left all the night watchmen dumbfounded. To achieve that effect on the solid training ground, how immense the strength must be. They had tried stomping hard, but the ground would only kick up a bit of dust, hardly showing a footprint. No wonder Rain hadn't pursued his attack, he was also dissipating the counterforce. Calavi tapped the ground with his toe again, and in an instant, like an arrow off its bowstring, he surged toward Rain, his dual swords stabbing continuously at lightning speed. The sharp sound of slicing air assaulted them. Rain's pupils narrowed as he swung the glimmering greatsword rapidly to block. Clang, 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 ding. The opponent's sword speed was just too fast. Even though Rain had reached a transcendent state and greatly increased his strength, he still couldn't fully block all the attacks. A stab from the opponent heavily landed on Rain's breastplate, producing a ding sound. Upon closer inspection, one could see a small dent on Rain's breastplate. Clearly, the opponent's dual swords were not ordinary steel weapons. Just like Rain's glimmering greatsword, they must have been mixed with some rare metal, which explains their remarkable power. Seeing this, Gordon couldn't help but nod to himself, his face full of smiles. He with the next strike. This Rain probably won't be so lucky. Calavi hasn't even shown his real strength yet. And this lucky fellow is already unable to withstand it. At this point, Hamilton was already considering stopping this unfair duel from continuing. However, just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Colonel Connor, who said, "Hold on, keep watching and pay attention to Rain's condition. He isn't panicking, doesn't look like he's about to lose." Hamilton paused, perplexed, and upon closer observation, as his friend Connor had suggested, he noticed that Rain was entirely too calm, not seeming forced at all. So he decided to continue watching. Rain thought silently and subtly added an attribute. Point to agility. The opponent's speed was a bit too fast, and at the moment, he still didn't want to reveal his transcendent characteristic iron skin. Thus, he needed to keep up with the opponent's attack rhythm as much as possible. Thus, Rain's agility attribute instantly rose from 14 to 15 points, and simultaneously, his fatigue vanished, returning him to peak condition. Calavi slightly bent his knees and, swinging his dual swords, attacked Rain again, his speed even faster than before. Facing this strike from Calavi, Rain decided to test his Knight Transcendent characteristic Huge Strength, LV1. Suddenly, Rain's muscles swelled slightly. Seeing this, a smirk appeared under Calavi's helmeted face. Still too young and inexperienced, using the Transcendent characteristic Huge Strength so quickly. What use is Huge Strength if you can't hit your target? Just as he planned to quickly move behind Rain to attack, Rain's whole body suddenly performed a whirlwind slash, the speed unexpectedly fast. This forced Calavi to choose to meet Rain's Huge Strength, LV1 boosted whirlwind slash head-on. Calavi's swords crossed, forcefully withstanding this mighty blow from Rain. He had obviously also activated a limit break. His body under the armor had also swollen slightly. However, since his Knight breathing method was not based on strength, even as a seasoned Knight, he still couldn't gain the upper hand in a direct clash with Rain. At this moment, Rain glanced at the change in his own data. His strength had gone from 15 points to 19.5, clearly an effect of the Transcendent characteristic Huge Strength, LV1. Strength had increased by 30%, but that was far from the growth brought about by Strength Burst. It was unclear whether the effects were cumulative. But this was the perfect opportunity to test it. Rain activated 10% of his Strength Burst and watched as his Strength attribute jumped again, reaching 21 points. With 21 points in Strength, Caravel's hands began to tremble, and the glimmering greatsword pressed down harder, approaching Caravel's knightly helm. Clearly, Rain's level of strength was becoming too much for him to withstand. Rain increased the degree of his Strength Burst once more. This time, Caravel could no longer resist. He was knocked back as if hit by a wild boar, hurtling towards the training ground's wall with even greater speed than before. Along the way, everything from archery targets to wooden chairs and sword racks was smashed to smithereens, until finally, with a loud bang, he crashed into the wall. From the point of impact, the wall displayed circular ripples and a significant dent. Fortunately, the wall was of good quality, otherwise, Caravel would have certainly broken through it. On the ground, one could still see two clear trenches, not very deep but noticeably distinct, precisely where Caravel's feet had dragged. Impressive. Rain must have officially become a knight. Rain previously claimed he wasn't a knight, but now it seems he clearly is one. I mean, how else could he have remained so calm against that black flame priest? Mateo suddenly realized something and exclaimed in revelation. Yes, no wonder Rain could take on 6 mercenaries alone. He must have already been a knight at that time. That ability to expand his muscles must be a knight's. Special ability, right? Truly fierce. Another night watchman chimed in. This made Gordon twitch the corner of his mouth, his expression sour. In his view, cleaning up that lucky fellow should have been an easy feat, but now, things had turned into such a complicated mess, which annoyed Gordon to no end. He shouted from the side, "Caravel, stop playing around." This caused the previously excited and joyful night watchman to exchange glances, wondering if it was really all still under control. What happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw Caravel slowly extricate himself from the wall. He twisted his neck, producing no creaking sound, but rather the friction noise between the plate mail helmet and the chest armor, which further proved the tin can's defensive power. As for Rain, facing such a resilient opponent like Caravel sparked not fear but a thrill within him. Having just advanced to a knight, he found it perfect to test his combat strength against an opponent. Suddenly, Caravel's form sped up significantly, bringing him within a few meters in front of Rain in a flash. At this point, the onlooking night watchman could no longer see clear details of Caravel's attacks. Transcendent attribute, agility. Rain couldn't help but look solemn. At this moment, Caravel's speed had nearly reached the limits of what the naked eye could detect. In that case, there was no choice but to use this move. Rain's chest suddenly swelled, his knight chest armor nearly bursting, and the muscles and veins in his neck expanded noticeably. Deafening roar erupted right next to Caravel's ear. In an instant, Caravel's entire form froze momentarily. Taking advantage of that brief pause, Rain executed a furious slash, sending his opponent flying once more with a combination of transcendent attribute Huge Strength and 50% Strength Burst. This combined strike utterly dazed Caravel. Due to the immense power of the attack, it almost completely tore off his chest armor. Like a cannonball, Caravel was sent back to the same wall indentation, but this time the already damaged wall could no longer withstand the impact. Thus, Caravel broke through the wall, flying out into the street. Everyone in the training ground watched this scene, dumbfounded. The situation had reversed too quickly. Most people hadn't even caught up. Cough. It seems Rain has won. Young Master Gordon, can the farce end now? Colonel Connor coughed at this moment, addressing Gordon. At this point, Gordon's face flushed red with embarrassment at Connor's words, unable to utter a single word, and could only HMMPH heavily before turning away. Meanwhile, the night watchman immediately began cheering. Well done, Rain. Rain, should we refer to you as Sir Knight now? Just then, Hamilton, who had also been in shock, seemed to think of something important, suddenly turning to Rain with a serious tone. Rain, there's something very important you might need to start preparing for. Rain, who was still basking in the aftermath of the recent battle, couldn't help but turn his head in confusion upon hearing what Hamilton had said. Hamilton looked around and said, "Come, let's go talk about this matter in the office." Rain nodded, naturally agreeing to it. After Hamilton and the other two had left, the entire training ground was like a hot pot that had just had a bucket of cold water poured into it, immediately boiling over. Rain has actually become a formal knight at such a young age. Such knightly talent must be rare even in the county town, right? Yes. Have we ever seen such a young knight like Rain in Flashgold Town before? The last one, Vasily, seemed to be 18 years old. The three men sat facing each other. Connor was still smiling as he sized up Rain, as if looking at a raw gemstone that had just been unearthed. Hamilton, however, wore a serious expression and said earnestly to Rain, "Rain, you need to start preparing for something in advance, the ennoblement examination of the Empire." The ennoblement examination of the Empire? Rain asked, slightly puzzled. After becoming a transcendent, isn't one directly ennobled by the Empire as a knight, the lowest level of nobility? Why is there a need for an examination? Rain thought to himself. As if understanding the confusion on Rain's face, Hamilton did not keep him in suspense and continued to explain. If you are a legitimate heir of a noble family, you can indeed bypass this step and be directly ennobled by the Empire. However, for illegitimate heirs, commoners who are promoted, and outsiders who pledge allegiance, a contribution to the Empire must be made before they can have the opportunity to be ennobled. Rain nodded. He understood. The Empire offers you the treatment of a noble, naturally requiring you to make corresponding contributions. Otherwise, unless your ancestors had earned great merit, where could you find such a good deal that offers benefits without work? Of course, some newly promoted knights with lesser strength choose to pledge loyalty to some great nobles, become knights for noble families, but I think you will definitely not choose this path, continued Hamilton. Rain nodded in agreement. If one can actively choose the big tree to rely on, it is naturally best to choose the thickest one. After all, no nobility can compare to the mighty Empire, the tallest tree. Yet providing all kinds of rare resources, uncommon combat skills, or secret knowledge, the officialdom of the Dragon Empire is always the strongest within its territory. So, Lord Hamilton, do you mean to say that this Empire ennoblement examination is difficult or has a threshold? Rain pondered for a moment and then spoke up. If you are a noble scion, simply becoming a transcendent is enough to register for the ennoblement examination. But for a commoner, this matter is much more troublesome. First of all, you need to submit an application to the Ennoblement Examination Committee under the Council of Elders, who will review your background and pass to confirm that you are not a spy or from some hostile forces. Secondly, you need to hold a position or carry out tasks in the official departments of the Empire and gradually accumulate merit points. Only when your merit points exceed 1,000 can you qualify to apply for the examination. As for you, Rain, there's no need to worry about the application part. If you agree, I will submit your application when the time comes. Additionally, you are already serving with the Night Watchman, so from this perspective, you are already half a step ahead of others. Thank you, my lord. What is my current merit points total? 324 points, which already includes the points for eradicating the secret base of the Black Flame Church. Hamilton announced the number right away. Still lacking nearly 2/3, it appears that gathering 1,000 merit points is not so simple. After all, the simpler the tasks, the fewer the merit points awarded. And the more dangerous the tasks, although the rewards are much greater, they come with the risk of life and death, Whether they are worth it is for one to weigh. Rain mused to himself. However, there were still a few questions in his mind that Rain felt he needed to clarify. My lord, what does the ennoblement examination typically involve? Or rather, what is the exam content? Rain inquired. Generally, it involves completing a certain mission. It could be for several people or for an individual. The performance of every participant in the mission will be recorded and submitted to the Ennoblement Examination Committee for judgment, explained Hamilton. After a moment's thought, Hamilton added, you can think of the mission where you killed the Black Flame monk and rescued the children as a kind of examination task. Of course, there are differences, with the most important being the evaluation. With a high enough evaluation, you might be directly granted the title of Baron, otherwise that of a knight, which is just above the passing line, Hamilton explained. Rain, having listened to the explanation, displayed a contemplative expression, realizing that different performances led to different evaluations. That's not right. Wouldn't it be better to take the examination later? After all, more time for training means higher strength. Rain immediately spotted an inconsistency. Then why does Lord Hamilton want me to prepare and participate as soon as possible? Rain questioned the apparent inconsistency. At this point, Colonel Connor, who had been listening for a while, spoke up with a smile. Do you find it a bit perplexing why Hamilton is urging you to hurry? Rain nodded and said, indeed, I do have such a doubt. Isn't it more appropriate to have greater strength for the evaluation? That is because age is also an important factor affecting the evaluation, Connor said with a smile. Moreover, Hamilton didn't mention a very important reason. It's about the invitation to the sword bearers of the Empire, which is only issued to those who obtain the rank of Baron or higher. At this time, the advantage of age becomes very crucial. This seemed to touch on yet another blind spot in Rain's knowledge. Seeing the somewhat bewildered look on Rain's face, Colonel Connor added, Sword-bearer Rain, you can understand it as a privileged organization spanning the entire empire with an extremely wide coverage. If you can join, you'll leap beyond just the Meister County, even beyond Minster Province. You will come into contact with a far broader world. This couldn't help but stir a slight movement in Rain's heart. Could he come into contact with a broader world? Naturally, that would be good. At that moment, Hamilton continued after Connor, saying, therefore, most newly advanced knights in the interest of stability choose to gradually increase their merit points. Usually taking 2 to 3 years, they'll amass the 1,000 points needed to participate in the ennoblement assessment, aiming to pass and obtain the knightly title and honor. But Rain, I think with your talent, it would be a true waste to do so. Sword-bearer. When I was young, I too strived and struggled toward this goal. But the gap in talent ultimately led to my defeat, Hamilton reminisced, unable to help but sigh. Of course, Rain, the final decision on this matter has to be your own. Connor and I are merely informing you of this opportunity. And we both feel that it would be a tremendous pity for such great talent not to give it a try. Rain nodded, saying, thank you both for informing me of such important news. After a moment of thought, without much hesitation, Rain stated, if there's a chance to experience a broader world then, I should definitely take a look. The moment Rain uttered these words, Hamilton immediately burst into laughter, his eyes showing increasing admiration as he said, all right, if there are any tasks that come up with high merit rewards, I'll keep an eye out for you. Rain, just wait for my message. Also, I'll arrange for someone else to take over the night watch's night patrol duties. It's quite unexpected. No sooner had I appointed you as captain of the night watch than you stepped into the Transcendent today. In that case, be my deputy for now. As for your application for the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town, I will file it with the county town tomorrow. Hamilton was clearly in a good mood, offering proactively. Then my thanks to you, Lord Hamilton, Rain said earnestly. By the time Rain left Hamilton's office, it was already evening. Rain took a deep breath and gazed at the small town gradually lighting up with lanterns and lamps. The nightscape of Flashgold Town had not changed, but he himself was markedly different from when he had arrived. Or rather, Rain, having stepped into the Transcendent, had taken the first step toward taking control of his own destiny. When Rain returned home, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food, the scent of dinner being prepared by his mother, Emma. Brother, you're back. Bo, he, who had been playing with their spaniel Cookie, ran over happily and hugged Rain enthusiastically upon seeing him enter. However, seemingly sensing something, He let go and looked up at Rain with a puzzled expression, saying, "Brother, how come you feel different than before? It's like you're glowing all over." The child's keen perception had immediately noticed the strong life force emanating from Rain, though she didn't know how to articulate it or what it meant. Hearing the commotion of Rain's return, Lagare and Anna came down from upstairs. Upon hearing Bohi's remark, they began to size up Rain. Anna, too, felt that Rain had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint how. But Lagare was different. Her eyes suddenly widened with shock as she pointed at Rain and exclaimed, "Rain, you've become transcendent." At this, the entire family's attention focused on Rain. Even his mother Emma peeked out from the kitchen, looking at him. Rain touched his head, smiled, and said, "By luck. This afternoon I took a magic potion at Lord Hamilton's place, and I've successfully stepped into the transcendent." Clang! Emma's ladle fell to the ground, her whole body shaking like she had been struck by lightning. Flush creeping over her face as she looked as if she were about to faint from excitement. Rain quickly stepped forward to steady her. Original content from MVLMP. Our old Rain, with a bottle in hand, was shaking as if he had Parkinson's, mumbling with his lips, trying to say something but not knowing where to start. Anna watched Rain with large eyes fluttering, a complex expression on her face. That night, old Rain drank himself into a stupor. After dinner, Rain was inevitably pulled aside by his mother, Emma, who then bombarded him with questions. The question she had been pressing in her heart was finally voiced after her son Rain attained transcendence. "Rain, I've noticed you've been challenging that girl Lagare to contest these past few days. Do you like her?" Rain was taken aback upon hearing this. Before he could even share his opinion, Emma continued, "That's believable. Anna is a bit too thin after all. But now that you're a knight, should you consider marrying a noble lady? Of course, I'm not against you interacting with Anna, she's a good girl, and that barbaric girl Lagare isn't bad either. I've heard nowadays many noblemen have lovers." Although they were in the room, Rain knew all too well about the poor soundproofing of their home, and feared that continuing this conversation could lead to. "Hold on, Mother, let's talk about this later. I've just been promoted to Transcendent, and I still need time to adjust my physical condition. Let's discuss this matter later," he said. Rain beat a hasty retreat. Sure enough, when he stepped out of the room, he saw Anna, her face flushed and her head bowed. Lagare too had a rare blush on her face, but upon seeing Rain emerge, she huffed loudly, carried her chin high with a hint of haughtiness, and pulled Anna away. This made Rain breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would face Lagare and Anna later. It might have been so awkward that he could dig out a 3-room flat with his toes. Back in his own room, Rain calmed his mind and started checking the system prompts. "Your skill giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 286. You experienced a battle, Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 32. Rain frowned immediately upon seeing this, obviously. The experience gained for giant bear sword technique hadn't changed much, but the experience for Knight, Transcendent, was significantly less compared to his earlier status as a night watchman. But after a moment's thought, Rain started to smile. At least it could still be improved through fighting, right? What's there to be unhappy about? It was merely a matter of grinding. After that, Rain focused his attention on 2 transcendent attributes. Regarding the transcendent trait Iron Skin, Rain had practically tested it in Hamilton's resting room and was fairly familiar with it. The transcendent trait Huge Strength, in his fight against Caravi, Rain had also gained a preliminary understanding. It seemed similar to Strength Burst at a low range, and if used together, it was still quite a burden on his body. Fortunately, when he advanced to a formal knight, his constitution had directly increased to 16 points. So Rain guessed that using Huge Strength together with 100% Strength Burst in the short term wouldn't be a big problem, only that the side effects might be quite intense. Besides, he tried combining Huge Strength and Strength Burst multiple times. By looking at the panel's numeric display, he confirmed that the stacking method was not multiplicative but straightforwardly additive. If his base strength was 10, then the combined state would be Huge Strength at 30%, plus Strength Burst at 100%, resulting in a total increase of 130%. Thus in the combined state, the panel displayed his strength score as 23. About the limit breaking, actually, he had already exceeded the limit while using the transcendent trait Huge Strength in a previous battle. But the 3% degree of exceeding the limit was really too low, almost the same as not having exceeded at all on the attribute panel. So he hadn't noticed it. However, now that Rain thought carefully about it, he realized that exceeding the limit was very different from the huge strength transcendent trait. After exceeding the limit, his constitution, strength, and agility were comprehensively enhanced, and the degree was exactly the percentage displayed on the panel. So if Rain's limit exceedance reached 10%, once activated, his constitution, strength, and agility would all increase by an additional 10%. While the huge strength, LV1 transcendent trait, was an increase of 30% in strength. After pondering for a while, Rain simply summarized his current understanding. Exceeding the limit is an explosive enhancement to one's physical quality, whereas transcendent traits focus on enhancing a particular attribute or characteristic. No wonder the degree of exceeding the limit likely determined the combat strength of a knight. Of course, this refers to cases where only one transcendent trait is possessed. After all, possessing only one transcendent trait is the current situation for the vast majority of knights. Just then, Rain suddenly noticed on the knight transcendent panel the physical limit exceedance value, 5%. Had a plus sign next to it. Oh, that's not right. The value inside the parentheses was clearly 3% before. How come it changed to 5%? Rain noticed the change immediately. He recalled carefully, and it seemed that it happened during the contest against Karevi when he had added a point to agility. Could that be the reason for the change? Could enhancing attributes increase the limit exceedance value? But what's the deal with this plus sign? Rain pondered for a moment, then focused his consciousness on the plus sign suddenly. Skill point disappeared, and the break limit value shot up to 15%. Hiss. So it could be done this way. One skill point corresponds to a 10% break limit value. After a brief contemplation, Rain couldn't help but feel delighted clearly. This was a good thing, as once the physical break limit was elevated to a certain level, both the break limit and the two transcendent traits, huge strength and iron skin, would improve, meaning his combat power would increase. If attribute points could also enhance the break limit, would it make a difference whether he added points to agility, strength, or constitution? That is, would different increases in attributes have different impacts on the break limit? If that were the case, choosing to add points to the giant bear breathing technique would also be an option because it builds up over time, enhancing his strength and constitution. However, this method would take much longer, unlike the immediate effects witnessed from direct attribution. After flipping through the panel for a while, Rain once again retrieved the silver book of beast taming diary that originally came from Hound King Cole. Now that he had stepped into the transcendent realm, studying this unknown script was officially on his schedule. Rain opened the silver book, thought for a moment, and copied a few unidentified characters onto a small piece of paper. After his selection, these characters were non-sequential, so Rain was not worried that anyone would discern anything from them. If asked, he could easily claim he had seen them in some ancient tome and was merely curious to learn about them. He planned to ask Hamilton the next morning, with the reason being that he wanted to learn a bit about script and asking for an introduction. The scholars in the county town. Of course, Rain had a backup plan, which was to search and head to the Bat Market himself. There, it was highly probable he could find relevant material. However, that place was a den of mixed repute, and Rain still hesitated, especially remembering the level 1 wizard apprentice, Endry, whose combat methods were diverse and cunning. Even though Rain was now a knight, he was not to be underestimated. Rain had a premonition that, if he could decipher these unknown characters, would likely bring tremendous benefits to the use of the mysterious side energy particles he had contemplated before. The next morning, as Rain stepped out of his house, he found a carriage adorned with noble crest marks stopped at his door, flanked by 4 cavalry guards, each looking vigorous and powerful. The crest was a kite shield with a rose-like floral design on it. However, Rain's limited knowledge of noble crests kept him from identifying whose carriage it might be. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a black tailcoat came forward with a welcoming smile. "You must be Lord Rain. Baroness Crowley is in the carriage waiting for you. The lady wishes to have a word with you." Rain heard this with a start. He was certain he had never met any Baroness Crowley. Just as he was about to politely refuse, the middle-aged man continued, "The lady has come from the county town and has been waiting here for half an hour already so." This made Rain reconsider, and from the man's tone it seemed he was not here to cause trouble. Thinking it over, Rain nodded and said, "All right, let's have a chat then." This pleased the butler-like middle-aged man immensely, who went ahead and opened the carriage door for Rain, who stepped in. Upon entering the carriage, Rain was greeted by a fragrant waft of perfume. He looked up to see a noblewoman and a young noble lady sitting properly, gazing at him with grace. The noblewoman was dressed in an elegant off-the-shoulder deep blue gown adorned with lace and a few pearls. The style exposed a lot of her fair skin, and a sapphire brooch secured the bustling top of her gown, which trembled slightly. The young noble lady appeared much greener, her attire more conservative. She looked at Rain and quickly diverted her gaze, her cheeks turning slightly red, but she seemed to think of something and looked back at him again. Upon seeing Rain settled, the noblewoman began softly, "This must be the accomplished young Lord Rain." "Yes, honored lady, may I know the purpose of your visit?" The noblewoman glanced at Rain, saying, "I heard that knight prodigy has emerged from Flashgold Town. Therefore, I must implore you to consider my proposal. Marry into the Crowley family and we can provide many supports. For instance, Lord Rain can foregone the noble title examination and directly inherit the baronetcy of the Crowley family. My husband, Baron Crowley, passed away a year ago due to illness, so once you and Jenny are married, you can soon inherit the baronetcy. Of course, once you and Jenny's children come of age, they would need to inherit the baronetcy of the Crowley family." Furthermore, after the conversation, Rain blushed. The lady's words immediately reminded him of his mother Emma's words from the previous night, "Marry a noble's daughter." He hadn't expected the news of his stepping into the transcendent to spread so quickly. Baroness Crowley intended to make him a son-in-law, and the young noble lady beside her would be his wife if he agreed. According to the traditions of the Dragon Empire, if he agreed, he could instantly climb to high status, enjoying the support of a baronet family and manage it together with Miss Jenny. However, he would also lose many things, like the right to pass his surname to his offspring, and Baroness Crowley, seeing Rain frequently glancing at her but now suddenly falling silent, seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a moment before throwing another blockbuster. "Lord Riani, if you have intentions towards me, I would not oppose it." Seemingly embarrassed by the topic at hand, the beautiful lady's fair, oval face flushed a deeper shade of red, adding an allure to her features. This statement shocked Riani to the core. At the same time, it also ignited a warm surge in the lower belly of Riani, who had not been with a woman since his arrival in this world, causing him to feel dry-mouthed and tongue-tied instantly. At this moment, he finally understood the openness regarding sexual matters among the nobility. As long as interests were aligned, many once unimaginable things could become possible. Riani, being a normal man, could not deny the temptation. If Riani had been unaware of the existence of the sword-bearer and the details of the ennoblement examination, perhaps he would have considered it seriously, but now he was sure he would not choose the path of marrying into a family. Suppressing the turmoil within, Riani calmed his emotions and thought for a while before speaking. "Madam, marrying into a family is out of the question. However, your great favor flatters me greatly. If the Crowley family faces any difficulty that I am capable of handling, I will not hold back my assistance." Upon hearing this, disappointment was clearly visible on the face of the Baroness Crowley. She had heard such pleasing words too many times at noble gatherings and knew that no one ever took them seriously. Since the death of her husband due to a strange illness, the Crowley family had been without a direct bloodline knight, and 2 knights in their 40s and 50s had set their sights on her and her daughter after the Baron's death, hence her urgent need to find a powerful knight. The newly knighted Riani, coming from commoner origins and possessing considerable strength, was one of her best options, which was why the Baroness Crowley had hastened here from the county town so early in the morning. In the entire region of Meister County, newly knighted commoners were rare, but surely there were others besides Riani within a month. However, newly knighted knights of commoner origin usually have mediocre abilities, and someone with exceptional knightly talents like Riani was indeed a rarity. That is truly regrettable. Then, Lord Riani, would you consider becoming a guardian knight for the Crowley family? We are willing to sponsor a sum each year for the maintenance and purchase of your armor, weapons, and horses. Fearing another refusal from Riani, Lady Crowley hastily added, Lord Riani would only need to help when the Crowley family faces danger. We would not disturb you during your other times of training. Seeing Lady Crowley's big, hopeful eyes looking at him, Riani pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words, and said, but I might not be capable of handling every danger that the Crowley family faces, so. Of course, we would only ask for Lord Rheanee's help with matters that are within your capabilities. Seeing a hint of willingness from Rheanee, Lady Crowley began to use the respectful you in her address. Though Rheanee, now with knightly prowess, had not been officially knighted by the Empire, and was not yet a noble, being addressed as you by a baroness made him feel the changes that came with increased strength. Rheanee thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Well then, madam, your sincerity has moved me. I am willing to become the guardian knight for the Crowley family. How about a tentative 2 years?" Rheanee was aware of what being a guardian knight entailed, as Hamilton had once explained to him that if a knight is very powerful, many families will seek to have him as their guardian knight. Sometimes, the mere name of a powerful guardian knight could deter threats, ensuring long-lasting peace for a smaller family. Similarly, during this process, the guardian knight would receive support from the family in certain aspects. As for who benefits or loses more, it's up to the beholder. Of course, that's wonderful, Lord Rheanee. The Baroness Crowley exclaimed joyfully. Then, Lord Rheanee, when are you free soon? Please allow the Crowley family to host a small welcome ceremony for you. A ceremony isn't really necessary. Rheanee frowned slightly, not wanting to waste time on social events or ceremonies. Please do us the honor. After all, becoming the guardian knight of the Crowley family is no small matter, and we also need to deter some who bear ill will towards the Crowley family. I see. All right then, but today is not possible. Let's tentatively schedule it for next week. Rheanee thought it over, deciding that since he had agreed, he might as well go through with some of the formalities. Very well, we shall set the time for next week. Upon hearing Rheanee's agreement, Lady Crowley instantly relaxed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just having Rheanee appear would be the best deterrence against the 2 scheming knight servants. By the way, Lord Rheanee, if there is anything you need, you can always contact the Crowley family, the lady added, clearly in high spirits. While it wasn't the best outcome, it was still very good and not a wasted trip. Just as Rheanee was about to take his leave, suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Actually, madam, there is a small favor I need. Could you possibly help with? Certainly, Lord Rheanee, please feel free to ask. The lady eagerly responded. She was more than willing to help Rheanee. This was an opportunity for her to deepen relations and maintain good rapport with a young knight with a promising future. Rheanee then pulled out a piece of paper he had prepared earlier and handed it over to Lady Crowley. As she took it, she curiously looked it over, but from her blank expression, it was clear she did not recognize the writing. Just as Lord Rheanee was about to say something, Miss Jenny, who had been silent next to the lady, now turned slightly and looked towards the scrap of paper. Upon seeing the text on it, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a mystical text?" Miss Jenny, you recognize this kind of writing?" A slight movement stirred in Rheanee's heart as he spoke. Lord Rheanee, I haven't formally studied this type of writing. I only know a bit, as there are books about it in our family library, which is why I recognized it." "Oh, you have books. Could I possibly borrow them?" Rheanee could hardly contain his joy as he spoke. "This? Of course, I'll sort them out for you once I get back." Jenny nodded and agreed. Rheanee nodded. He hadn't expected such an unexpected pleasure. Originally, he had planned to first inquire with Lord Hamilton and had even prepared a second plan in case that failed. But now he had resolved it just by stepping out of his house. They agreed to send the books over in 2 days, after which Rheanee bid farewell to Baroness Crowley and Miss Jenny and left the carriage. After getting off, Rheanee continued towards the town hall. Upon arriving at the hall, since he had already found a way to learn about the unknown script, he wasn't in a hurry to proceed to Hamilton's office. Instead, he took a detour to the training grounds. The first thing Rheanee saw was the training grounds wall, which had been smashed open yesterday. It had already been repaired. It appeared the town hall's work efficiency was quite high. Seeing Rheanee approaching, many night watchmen who were training stopped and gathered around him. This was because Rheanee's temperament was not peculiar, and he was easy to get along with. Of course, the most important reason was that Rheanee had become transcendent. It could be said that since joining, Rheanee had risen step by step, witnessed by other night watchmen, naturally endearing him to them. "Rheanee, you came. We thought you wouldn't come anymore. Yeah, you've been promoted to transcendent now. From now on, we should call you Sir Knight, haha." Matteo, who was short in stature, said with a laugh. Rheanee looked at the smiling faces of his colleagues. Although there was an element of flattery, human admiration for strength was natural and nothing to complain about. After greeting everyone, Rieni asked his colleagues for help. His reason was that he wanted to test his reaction time, so he needed a few colleagues to shoot arrows at him with bows. In reality, Rieni's real purpose was to confirm his guess from the previous day. After seeing the notice from the system about the knight professional experience points he had gained from yesterday's battle, Rieni vaguely guessed that after becoming transcendent, if his opponents were not transcendent, the combat experience rewards he could get would probably be very little. All four of you, shoot at me with all your might. Use combat arrows and don't stop unless I say to, Rieni instructed. The few hesitated only briefly, then nodded. Matteo said, now that you're a knight and wearing armor, combat arrows probably won't hurt you, but still, be careful, Rieni. It'd be embarrassing to get injured by us, haha. Sure, remember to attack with all your might. If you can injure me, first round of tequila is on me tonight at the Oak Tree Tavern, Rieni said with a laugh. Haha, great. Everyone, let's put in some effort. Don't underestimate us, Matteo said cheerfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had Rieni taken his position at the center of the ground than arrows from the four men shot at him like rapid fire. After being promoted to knight, the overall enhancement of his attributes allowed Rieni to dodge the majority of arrows without even activating break limit. For the few arrows that did come close, he deflected them with his armored gloved hands. After testing a few times, Rieni waved his hand, telling the wheezing Matteo and the others to stop. Indeed, the test results were as he expected. The fight against Matteo and the others. If previously he could still gain a small amount of experience, now essentially did not trigger the experience acquisition reminder. From several tests, he had only occasionally received 2+1 experience notices. Clearly, if Rieni wanted to efficiently earn knight professional experience points, he would need to seek opponents who were also on the transcendent level. With this thought, a smile formed on Rieni's face. It seemed he would only need to fleece Lord Hamilton now. However, just as Rieni entered Hamilton's office, he saw Hamilton look up at him and say, Rieni, you've come at the right time. I was just about to send someone for you. Before Rieni could ask, Hamilton handed him a thin sheepskin scroll for a bounty order. Need. You could first look through the information related to this bounty order. Originally, it was just a bounty, but after being posted for a long time without resolution, it has now turned into a mysterious event that needs to be resolved by official imperial channels. This is one of several mysterious events that have occurred recently in the regions belonging to Maest County, which I selected. Once a mysterious event is resolved, the merit rewards are 3 to 5 times, or even more than those of ordinary events. Rieni, considering that you have already stepped into the ranks of a transcendent knight and also possess the glimmering greatsword, I think you will not face much trouble with this mission as long as you are careful about your safety. Rieni nodded, having no objections to Lord Hamilton's arrangements. With the glimmering greatsword in his hand, if the source of the mysterious event was some form of evil, he still carried a certain advantage. Rieni took the bounty order and began to read it closely. After a short while, he looked up at Hamilton in surprise and said, I never expected ghosts to truly exist. Although it could be exaggerated by common folk, these entities do exist in reality, just in extremely rare numbers. Hence most often they are regarded as mere legends. Such bounty orders are generally not considered by typical bounty hunters because they lack the capabilities to eliminate these ghosts and would only endanger their lives, making it not worth the risk. Furthermore, those who can eliminate these ghosts are usually known as demon hunters. A group even rarer than the spirits themselves, Hamilton explained. Demon hunters. Rieni mulled over the title internally. This world's demon hunters wouldn't also be using a pair of swords, 1 silver and 1 steel, would they? Yes, it is said that to become a demon hunter, one needs to awaken some kind of transcendent trait, but the specifics I'm not too clear about. Of course, apart from demon hunters, there are also individuals within the church capable of eradicating them. But throughout the entire Maest County, there's only one large cathedral dedicated to the monsoon and ocean goddess. Those capable of dispelling evil are mostly high-ranking church officials. And if the mysterious events do not occur within the county town, they generally do not partake. The same is true for the advisors of the great nobles. Rieni nodded in understanding, realizing that people with such capabilities are rare and high-ranking, and naturally they would not be the ones to take on such bounties, Lord Hamilton. Then I will make minor preparations and head to Agatha Mill as soon as possible. Oh, Riani, I have a bottle of holy water here from the Buffalo Cathedral in the county town. If you are dealing with a resentful spirit or some such evil creature, holy water should be highly effective. Considering this, Hamilton took an oval-shaped glass vial from a drawer. The liquid inside was clearly visible, a pale blue in color. Riani took it and examined it carefully. He could feel a subtle energy within, but it seemed to pose no threat to him. Thank you, my lord, Riani said, slightly bowing in gratitude. It seemed that Lord Hamilton had made thorough considerations for his first mysterious mission after leaving the office. Riani thought it over and realized he didn't have much to prepare. The glimmering greatsword was currently strapped to his back, and he was wearing knight armor. Other shields seemed redundant since acquiring the supernatural trait Iron Skin, which could hinder the performance of his dual-handed greatsword. After pondering for a while, Riani decided he could set out immediately, considering it was only around 9 in the morning. He could perhaps return by evening if all went smoothly, given the official duty nature of this mission. Riani unhesitatingly chose a warhorse from the stable in the administrative hall. With a slight kick, Riani mounted the horse, ready to set off. Just then, a carriage arrived at the entrance of the small town's administrative hall, and Riani casually glanced at the insignia on the carriage. It was the noble crest of the Habas family. Stooping bird of prey, though Riani was a bit puzzled, he presumed they were here for Hamilton and didn't concern himself much, planning to ride off. "Excuse me, is this Lord Riani?" Just as Ein was about to depart, a middle-aged man's voice called out from behind him, turning around in bewilderment. Riani saw a man in a long black robe, with a parted hairstyle in the middle, stepping out of the carriage and smilingly addressing him. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "Lord Riani, I am Mitchell, the butler of Baron Alonso, the eldest legitimate son of the Habas family." Upon hearing the name, Riani's pupils contracted. He certainly knew who the man was, just not the reason for his visit. All Mitchell, the butler, did was maintain his formulaic smile and continued. "There might have been a small misunderstanding between us before, but that's all in the past. This time, Baron Alonso has sent me to have a talk with you, Lord Riani. If it's convenient for you, please join me in the carriage." Mitchell continued with a smile, gesturing towards the carriage. This. Riani pondered, worried about an assassination attempt. The other party wasn't foolish. It was highly unlikely that they would try to assassinate him in front of many guards at the door of a small town's administrative hall. This time, it seemed they were here to recruit him, but could a past assassination attempt really be brushed off with just a small misunderstanding? Riani had already decided, despite whatever enticing offers they might make, to listen first and gauge their intentions. All right, Riani dismounted and walked over, while Mitchell warmly opened the carriage door for him. As soon as Riani stepped into the carriage, he was stunned. The next second, he realized what was going on and slowly sat down on the sheepskin-covered carriage seat. Opposite him were a pair of beautiful twin girls, dressed in identical white, off-the-shoulder dresses with trim, which accentuated their delicate and tender bodies to the fullest extent. When the two girls saw Lord Riani's gaze, they shyly lowered their heads, and their delicate bodies even leaned closer to each other, giving one the sense of appreciating the beauty of joint lotus blossoms. Lord Riani couldn't help but look a few more times. For beautiful things, humans instinctively pursue them. Mitchell, who was nearby, seeing Lord Riani's slightly shocked expression and his subsequent frequent glances toward the twin girls, nodded slightly with a smile. It seemed that this arrangement of his was quite to the liking of this farmer's son. Previously, his judgment was that since the farmer's son had such exceptional talents but had never shown them before, it was very likely that he had a special affection for Lady Craya. Otherwise, it was hard to explain this situation. If so, even though they might not find a beauty comparable with Lady Craya, there is a saying, 2 is better than 1. Now it seemed the effect was not bad. "Lord Riani, Baron Alonso highly appreciates your talent. If you agree to become a follower of Lord Alonso, then these 2 beautiful girls from Crabclaw Peninsula will be your maidservants," he said. "Furthermore, Lord Riani, here is a set specially prepared for you." "Wait a minute, Mitchell Butler, if I heard you correctly, did you just say follower?" Lord Riani frowned, interrupting Mitchell's continuous story. "Yes, if you become a follower of Lord Alonso, all your cultivation expenses will be Sorry, but please forgive me for not being able to agree. Lord Rieni shook his head and outright refused. If previously Lord Rieni was unclear about the difference between a follower and a guardian knight, after Lord Hamilton's explanation, he understood it very clearly. Being a follower might seem nice, with the master covering food, lodging, and cultivation resources, but the consequence was that there was almost no autonomy. This was fundamentally in conflict with what Rieni sought to control his own fate. Thus, Lord Rieni did not hesitate to refuse. What? Mitchell had the expression of a duck whose neck was being squeezed, and the twin girls also covered their mouths, looking at Rieni with a face full of surprise. Mitchell was stunned for a good while before he said with a gloomy expression, "Lord Rieni, I think you should reconsider Baron's suggestion carefully." "Thank you, but there's no need," Rieni replied. "Mitchell Butler, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave," said Lord Rieni, and immediately turned around and stepped down from the carriage. Lord Rieni knew very well what his refusal meant, but to be informed is to be calm, to be compassionate is to be anxiety-free, and to be brave is to be fearless. In Maest County City, in a luxurious mansion's underground hall, slender knight holding a scythe-like weapon was respectfully reporting, "High Priest, the cause of Mort's death has been clarified. According to the findings, he was killed by a newly emerged knight. Here is the information concerning that knight." The scythe-wielding knight handed over a document to the High Priest, who was sitting in a large armchair. Under the light of a wall lamp, the cover of the document clearly bore the name Rieni. In addition, since the stronghold near Flashgold Town has been exposed, we lost more than 20 materials, and there is definitely not enough time for the Black Flame prayer ceremony. Therefore, we must expedite it by holding a blood sacrifice. As for the location of the blood sacrifice, please instruct High Priest, the scythe-wielding knight continued. "Oh, a newly emerged knight from Flashgold Town, how coincidental. The location. Have you heard? An evil spirit knight has appeared near Flashgold Town. This might just be our opportunity. Are you suggesting Flashgold Town, High Priest? But isn't that a bit too close to the county town? Moreover, the Habsburg Manor is just up there." The scythe-wielding knight hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "The Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church should be dispatching someone to Nightingale Forest soon to investigate the evil spirit knight incident, by which time the defensive force in Flashgold Town is bound to be drawn away, leaving it vulnerable. As for the personnel arrangement of the Habsburg Manor, leave that to Alonso." "As you command, High Priest." After refusing Mitchell, Lord Rieni quickly rode his horse to the Agatha Mill, located not far from the county town. This mill, by jurisdiction, was no longer under the management of Flashgold Town, but belonged to the outskirts of county town. The geographic location of the mill was excellent, backed by a grassy hillside, with a large wheat field in front, making it an ideal spot for a mill. But even in the harvest season, the road leading to the windmill was sparsely populated. Lord Rieni continued to ride towards the mill. As he approached, he noticed 3 large, lighthouse-shaped windmills. While one was still in use, the doors of the other 2 mills were tightly locked and completely unused. At that moment, a round, chubby middle-aged man approached, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried over. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man, although not recognizing Rain, still bowed respectfully and asked. It was mainly because the present Rain was no longer the thin, ordinary citizen of 2 months ago. Rain, now of average height and build, rode a tall horse, clad in a knight's armor, and carried a dual-handed greatsword wrapped in sheepskin, clearly a formidable warrior at first glance. The impression he gave was, if not of an official knight, then at least of a knight in training. "I am Rain. Is this Agatha Mill? I heard about the mysterious events here and have come to handle it," said Rain as he dismounted and nodded to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lit up and he exclaimed, "Yes, this is Agatha Mill. Lord Rieni, I am Gregory Victor, the steward of the Watson Baron family. I am very pleased to meet you. Mr. Gregory, could you please tell me the details of what happened here?" Rain looked around and noticed that while the issue involved 2 windmills, there were very few people grinding flour at the remaining one. It seemed that the rumored presence of ghosts and the series of deaths had left most people feeling fearful. "Of course, Lord Rieni, please come this way and have a seat. Drink a cup of bitter chamomile tea." Rain followed Gregory into a nearby farmhouse where they sat down, and Gregory began to recount the full details of the incident. Not long after Baron Watson purchased Agatha Mill, one day a thick fog enveloped the mill and lasted the entire day. By the next day, we found two farmers who had come to grind their grain dead inside the windmill closest to the mountain. They had been gutted, a gruesome death, with clear claw marks on their necks and bodies. Initially, we thought it was some kind of beast, so we hired a bounty hunter to come, but by the next day, the bounty hunter too had been killed by whatever was here. After the successive deaths, an experienced bounty hunter came, examined the wounds on the bodies, and inspected near the windmill. He said that he smelled decay and ghostly spirits. Since then, no bounty hunter has dared to take on this task. Until recently, Baron Watson sent a squad of family guards to inspect, and after one night, all 5 of them lay dead inside the 2 windmills. Their chainmail had been torn open by claws, and their flesh was mangled. After that, the 2 windmills were isolated and closed off. At this point, the middle-aged man looked slightly terrified, still haunted by the memory of the scene. Rain nodded, noting that this ghost or monster's claws were highly deadly, capable of tearing directly through chainmail. "Mr. Gregory, have you ever seen the monster?" "I haven't. No one has actually seen what the monster looks like." "That's what is most unsettling," Gregory replied, frowning. "The unknown brings fear." "I understand, leave the rest to me," Rain nodded and said. Whether it was a ghost was still unknown. Rain planned to first visit the 2 windmills. Despite the bodies having been dealt with, the scene might still have some traces. "Lord Rain, here are the keys to all the farmhouses and the 3 windmills," said Gregory as he respectfully handed Rain a set of bronze keys. "Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Rain. I will immediately report your arrival to Baron Watson." Rain nodded, took the key, and then went down alone to the 2 windmills. It was near noon by then, but strangely the weather began to change. Instead of the sun shining brightly, a faint mist started to rise. This made Rain feel odd, as mist usually occurred in the early morning or evening. At noon, when the sunlight was usually at its strongest, any mist should have dissipated, but now it was forming. This instinctively made Rain more alert. Using the bronze key, Rain unlocked the door of the first windmill with a click, and immediately, musty smell of damp grains hit him, mixed with a kind of rancid odor. Because both windmills were shaped in a cylindrical form that was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, the mill area on the bottom floor was vast, approximately over 100 square meters in a circular area. It contained numerous pieces of farming equipment, millstones, and other items. Going forward, Rain began to inspect around the millstone. Although some time had passed, he could still see distinct dark red blood stains on the side of the millstone. Rain crouched down and examined it closely. From the splattered blood stains, combined with what the steward Gregory had said, it appeared that the farmer who came to grind flour had been attacked by some kind of claw, hitting directly at the neck, causing blood to spray and leading to his rapid death. After examining the first windmill, Rain opened the door and walked out. By then, the fog outside had thickened further, and visibility had started to decrease significantly. Rain could only see objects about 10 meters in front of him. Beyond that, even with his vision, he could not see clearly. After a moment's thought, Rain did not retreat, but went to the door of the second windmill, used the bronze key to open it, and stepped inside. This windmill had almost the same interior structure as the first. Similarly, Rain found blood stains of previous victims near this millstone, also in a radial splatter. From this, Rain believed that the 2 victimized farmers had died from the same type of attack. That meant the killer was the same beast or type of creature. Suddenly, Rain keenly sensed something flowing in the air. The exposed skin of his hands felt the movements in the air within the room. This made Rain immediately grab the glimmering greatsword from his back and hold it in his hand. Despite wearing knightly plate armor and possessing the transcendent trait Iron Skin, Rain didn't want to be ambushed by an unknown enemy who knew how powerful the attacker could be. At that moment, the fog around became denser, slowly seeping from the outside into the windmill, making the interior less visible. The next second, Rain's hair stood on end because he thought he heard whispering voices near his ear. Subconsciously, he listened closely. It seemed to be a woman's shout, like she was saying, "Danger. Run, run, run." This suddenly gave Rain a chilling shock. He decided to leave the windmill first to think of a strategy, as this place indeed seemed rather eerie. Just as Rain turned around, he froze in place. Because right at the door of the windmill he had just exited, there was now a girl standing with a sorrowful expression. Golden twin ponytails, a plaid long skirt, and a white apron on her chest, her sleeves rolled up on her arms, looking every bit the farm girl. The appearance of the other party was so sudden and eerie that Rain suddenly felt his scalp tingle, and goosebumps covered his body. But why is there no warning from my danger perception? At that moment, Rain was holding a sword in one hand and began reaching for his waist pouch with the other. He planned to pull out holy water just in case. Suddenly, from the thick fog behind him, a long but muscular arm silently extended, aiming for Rain's neck with sharp nails that resembled eagle claws. Almost at the same time, a level 2 danger perception warning violently alerted in Rain's mind, and the next second, his head was suddenly attacked, emitting a grating metallic sound from his heavy plate helmet. As Rain hurriedly dodged, he swiftly swung his sword backward. The forceful sword wind stirred the surrounding fog violently. Rain could sense that his greatsword seemed to have hit something, but the feeling was strange, not like hitting any solid object. The sensation felt more like he was cutting through water. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind him, so shrill that it almost affected one's sanity. Rain, too, was disoriented by the abrupt screeching, his forehead furrowing deeply. When Rain looked around again, the farm girl in the plaid long skirt had vanished from the doorway. Rain focused his gaze and saw several drops of blood. On the ground, on the blade of his glimmering greatsword in his hand, it now began to faintly glow, and there was also a smear of dark red blood. It seems it's not a ghost after all. Rain lifted the glimmering greatsword to his nose and sniffed slightly. The blood carried a pungent odor, distinctly different from the rusty smell typical of human blood. Clearly, it must be the owner of this pungent blood that was attacking him. Rain had a premonition that the attacker could hide within the dense fog, then launch sudden attacks. For such ambush-type monsters, Rain could only defend passively, encouraging the attacker to come forth, as it was impossible to find any trace of the attacker in the fog otherwise. After some thought, Rain added his last skill points to Danger Perception Level 2. Core Skill, Danger Perception LV3, Passive, Danger Perception LV3, Passive Effect. Your awareness of dangers around you has markedly increased. Note, the acuteness of danger perception is related to the host spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the more sensitive the perception. The Level 3 danger perception provided Rain with a dramatic improvement, whereas before, the Level 2 danger perception only alerted him at the instant an attack was launched. Now Rain had a hunch about the specific direction from which the enemy was coming. For instance, he could faintly sense that somewhere not far behind him, there seemed to be a monster watching him. The Level 3 danger perception allowed Rain to feel the rough direction of the danger source. Rain didn't turn around but stood still with the glimmering greatsword in his hand, having already formulated a counterattack plan in his mind. Time passed by every minute and second, and it seemed the creature behind him was becoming impatient. At the same time, the farm girl appeared again. This time, she emerged about 10 meters to the front right of Rain, closer than before. She walked slowly towards Rain with a sorrowful expression on her face, her countenance filled with agony. However, despite the farm girl's approach, the Level 3 danger perception still did not alert Rain. Instead, alarm bells rang out from behind. Suddenly, from the dense fog behind Rain, a sharp claw fiercely stretched out again. Because Rain was already on high alert, he instantly reacted. Rain's chest bulged suddenly, the muscles and veins in his neck swelling like a python. Instantly, a massive wave of sound, centered at Rain's mouth, surged outwards. The dense fog was instantly dispersed by the shockwave, revealing a hunched but lanky creature with sharp claws within the fog. The creature's ugly face featured bulging eyes, and it watched Rain in fright, its entire posture poised as if about to pounce from above, its claws aimed at Rain's neck. Clearly, the sonic attack was equally effective against this monster hidden in the mist. During the creature's momentary rigidity, a bright silver light flashed. The sound of a heavy object falling echoed, and a grotesque head now tumbled rolling across the floor of Agatha Mill. The creature was decapitated by Rain. The next second, Rain turned his head again to look at the girl. This time her expression suddenly changed. Rain seemed genuinely pleased that Rain had slain the monster, and a faint smile emerged on his originally solemn and wooden face. This made Rain slow his movement to reach for the holy water in his belt pouch, but after thinking it over, Rain still took out the holy water and held it in his hand. Noticing the energy contained in the holy water, the girl glanced at the holy water in Rain's hand, and her face turned to panic immediately, her hands waving in front of her chest as an ethereal and panicked voice arose. "Warrior, do not harm me, I'm not a bad person." But why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be the voice of the woman who just reminded me to run? Rain thought to himself. At this moment the fog seemed to thin a bit and the girl's figure became a little clearer. But upon closer inspection, Rain realized that her body had an unreal feel to it. As the mist gradually dissipated, it gained a transparency. Rain thought for a moment and slowly said, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The girl nodded her head. Relieved, Rain continued to ask, "Was it you who just reminded me to escape?" "Yes, warrior. But I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You directly killed that fog demon." The girl's consciousness seemed to become clearer, her facial expressions no longer stiff, and her speech more fluent. "Was that creature just now called a fog demon?" Rain asked. "Yes, I heard the previous bounty hunter, before he died, refer to the creature as a fog demon. It controls the thick fog and likes to launch sudden attacks on humans within the fog, making it difficult for most people to resist its attack. And you, what's your story? You warned me to run, yet you drew my attention whenever this fog demon attacked me. It seems like you were helping it attack me," Rain countered. "I'm sorry, warrior. I was controlled by the fog demon and had to do those things. I truly am very sorry." The girl's expression turned sorrowful and she slowly began to sob. Rain waved his hand, not dwelling on the issue, and continued to ask, "How did you become like this?" "My name is Agatha. I don't know what happened. When I woke up again, I had turned into this," the spiritual body of the girl replied. Her name led Rain to immediately associate with the mill called Agatha Mill, and curiously, Rain asked, "Could it be that this mill and you?" "Yes, warrior. This mill was originally run by my father and me." As Agatha narrated, Rain understood the whole story. One day, Agatha was violated by Combe Tuck, the butler of Baron Watson, and when Agatha's father discovered this and argued with Combe, in a fit of anger, killed both Agatha and her father and buried them under the two windmill mills. The tragedy should have ended there. But somehow, some strange change occurred in the deceased Agatha. When Agatha awoke again, she found herself turned into a ghost. While still in a daze, a fog demon attacked. The creature had the ability to control the thick fog and spiritual bodies. Thus, the deceased Agatha was forced to succumb to its evil grasp, being coerced to attract the attention of those victims so the fog demon could launch its deadly attack from behind. Rain nodded his head. It seemed the rumors about decay and ghosts were not wrong. At that moment, Agatha hesitated for a while and said, "Warrior, may I make a request? If possible, could you help me take revenge? I have no reward to offer you. Perhaps the brass ring on my corpse is the only thing I have that's of any value, but it seems insufficient to compensate you." Rain thought it over and did not immediately agree or refuse. As true as Agatha's story might be, and as tragic as her encounter was, Rain was not reluctant to help, but he did not want to stir up trouble without resolving the matter. Since the killer was clearly favored and trusted by a baron as his butler, getting him to confess, while also requiring the baron's cooperation, required careful thought. Seconds later, Rain spoke up. "Agatha, recount the entire event to me in detail, and maybe we can find evidence beneficial to us." "Even if it's me, getting a baron's butler to admit his guilt outright is likely going to be very difficult." Agatha nodded and immediately began recounting everything. After hearing Agatha's account again, Rain left the windmill with the body of the fog demon. As he stepped out of the mill, Rain glanced at the system prompt, his eyes twinkling slightly. He hadn't expected that killing the fog demon would yield such a generous experience reward from the system. "Your skilled giant bear sword technique has been improved. Experience points plus 274. You have experienced a battle. Knight. Transcendent, experience points plus 54. Knight level 1, 86/100, was now on the verge of leveling up. It seemed that the experience rewards from such creatures were particularly generous, at least in Rain's view. The fog demon's combat power actually was not strong, feeling even less than Karavi, only its attacks benefited from being strange and unexpected. If only he could grasp the moment when the creature revealed its physical form during an attack and deal maximum damage, it would be possible to grievously injure or even kill it in a single strike. At the request of Agatha, Rini had already formulated a not-so-mature plan in his mind. It might not succeed, but Rini still intended to try. Gregory, who had returned from Watson Manor and had been waiting outside, exclaimed with surprise when he saw Rini come out. "Lord Rini, good to see you safe coming." Suddenly, Gregory's voice stopped abruptly because he was terrified by the sight of the monster corpse that Riani dragged out, his eyes wide with fright. "There really are monsters. I thought it was a ghost. Such unreliable bounty hunters," he murmured. "Steward Gregory, I have temporarily resolved the issue with the mill. If you want a permanent solution, I need to meet with Lord Watson." "Lord Riani, you want to meet the Baron?" "That's wonderful. Lord Baron just told me he would like to meet you too. At this moment, he should be right in the nearby Watson Manor." Before long, Gregory led Riani to the nearby Watson Manor. It turned out that Baron Watson had arrived at the manor from the county town in the afternoon to inspect it. Hearing that someone was handling the mill's issue, he planned to meet. "Lord Watson, it's an honor to meet you." Riani bowed slightly. Although he had now become transcendent, he was not technically a noble, so he still followed basic etiquette. Baron Watson was a tall middle-aged man dressed in noble hunting attire, and the man next to him, wearing a black robe, was likely the murderer Agatha had spoken of the butler Combe. Baron Watson smiled as he evaluated Riani, saying, "So you are the newly transcendent Riani. I didn't expect you to be the one to resolve this." Riani was slightly taken aback, as he had not expected news of his becoming transcendent to spread so quickly. "Yes, Lord Baron. It was Lord Hamilton who mentioned to me the mysterious incident at Agatha Mill. For now it seems I have resolved it. Temporarily." Baron Watson frowned. "Yes, although I dealt with the murderer of the farmers and guards, the fog demon, the fundamental problem at Agatha Mill has not been resolved. There is something more secretive involved." As Riani mentioned the word secretive, he deliberately glanced at the butler Combe, who instantly looked panicky. Riani, please explain in detail." Clearly, Baron Watson's curiosity was piqued after hearing about the secrets. Thus, Riani began to slowly narrate the story. Agatha's tragic experience turned her into a vengeful spirit, constantly attracting various monsters to the Agatha Mill. Thus, only by laying her to rest can the mill possibly resume normal operations. Hearing this, beads of sweat the size of beans began to form on Butler Combe's forehead. "Riani, Agatha's plight is indeed deplorable. How can we lay her to rest? Do we need to catch the murderer? Do you have any clues?" "Lord Baron, there's no need for that much trouble." "Could it be that you know who the murderer is?" Baron Watson realized, looking toward Riani. Riani nodded, his gaze fixed on the now trembling Butler Combe, saying, "The murderer is right in front of us, Lord Baron." Following Riani's gaze, Baron Watson looked doubtfully at the standing Butler Combe, which immediately shocked him, saying, "Lord Riani, this is a slanderous accusation by the ghost slander." The Butler Combe trembled all over, his face flushed. Despite his fear of the transcendent Riani, he still forced himself to argue. Thinking it over, the Baron's expression became stern as he said, "Riani, we still need evidence for this matter. The words of a ghost are not necessarily credible." Such a vile act committed by someone close to him made Baron Watson instinctively reluctant to believe, although from Butler Combe's demeanor at this moment, Baron Watson was aware that Combe was likely involved. This incident happened months ago. Without modern forensic methods, only some form of witchcraft from the supernatural realm might force the true culprit to confess their crime. Clearly, Riani did not possess such abilities now. "Riani, I plan to completely shut down Agatha Mill, and as for Combe, I will also dismiss him." Baron Watson glanced at Butler Combe, then turned to Riani and said. It seemed Baron Watson had already thought of a solution. Merely dismissing him was a trivial punishment compared to what happened to Agatha and her father. Fortunately, Riani was well prepared. "My lord, perhaps you believe that by doing this, Agatha's ghost will not haunt you anymore, right? But I've heard that ghosts can further transform, even becoming vengeful spirits. Moreover, the area around Agatha Mill might attract more monsters, and your manor isn't too far from the mill. Do you really not mind if things escalate to that extent? I'm afraid by then, even spending a fortune to hire the church's higher-ups might not resolve the issue." These words were all fabricated by Riani on the spot, based on rumors he had heard in the past few days from Lord Hamilton's side, primarily to scare. Baron Watson's complexion worsened as Riani spoke. Riani's words was something he had also heard bits about. Moreover, seeking the aid of high-ranking church officials was not so easy, requiring not only a hefty sum of money but also significant favors. Baron Watson's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze flickering as he clearly weighed the pros and cons. Combe had served the Watson family as a butler for many years and was usually quite competent, Baron Watson was unaware that he could commit such an act, especially since the situation could potentially lead to serious losses for the Watson family. Initially, he had thought to downplay the situation, but now hesitated after hearing Rhianni's words. Meanwhile, Butler Combs' face turned deathly pale, and his legs trembled so much that he could barely stand. "Combe, go with Rhianni to Agatha Mill and settle this affair," Baron Watson decided quickly after a moment of thought. Clearly, after hearing Rhianni's analysis, Baron Watson was prepared to give up on Butler Combe. "My lord, I am innocent." The once robust Butler Combe now seemed like a spineless snake collapsing to the ground. "My lord, you've made a wise decision," Rhianni chuckled. Rhianni then grabbed Combe by the scruff of his neck, as if lifting a small chicken, and headed towards Agatha Mill. After arriving at Agatha Mill, Rain threw the Butler Combe to the ground with a single motion. A rust-covered shovel was thrown in front of the shivering Combe. "Mr. Butler, go and dig up the remains of Agatha and her father." Rain lowered his head, looking into Comb's eyes, and slowly said, "Of course, you can choose to refuse, but if you do, we'll have to spend the night in this windmill, letting Agatha keep you company for a nice long chat." The previously hesitating Combe, upon hearing he would be locked in with a ghost, immediately thought of all sorts of horrifying legends and chilling scenes. His face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly said, I'll dig. Baron Watson, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. Now it seemed almost certain that his butler Combe was the murderer. No wonder Combe had reported to him that he had acquired the neighboring Agatha Mill for an incredibly low price. He even remembered praising him for it at the time. Now it was clear that the mill, being Agatha and her father's means of livelihood, wouldn't have been sold so easily. In no time, Combe had dug up a skeleton that had almost turned to white bones. From the clothes, it was faintly recognizable as the ghostly Agatha Rain had seen before, in her checkered dress with a white apron. The moment the remains were unearthed, the onlookers surrounding the area burst into an uproar. They hadn't expected that, behind the mysterious events at Agatha Mill, in addition to monsters, there was such secrecy. "That's Agatha. That sweet girl's dress. Her favorite was this checkered dress. I heard it was the last thing her mother made for her before she passed away," cried a woman who knew Agatha well, recognizing her clothes immediately, unable to hold back her tears. "Yes, Agatha was a kind-hearted girl. Every time I came to grind flour, she would charge me less," said a farmer with a limp. "It's truly so sad." Rain took to heart the words of the onlookers, and quickly sketched an image in his mind of the checkered dress girl who was warm to others and always ready to help. He couldn't help but despise Combe even more. "Bury Agatha behind the third windmill," he said. It was Agatha's own request. She wanted to be buried with her father. Furthermore, she had one more small wish. The area behind the third windmill was the highest point on the slope, and she wanted to be buried there with her father so that she could overlook the entire Agatha Mill. Soon, the second set of remains was also dug up by Combe. Seeing this, the onlooking clergyman Gregory, the farmers, and others looked at Combe with eyes filled with hatred. His actions were just too inhumane. Rain walked to the simple pit that had been dug in advance, looked at the two sets of remains placed side by side, bent down, and picked up the brass ring that was on the finger of Agatha's remains. Strangely, perhaps because the ghostly Agatha had agreed to give the ring to Rain, the surface of the brass ring was surprisingly clean, not stained with a single foreign substance. The moment Rain picked up the ring, suddenly he froze. Ding detected the host obtaining an unknown relic, triggering the career change to spirit medium. The prerequisites for advancing to a spirit medium are 1. Any relic attached with the aura of a spiritual body. 2. Spirit 12 points or above. Current conditions met. Yes/no to change career to spirit medium. A new career panel was triggered, and it seemed to be the mysterious side career he had long awaited. Rain couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this moment, he had only one slot left on his career panel, 3/4, which was added when Rain broke through to the transcendent tier, so he definitely had to choose carefully. He had some understanding of the career panel by now. Generally, the careers with more prerequisites, or the more stringent the prerequisites, tend to be more powerful. Looking at the prerequisites required for the spirit medium, this career most likely wasn't a powerful one. It could be similar to the spirit mediums Rain had heard about in his previous life, which initially had only the ability to see some spirits or to communicate with them in a rudimentary way. Clearly, This didn't align with the kind of mysterious side career that could significantly enhance his combat strength, which Rain had been hoping for. By contrast, Rain was more impressed by the wizard apprentice recorded in Endry's diary. In his mind, becoming a wizard apprentice would be a better choice. After careful thought, Rain chose no and did not immediately switch careers to spirit medium. He planned to wait and see for a little while longer. If it didn't work out, there would still be time to change careers later. Yes/no to name the unknown relic. He remembered Agatha saying that as long as he wore the brass ring, he would earn the favor of certain spirits. He decided to name it after her, calling it Agatha's ring. Rain thought to himself. Ding, naming successful. Acquired the relic Agatha's ring. Note. This is an ordinary brass ring, but it bears the sincere gratitude and blessing of a young girl's soul. Wearing it will make some spectral beings feel a sense of fondness towards the wearer. Although Baron Watson found it a bit strange why Rain would remove a brass ring that was obviously worthless from the remains, he did not ask. Shortly after, several security officers from the county town arrived at the scene. After asking about the incident and recording it, they took the weeping comb away. What awaited him was a brief stint in prison, followed by execution after trial. Rain and Baron Watson had already agreed on this. As long as the Baron did not intervene, Combs' fate was actually sealed at that moment. The servant of a noble, it is the noble behind them that is the foundation for the servant. With this, the matter was concluded. By evening, Rain, carrying the bundled corpse of the Mist Yai, rode his warhorse back to Flashgold Town. Although the mystical event had been resolved, he was far from happy inwardly. The young life of Agatha was forever frozen in her prime, making Rain feel somewhat heavy at heart. After returning to Flashgold Town, Rain did not go straight home, but instead first visited Lord Hamilton's office. Now that the mystical event had been resolved, it was naturally necessary to inform him first. Rain, you're back so soon?" Lord Hamilton asked in surprise as he saw Rain enter. In his plan, even if everything went smoothly, Rain would not have returned until tomorrow. "Yes, my lord, everything went rather smoothly," Rain said, and then recounted the day's events to Lord Hamilton. After listening, Lord Hamilton also sighed about the misfortune of Agatha and her father. "I didn't expect this mysterious event to have such twists. But to think the real monster turned out to be a Mist Yai. Right, Rain, you're not hurt, are you?" Lord Hamilton looked Rain over, not noticing any obvious injuries, and couldn't help but laugh and nod. "No, I have to thank you for this set of knight's plate armor you gave me," Rain said while showing the slash on the back of the knight's helmet to Lord Hamilton. The scratch was 4 fingers wide, and at its deepest, nearly 2/3 the thickness of the plate armor. This meant that if the Mist Yai had been even a bit stronger, it might have been possible to penetrate the armor's protection. This was also the reason why the squad of family guards sent by Baron Watson had been annihilated. The chainmail simply could not withstand such an attack. With this kind of strength, as well as the ability you mentioned to hide in the mist. Lord Hamilton took the helmet and began to frown more deeply as he examined it. He too wouldn't dare say he could have easily defeated the creature. "Rain, now you understand, don't you? Why sometimes no matter how many ordinary people there are, they can't solve these mystical events and only add to the panic." Lord Hamilton thought for a moment, then continued. Rain wholeheartedly agreed with this point. No matter how many ordinary people there were against such monsters, they would be simply delivering themselves. Knights, as the most visible transcendent human strength, could be said to form the stable foundation of the entire society. "By the way, you'll need to reforge this damaged helmet. Leave it here, and I'll send someone to the county town to have it repaired and then return to you tomorrow." My lord, this small issue. Perhaps I can take care of the repair myself. Actually, I'm also a blacksmith," Rain said with a smile. All right then." Lord Hamilton glanced at Rain in surprise but did not inquire further, because Rain had already brought him too many surprises recently. "Right, did you bring back the Mist Yai's corpse? The Empire's Mystic Research Institute has a special department for purchasing such monsters' corpses. If you're willing to sell, you can exchange it for merit points or Empire gold coins." "Rain, if you don't have other plans for the Mist Yai's corpse, perhaps this would be a good option." Mystic Research Institute? It sounded like a rather high-end institution. This piqued Rain's curiosity a bit. Actually, he was quite interested in studying these mysterious creatures, but unfortunately, he had no means at the moment to process or preserve the Mist Yai's corpse. Besides, he also lacked the relevant knowledge in this field of research, something he would have to address later. However, he hadn't expected that the Miss Yai's corpse could be directly exchanged for merit points. In that case, there wasn't much to consider. After all, gathering 1,000 merit points a bit sooner to sign up for the knighthood exam was a top priority. Let's exchange it for merit points, Rain declared. Good, that's what I think too. Gold coins can be earned anywhere, but merit points are not easy to come by. Lord Hamilton nodded his head, appearing quite agreeable. After handing over the Miss Yai's corpse, Rain left the town hall. However, as he was almost home, Rain was surprised to find the familiar carriage from the morning now parked at his doorstep. As Rieni grew closer, it seemed the person inside the carriage had also seen him. Just as Rieni approached, the door of the carriage swung open, and a young, slender noblewoman stepped out, dressed in a white gown. It was Jenny. "Lord Rieni, we have been waiting for you." Miss Jenny waited almost an hour, said the butler, introducing her. "Lord Rieni, I have brought the books you asked me to find," Jenny said as she handed over 2 thick volumes. This suddenly made Rieni a bit embarrassed. She had waited so long just so he could receive the books as quickly as possible. Although, Rieni knew there was an intention to curry favor on her part. But respecting another person, that feeling was indeed lovely. Rieni bowed slightly, saying, "Miss Jenny, thank you very much." Giggle, "Lord Rieni, you are too kind. As the guardian knight of our family, it's the least I can do," Jenny said with a light laugh. Covering her mouth, after a moment's thought, Rieni added that, "If you ever find yourself in trouble one day, please send someone to notify me. Perhaps I can be of some small help." "Lord Rieni, I truly appreciate that. It's getting late now, so I won't disturb you any further, but if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Clearly, Rieni's current demeanor made Jenny feel the hour's wait had been worthwhile. Her purpose in coming was to ingratiate herself with Rieni, a knight of emerging potential. Now, having Rieni say such a sentence to her was already a sort of tacit promise. "All right, Miss Jenny, goodbye." Rieni waved his hand and said with a smile. What he didn't notice at that moment was that 4 pairs of big eyes were watching his brief exchange with Jenny. Anna and Laguerre through the door crack, Bohe through the dog hole named Biscuit, and his mother Emma through the kitchen window. When Rieni returned home and entered the door, he found several people looking at him with various expressions. This suddenly startled Rieni. Children can hardly keep secrets, and hearing Bohe flutter his big eyes asking, "Brother, who is that beautiful lady who came down from the carriage?" The moment Bohe spoke, the others' gazes converged on Rieni. This immediately gave Rieni a feeling, as if it were greater pressure than facing a mist wraith. Rieni, who had hurriedly retreated to his own room, eagerly began to read through the 2 books Jenny had brought him. Soon, Rieni discovered that spirit was formerly called Akkadian, a language passed down from ancient times containing magical powers. However, its complex pronunciation and throat vibrations made it extremely difficult to learn. However, his spiritual power had reached 12 points, greatly improving his learning efficiency. Quickly, through studying with the help of the 2 books, Rieni had already grasped the meanings of dozens of simple Akkadian vocabulary words. As for pronunciation, he had not mastered it. Thinking things over, Rieni somewhat impatiently reached under the bed and pulled out the beast-taming diary with a silver cover. Sure enough, among the previously unintelligible text, there were a few words Rieni could now understand. The leaping spirit of the elements. Secret fire servant. Just as Rieni was heartily engrossed, a gentle knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock, knock. From that knock, Rieni already knew who it was. "Come in." Rieni closed the book with the silver cover. Anna stood shyly at the door, seemingly noticing Rieni was reading and thus asked, "Rieni, may I come in?" "Of course," Rieni said, rising to his feet with a smile. The beast-taming diary, with its silver cover and jewel-encrusted design, immediately caught Anna's attention. "Oh, what a beautiful book. Rieni, may I take a look?" Anna glanced at the book in silver, then at Rieni and asked. Rieni certainly wouldn't object to Anna flipping through it, as he was already studying Akkadian. Perhaps, someday, he might understand the spells but be unable to cast them and need Anna to give it a try. The wooden amulet was a perfect example. The wooden amulet had no reaction when Rieni touched it, but Anna could perform some kind of miraculous healing witchcraft upon contact. As Anna took the book in silver and leaned against the window, just as she was about to flip through it, suddenly, something peculiar happened with the book. "Rieni, the pattern on the cover is moving," Anna said, looking up at Rieni, slightly frightened. What? Rini narrowed his eyes and quickly stepped forward. Soon, Rini saw that it might have been the moonlight shining on the beast-taming diary from outside that caused it. On the surface of the silver cover, the largest sapphire, ruby, and turquoise seemed to have absorbed some of the moonlight, and at that moment, their glow was shifting, undergoing some magical change. The three gemstones shone brilliantly, then a bright but not blinding beam of light connected the three gems. At that moment, the pattern on the silver cover also dynamically changed. The engraved bear, the patterns, and the veins of the leaves all shifted. The bear walked away, and the flower and leaves dispersed around, leaving the middle of the cover suddenly revealing a round water well filled with water. The water in the well, reflecting the moon, shimmered beautifully. Three large characters written in a Akkadi script were inscribed beside the well, seemingly the words Moon Well, but Rain didn't recognize the last character. But, combining it with the design, it probably read Moon Well. At this moment, Rain's feelings were quite mixed. He had possessed the silver book for a long time now. It was the same last time with the amulet. Every time he touched it, nothing happened, but when Anna touched it, a miraculous transformation would occur. Who was being underestimated? Suddenly, Anna's figure staggered. She clutched her head, appearing to be in great discomfort, which made Rain hurry to support her. But in that instant, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. Rain felt as though he had stepped into a time tunnel. Familiar scenes around him stretched and compressed. Then, in the next second, the scenery became clear again. However, Rain was taken aback right away. At this moment, he was greeted by the fragrant air filled with floral scents and a dense, lush forest filled with towering trees and shrubs, interspersed with many vibrant flowers. Colorful butterflies fluttered and bees circled in figure eights. The sounds around him included various insects buzzing, bird calls, and the roars of unknown beasts. This left Rain momentarily dazed. He couldn't tell if he had been teleported to some unknown forest sanctuary or if this was merely an illusion. Especially since, at that moment, he was still embracing the slight figure of Anna, exactly as he had been in his room just before, which made it even harder for him to distinguish the reality. After thinking for a moment, Rain checked his profession panel and found it was still accessible. Meanwhile, Anna was still bowing her head, her hands clutching her head, displaying an expression of extreme discomfort. So, Rain gently patted Anna's back and called out softly, "Anna." Anna? Gradually, Anna seemed to feel a bit better. She first looked up, glanced around, then immediately showed a bewildered and surprised expression. With confused eyes, she looked at Rain and then, as if realizing something, exclaimed, "Rain, where are we?" From Anna's expression, it seemed she was seeing the same green forest as he was. Could it be that they had indeed been teleported to some mystical realm? And was that silver book the gateway to this mystical realm? What immense power, Rain thought. Suddenly, Rain was unsure of what to do next. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, from deep within Rain's heart, a distant voice seemed to call, "Come, closer, here." Rain listened carefully, and he could faintly make out that it was a female voice. Rain looked at Anna, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Rain said, "Anna, did you hear it?" "Yes, it seems to be calling us over." Anna nodded and said. Clearly, both of them heard some kind of summons coming from ahead. After thinking it over, Rain decided to check it out. Otherwise, just staying put seemed like a fruitless option. Thus, Rain, leading Anna, slowly walked forward. It seemed they were headed deeper into the forest. At this moment, the woods grew denser and denser. Suddenly, the sound of breaking branches erupted, and a huge brown bear appeared in front of them. This bear was over 2 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long, nearly twice the size of the brown bear's Rain had seen in his previous life in Côte d'Ivoire. Suddenly, it stood up, facing Rain and Anna, and let out a fierce roar. The deafening sound waves immediately blasted in all directions. Rain quickly stepped in front of Anna to protect her. Since he had taken off the greatsword after getting home, he wasn't carrying the glimmering greatsword at this moment. But some things had to be done, weapon or no weapon. Just as Rain was preparing to wrestle with the huge brown bear, the next second, something unexpected happened. After roaring, the bear shook its massive head and walked away to the side, gradually disappearing into the dense forest. Rain and Anna exchanged glances, not quite understanding why the brown bear had suddenly given up on attacking. After a pause, the two continued walking forward. Soon after, another unexpected incident occurred. A dark shadow flashed by not far in front of them. Rain's pupils constricted. He saw clearly that it was a huge black panther. At this moment, the panther was hiding in the dense forest, quietly watching them. Once again, Rain shielded Anna behind him and began to confront the Black Panther. But it wasn't long before the Black Panther also mysteriously left. By now, Rain had some suspicions forming in his mind. However, he didn't say anything and continued to lead Anna forward. After a long while, the two finally saw that deep within the dense forest, there seemed to be a small clearing, and at the center of the clearing, there was a sort of glow emanating. The two immediately quickened their pace. As they approached, they saw a well on the clearing. The water in the well reflected the moon. The surface rippled slightly, looking exactly like the well that appeared on the silver cover. How beautiful! Seeing this scene, Anna walked to the edge of the well and couldn't help but reach out to touch the water. Suddenly, as Anna's pale fingers touched the well water, the water rippled violently, shattering their reflections in the water in an instant. The next second, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The trees around them stretched and changed color like dough, and everything around them underwent unpredictable changes. It was as if Rain and Anna were passing through a wormhole. Except for them, everything around turned bizarre and fantastical. It seemed like a moment, yet also seemed very long. When they came to their senses again, Rain and Anna found themselves back in their room, with Anna still holding the book with the silver cover. Only this time, the pattern on the cover had changed back to its original appearance. The miraculous moon well was nowhere to be seen. Anna for a moment didn't know what to say. Rain, however, kept his gaze fixed on the book of silver in Anna's hands. The next second, Rain stretched out his hand, intending to open the book of silver again, but quickly his hand stopped mid-air, as Rain recalled the uncomfortable feeling from just a moment ago, which made him shudder. However, thinking it over, Rain had some guesses, and so he continued to open the book directly to the second page. Sure enough, the content inside was completely different from before. The first line, written in the common language, read, "Congratulations, you have passed the Druid Circle's trial of will." It seems the previous one must have been some kind of illusion technique, but that was almost too realistic. Without pondering for too long, Rain and Anna gazed intently down at the next page. After a long while, Rain finally exhaled deeply, a look of joy on his face, but in the next second his brows furrowed. It turned out that the willpower trial was a method used by the Druid Circle to select and test newcomers, and those who passed the willpower trial were deemed ready to begin practicing the basic meditation method. What followed was indeed a record of the basic meditation method. However, Rain was a bit troubled by the fact that Anna could trigger the wooden amulet, but he had no reaction at all. Would he be able to practice the Druid Circle's basic meditation method? At this point, Anna turned her head to look at Rain with a gaze that was passionate, yet somewhat anxious. "Rain, can I practice this meditation method?" she asked. As Rain's power rapidly increased, Anna had always felt a sense of anxiety, as if Rain was growing further and further away from her. This feeling peaked today when she saw Rain chatting and laughing with that elegant, noble lady through the crack of the door. Now, with the meditation method laid out before her, she was eager to learn it, even though she was not sure how powerful she would become after mastering it. However, she had heard various legends from the mystical side. Regardless, she would certainly be much more formidable than she was now if she learned it, thought Anna. "Of course you can," replied Rain without hesitation. If there was a chance, he couldn't practice the Druid's basic meditation method. Clearly, Anna had a high likelihood of being able to. In fact, even now, Rain wasn't sure whether the change in the trial book was triggered by the moonlight alone, or whether Anna's touch was also an essential part of it, or if there were other triggering conditions. But from what Rain guessed, this time it might still be because of Anna, just like with the wooden amulet. When they turned to the next page, suddenly, the trial book emitted a green glow. As the green light shone upon them, their minds abruptly received content and methods for practicing the basic meditation method. Faced with this magical phenomenon, both Anna and Rain exchanged glances, seeing surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. After some time, Rain studied the contents and methods of the basic meditation method several times before he confirmed that it seemed he could also practice the Druidic basic meditation method. He didn't yet know how effective it would be, but he was fairly certain he could learn it. According to the instructions, the prerequisite for practicing the basic meditation method was to have spiritual power. Beyond that of an ordinary person, a criterion both Rain and Anna met, and that was the purpose of the willpower trial. Rain roughly estimated that this threshold was around 10 spirit attribute points, nearly twice that of an average person, while he had 12 spirit points, making it much easier for him than Anna. Additionally, after observing the content of the basic meditation method in his mind, Rain started to understand why Endry's diary had no such records. That was because the content of the basic meditation method turned out to be a series of three-dimensional symbols, and they became more complex the further one got. No wonder the Druid's circle transferred knowledge through that method of green light. Just as Rain was about to try practicing the basic meditation method, the knocking on the door sounded again. Knock, knock, knock. However, before Rain could call out to come in, the door was opened from the outside. There stood Laguerre with a teasing expression looking at them both. Sensing Laguerre's peculiar gaze, Anna looked down to inspect herself, and only then she realized that because she and Rain had been watching the trial book together, their hands were still intertwined, bodies pressed closely to each other. Immediately Anna's face flushed red, and her fair little hand quickly withdrew from Rain's, her body springing away like a startled bunny. In truth, Laguerre was falsely accusing Rain and Anna. Honestly, their experience had just been too magical for them to have considered anything romantic. Their hands were intertwined because Rain was protecting Anna during the trial, and their bodies were pressed closely together because they were both attracted to the magical changes in the trial book. What exactly are you two secretly doing? I've knocked twice now, said Laguerre, glancing at them both with a peculiar look. Anna immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, her face burning red, but Rain was stunned. It seemed that during the willpower trial with Anna, Laguerre had already been by once. No wonder she knocked and then just pushed the door open without waiting this time. Anna, do you even know what time it is? Do you plan to sleep here tonight? Laguerre asked Anna, smiling mischievously. No. Anna's face became even redder, as if about to bleed, and she waved her hands frantically. Rain, thank you for today. Well, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too, Anna said, and quickly pushed Laguerre out of the room. Before leaving, Laguerre gave Rain a meaningful glance. Then their footsteps descending the stairs followed. Rain shook his head, dispelling the romantic thoughts from his mind. At that moment, having just acquired the basic meditation method, he was like a boy deeply engrossed in a video game, with no mind to pay attention to a girlfriend. Soon, Rain began to visualize the first three-dimensional symbol in his mind according to the method of practicing the basic meditation method. These three-dimensional symbols, as described in the basic meditation method, were known as will runes. The will rune was a rather intricate three-dimensional pattern that had to be vividly imagined in the mind. According to the introduction in the meditation technique, if one could visualize all 8 will runes at once, that would be considered stepping into the first stage. Of course, the primary function of the meditation technique was to enhance spiritual power gradually through the visualization of will runes. After several attempts, Rain was pleasantly surprised to discover that on his best try, he had successfully visualized 7 will runes at once, just one short of reaching the first stage described in the meditation technique. However, at that moment, Rain felt a throbbing pain accompanied by a slight headache at his temples evidently. This was likely due to the length of the meditation practice approaching his current limit. Indeed, this was very similar to the night breathing method, with an implicit time restriction each day. Once one reached the physical limit, it was necessary to rest and recover gradually. At the same time, although he had yet to trigger a job change or anything of the sort, Rain had a vague premonition that something might change once he reached the first stage of the meditation technique. For now, what he needed to do was to quickly resolve this final step. After all, he had already succeeded in visualizing 7 will runes at once, only one more was needed. It didn't take long for Rain to think of the simplest method, which was naturally to add points. If 1 point wasn't enough for the spirit attribute, then 2 points he was confident that he could easily handle the 8th will rune with the additional points. Of course, the approach most people took was to enhance their spiritual power slowly through practice with the 7 will runes, even though it was a bit slower. That night, feeling somewhat mentally exhausted, Rain fell into a deep sleep. The border of Minster Province. A tall figure wearing a gray robe and a hooded cloak was heading south through the forest, the occasional glimpse of jet black hair indicating that she seemed to be the female elf who had rushed there from Ferdinand Forest. Suddenly she stopped, lifting her head slightly, revealing a delicate face beneath her hood. As she drew closer, she clearly sensed the fluctuations from the activation of the trial book. Frowning, her eyes flickered, and in a low whisper, she muttered, "How is this possible? The amulet being triggered could be a fluke, but activating the trial book requires fulfillment of." The next day after waking up, Rain's first thought was about how to tackle the basic meditation technique, because he was agonizing over being so close to reaching the first stage. After some thought and checking his panel, he found that the dog trainer job was the easiest to level up, currently at LV2, 292 over 300. Although he hadn't been taking Cookie on night patrols recently, he managed to raise his dog trainer level to this point by crafting premium dog food and feeding it. So, first thing in the morning, Rain took the greyhound Cookie out for a walk. After coming back, he prepared a lavish feast for Cookie and successfully raised his dog trainer level to LV3, 1 over 500, gaining 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Having sorted out the dog trainer upgrade, Rain handed Cookie over to Bohi and without any hesitation returned to his room. Without any hesitation, Rain added an attribute point to Spirit, instantly raising it from 12 to 13. Rain immediately felt a sense of clarity in his ears and eyes, although the improvement was not huge. Right away, Rain started to try the first 8 will runes of the basic meditation technique again. The 7th will rune, the 8th will rune. Ding! Host has completed the basic meditation technique will runes 8 over 8 and triggered a job change Wizard Apprentice Transcendent. To advance to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent, the prerequisites are 1. Wizard's Aptitude 2. Spirit 12 points or above 3. Basic meditation technique will runes 8 over 8. All current conditions met. Do you want to change job to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent? Yes/no. Seeing this job change notification, Rain couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Excitedly clenching his fists and swinging them with force. Ding! Job change to Wizard Apprentice Transcendent successful, Spirit +2. Job Wizard Apprentice Transcendent LV1 0 over 100/Night. Transcendent LV1 86 over 100/Blacksmith LV3 0 over 500/Dog Trainer LV3 1 over 500 remaining attribute points. 0 remaining skill points. 1. The additional increase in spirit made Rain realize that his perception of the surroundings had changed. This was not just an improvement in eyesight, but an all-encompassing enhancement of hearing, smell, and other senses. Including an even deeper change, he became more sensitive to perceptions. Rain could faintly detect various energy particles floating in the air around his body. When he closed his eyes, this sensation became especially intense. However, when Rain looked at the Wizard Apprentice job panel, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the entire panel was also flashing with a beautiful green light, there was only a lonely skill icon flickering, which was the basic meditation method LV1 12 over 100. There was not a single combat skill. This gave Rain a feeling of false joy. After a stroke of serendipity, he had triggered the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent job panel, but since he hadn't learned any sorcery, it could be said that this Transcendent panel was currently not living up to its name. Compared to the Knight Transcendent job panel, the difference in combat power was like heaven and earth. However, Rain glanced at his spirit attribute, which had at least risen to 15 points, comforting his wounded soul since spirit concerned many of his core skills' power or duration. For example, Strength Burst was directly proportional to Rain's constitution and spirit. For example, Danger Perception, whose acuity was directly proportional to Rain's spirit. The stronger the spiritual power, the sharper the perception. So looking at it this way, Rain had successfully triggered a new Transcendent job as a Wizard Apprentice, which then greatly enhanced the original Transcendent job, Knight. Rain stroked his chin, thinking this way, which gave him a bittersweet feeling. Well, an inexplicable sense of joy. Rain carefully recalled that entry, whom Lord Hamilton called a level 1 Wizard Apprentice. The guy who talked a bit too much was probably at the same level as himself currently. It seemed that he couldn't cast sorcery independently, but could only rely on rare sorcery scrolls or other items to perform spell attacks. Rain wondered if Endry was just too incompetent, or if there were other conditions that needed to be met. Thinking it over, Rain began his first session of meditation practice since becoming a Wizard Apprentice. Perhaps because his spiritual power had increased to 15 points, Rain smoothly visualized 9 will runes at once and still had energy to spare. However, Rain didn't rush to visualize the 10th will rune, but as the practice method suggested, he began to sense and try to guide the free-floating mysterious energy particles around him. Closing his eyes and fully engaging in perception, Rain gradually felt the various mysterious energy particles in the surrounding space, a sensation that was very peculiar and hard to describe in words. But feeling them was one thing, trying to guide these energy particles was another. After several attempts, Rain finally discovered a type of energy particle that seemed to respond more actively to him. Rain opened his eyes, striving to guide these energy particles to converge around his palm. On Rain's palm skin, a very dim red light briefly glowed. If one didn't look closely, it was hardly noticeable. This effect lasted only a few seconds before the red light vanished without a trace. However, Rain was not discouraged, but rather delighted. After all, being able to visually observe such a magical change on his first attempt at guiding was quite exciting for Rain. Next, it seems I only need to follow the steps to visualize more will runes and further increase my spiritual power. At the same time, I'll continue to attempt to guide the free-floating energy particles, he muttered. It's a pity that I don't have any basic level sorcery to learn, Rain thought to himself. It felt like owning a gold mine, but not being able to spend the gold. It was like learning the night breathing method, but not learning any combat skills. This couldn't help but remind Rain of the time Clea taught him the giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique. Having a guide was indeed beneficial. Now he felt like a wild wizard, figuring out almost everything on his own. Unfortunately, Hamilton was a staunch knightly idealist, and it wasn't appropriate to ask him about wizardly affairs. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rain's mind, and he murmured, to further break through the dog's limitations and increase the possibility of evolving into a more ferocious state, I could try a daily nutrition meal as the basis, combined with a monthly 2-ounce dose of the mutation growth elixir. That's right, the mutation growth elixir. Rain quickly opened the Book of Silver, turning to the page on enhancing dogs. Mutation growth elixir formula: 1 ounce of sunflowers, a pair of nocturnal vampire bat wings, 2 claws of a carrion wolf. At this moment, Rain attempted to decipher the previously incomprehensible latter part. Akkadian when making, spell mobilize. This seems like a viable path. However, I still need to solve 2 problems. Firstly, to continue learning Akkadian, as my current vocabulary is certainly insufficient. Also, dumb Akkadian won't work. I need to be able to chant. Secondly, acquiring the necessary materials. For this, perhaps only the bat market in County Town can address this issue. Items like nocturnal vampire bat wings and carrion wolf claws clearly don't look like something a reputable pharmacy would sell. As Rain pondered, suddenly, a somewhat urgent knocking sound came from outside his home. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, that was the voice of the short Mateo. Rain hurried downstairs to open the door, only to hear Mateo say, Rain, Lord Hamilton wants you to immediately go to the town hall. The team that had been investigating the evil spirit knights in Nightingale Forest has just arrived. Also, Rain, Lord Hamilton asked me to notify that barbarian girl Lagore. She should be staying at your place, right? Could you inform her for me? Sure, I'll be right there. I'll notify Lagore. After a moment's thought, Rain responded. Okay. I still need to prepare a few things, so I'll be leaving first. Mateo chuckled and thumped Rain's robust chest as a greeting, then quickly stepped away. The approval for Rain's appointment as deputy sheriff had not yet been granted by the county town. Otherwise, Mateo wouldn't have been so casual. However, Rain quite enjoyed his current status. If people he knew saw him and acted all constrained, it would make him a bit uncomfortable. Although he had just activated his Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel, Rain was thinking of studying it carefully. Still, he had promised Lagore earlier, and naturally didn't want to break his word. So, picking up his knight's helmet, which he hadn't had time to repair, Rain donned the 5-piece set of knight armor, and carrying a sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword, left the house. Rain first turned left and arrived at Anna's doorstep, where he knocked on the door. Soon, Anna opened the door and was quite pleased to see it was Rain. Yesterday, she had undergone a trial of will with Rain, and the scene was still fresh in her mind. Whenever Anna thought of how Rain had protected her while standing behind him, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She had not shared this with Lagore, it was her little secret. Rain, why have you come, oh? Are you about to go on a mission? Anna, seeing Rain fully armed, couldn't help but ask. Yes, later I need to join the county's investigation team on a trip to Nightingale Forest. Oh, Anna, is Laguerre here? Rain nodded in confirmation of Anna's guess. She is. Hearing that Rain had come looking for Laguerre made Anna feel slightly disappointed. She had thought that Rain had come to share insights on the basic meditation techniques. In fact, she had seriously practiced the basic meditation techniques last night, and could now visualize 6 will runes in a single session, merely 2 steps away from 8. Rain, did you need me? Laguerre's familiar voice came from inside the room. Apparently hearing the conversation between Rain and Anna, Laguerre emerged from the bedroom, sleep still in her eyes, wearing a thin nightgown that barely covered her voluptuous and energetic figure. This made Anna take a few more glances at her, then look down at herself as her fair hands clenched suddenly. Ahem. Laguerre, the county's team to investigate the evil spirit knights has arrived. If you want to join, you'll need to get ready quickly. Rain coughed and shifted his gaze slightly aside. Did you say the county has finally sent someone? Laguerre's entire demeanor froze, her eyes wide open. Only just realizing, she hurriedly turned around and dashed into the bedroom, saying, 3 minutes, I'll be ready soon. Shortly, Laguerre appeared in a warrior's outfit with short-sleeved mail over a leather harness, her round, pale legs impressively flexible. Rain merely glanced at her, and felt that Laguerre's figure was even more stunning than when he had first met her. Laguerre was past her growing phase, wasn't she? Hey, Laguerre, is your shield fixed? Rain was surprised to see that Laguerre carried a shield nearly identical to the previous one on her back, made of solid wood with a palm-sized, raised iron disc at the center, tightly encircled by a narrow strip of iron. Yes, though I couldn't find iron fir wood, I did find a large piece of oak. So I used it to repair the shield. Laguerre shifted slightly, allowing Rain a clear view of the shield on her back. Rain then remembered that Laguerre was not only a barbarian warrior, but also a skilled blacksmith. For her, fixing a shield was a simple task, provided she had the right materials. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he could see that the grain of one large piece of wood was inconsistent with the others, and the color was slightly different. However, if one wasn't looking closely, it was quite indistinguishable. The two bid farewell to Anna and headed towards the town hall. When Rain and Laguerre arrived at the town hall, a mixed-style team was already stationed at the entrance. 4 knights clad in bright silver armor and draped in white cloaks were particularly striking. Their armor was intricately patterned, different from the regular knight armor, and they had a prominent golden emblem on their chests. A long-skirted woman standing atop waves, blowing a horn. With the enhanced perception he obtained after his class change to wizard apprentice, Rain could faintly sense the powerful physical strength contained within the armor of the 4 silver knights wielding swords and shields. Clearly, these 4 were not ordinary cavalry, but genuine knights who had stepped into transcendence. Rain had heard from Hamilton that not only the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, but other churches as well referred to their transcendent knights as temple knights, and those below transcendent were called temple guardians. To eliminate the evil spirit knight, would they dispatch 4 temple knights at once? How powerful the goddess church must be. Could there be another purpose, such as investigating the cause of the evil spirit knight's appearance? Rain couldn't help but speculate. Additionally, there were 2 formal knights, dressed in relatively simple knight plate armor, and based on the crest on their chests, they seemed to be the guard knights of some nobility, with one of them even equipped with the rarely seen round-arm shield. As Rain approached, he encountered many familiar faces of the night watchmen along the way, greeting each with a smile, and his night watchman comrades also responded with smiles and waves. At that moment, Hamilton emerged, accompanied by 2 VIPs, and from his slightly trailing posture, it was evident that these 2 held higher status than Hamilton. One was an elder dressed in a water-blue robe with gold trim, holding a thick book from his attire. He was evidently the leader of this mission from the Goddess Church. The other was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache clad in knight armor, probably a nobleman, and the 2 knights from before were likely his guard knights. Hamilton noticed Rain and Laguerre approaching as well. Perhaps Rain was not so conspicuous, but Laguerre, as a rare female and with the large shield on her back, was quite eye-catching. If this had been before, Rain, as a night watchman, would naturally not have had the chance to be introduced. But today was different, as his advancement to transcendent at such a young age had earned him the privilege of being introduced by Hamilton. "Viscount Lord Reverend, this is Rain. Also the Vice Officer of Public Security for Flashgold Town that you've just appointed," Hamilton said with a smile. "Rain, this is Lord Hamadi Viscount, the Chief of Public Security of the county town, and this is Reverend Rudolph from the Goddess Church." "Good day, Viscount Lord." "Good day, Reverend," Rain said with a slight bow. At the same time, he was quite astonished. Internally Chief of Public Security of the county town. That was the superior of his own boss. He didn't expect that due to the evil spirit knight, the latter would come in person. And Hamilton had just said his appointment as Vice Officer of Public Security was confirmed. This was indeed good news. After all, the higher the position, the more information and resources he could access, Rain thought to himself. When they heard of Rain's new position, elevated from night watchman captain to Vice Officer of Public Security of Flashgold, his fellow night watchmen and the public security officers were momentarily stunned, but then resumed their composure as if it was to be expected. Some of the night watchmen even showed joy on their faces, as if they shared in the glory, as if the promotion were their own. Others whispered among themselves, seemingly explaining the situation to those who were not yet informed. Rain's strength was one thing, but more importantly, despite his young age, Rain was quite skillful in interpersonal relations, humble, capable of fighting tough battles, and after several missions, many of his night watchman comrades held a deep respect for the young man. For instance, during the extermination of the evil Finfolk, Rain was assigned the heaviest task, blocking all escape routes for the dispersed Finfolk by himself. Even though there were more Finfolk than expected, Rain nonetheless managed to tackle the difficult challenge. In the child rescue incident, it was even more apparent. Every night watchman involved in the mission gave Rain a thumbs up as he single-handedly took down several formidable villains and rescued more than 20 children. This earned genuine admiration from the night watchmen who participated in the mission. Without Rain, they didn't know how many might have died. Laguerre watched from the side, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Although she had some understanding back in the training grounds, she hadn't anticipated that Rain's popularity among the night watchmen of Flashgold Town would be so high. While Rain was chatting with the VIPs, a pair of beautiful eyes watched him quietly through the window of a carriage not far away. A few minutes before, Miss Jenny from the Crowley family was passing through the town's administration office in a carriage, heading south toward Rain's home. Her mother, Lady Viscountess Crowley, had been urging her to communicate more with Rain and maintain a good relationship. Personally, she also had a favorable impression of the somewhat handsome young man, but unfortunately, Rain had declined her mother's suggestion last time. Ever since she found out that Rain was interested in spiritual texts, Jenny often visited her family's library. This time she had found an ancient book recorded in spiritual writing, that is, the Akkadian language, which she thought might interest Rain. Of course, Jenny's main objective was to find an excuse to interact more with Rain through the gift of the book. Additionally, to facilitate communication between Rain and the Crowley family, Jenny had specially prepared a pair of blue helmet pigeons. These messenger pigeons were extremely fast, with a tuft of blue feathers on their heads that resembled a knight's helmet. Hence the name Blue Helmet Pigeons. At this moment, the pair of blue-capped pigeons stayed quietly in a birdcage at her feet. Hearing the nearby commotion, Jenny peered through the carriage window and saw the bustling scene in front of the town hall of Flashgold Town. For uncommon Lady Knight Templars of the Goddess Church piqued Jenny's curiosity, and she scrutinized them for a while. "Hey, isn't that Rain?" Jenny spotted Rain greeting the Viscount. Rain, out of politeness, had already removed his knight's helmet, so Jenny recognized him at a glance. "Casso, pull the carriage over to the side," Jenny said to the coachman, Casso. "As you wish, Miss Jenny." The carriage came to a steady stop by the roadside, and Jenny listened attentively. Since Rain and the others were knights, their voices were not deliberately concealed. Jenny could hear them clearly from 20 or 30 meters away. Deputy Officer of Town Security in Flashgold Town, Jenny's beautiful eyes sparkled upon hearing this. As a noble lady, she naturally understood the Imperial Administrative System's appointments. Despite the title deputy, considering Rain's current age, this was quite impressive. In the Imperial Administrative System, competition was inevitable with its share of pettiness. But there was one type, where military merit was most valued. As long as one's military deeds were sufficient, promotion would be smooth sailing. The background less Rain, becoming deputy officer, indicated that he must have accrued substantial bona fide achievements. Otherwise, he would have never received the appointment. Mother's judgment is as excellent as always. However, is Rain about to leave? Jenny frowned. She had come to Flashgold Town specifically to find Rain, but given the current situation, it seemed that he might have some important mission to undertake with the Goddess Church. This caused an inexplicable irritation in Jenny's heart. So you are Rain, truly a promising youth. I've reviewed your records. I had no idea that you, having joined Lord Hamilton's ranks not long ago, had completed many challenging tasks. With your capabilities, Flashgold Town is indeed too small for you. Have you considered coming to the county town? Hamadi, the Viscount, said smilingly. Somehow, Rain always felt that this superior of his superior had a disingenuous smile. The smile was very insincere. Thank you for the compliment, Viscount, but the cost of living in the county town is too steep. If I were to move there, I'm afraid I couldn't afford a house, Rain said with a laugh, tactfully declining. Rain's response triggered hearty laughter from the others. Viscount, although Rain has completed many tasks, he is still much too young and needs more training. Let him stay with me a little longer, Lord Hamilton chimed in to defuse the situation. Prior to this, Rudolph the preacher had not paid much attention to Rain, but after sizing him up carefully and hearing from Lord Hamilton that Rain was under 15 years old, he became quite interested in him. Rain certainly noticed the preacher Rudolph's gaze. Although the eyes were gentle, they had a penetrating quality. Rain, would you be interested in joining the church and embracing the goddess? I believe with your qualifications, you have a good chance of vying for the next Meister in the county town. As soon as Rudolph, the preacher, opened his mouth, he made a grand proposal, shocking Viscount Hamadi and Lord Hamilton who were nearby. They knew preacher Rudolph all too well. As the one responsible for demon hunting and exorcism in the county town's Church of the Sea Goddess, he was usually serious and had a rather old-fashioned demeanor. To their surprise, he showed a particular fondness for Rain. And the four Lady Knight Templars couldn't help but turn their heads slightly to look at Rain. The others might not be members of the church and might not realize the weight and significance of the term Meister within the church, but they knew it all too well. Every Meister was a candidate for the district's bishop, which meant that if Rain became a Meister, he would have a strong chance of succeeding the Meister of the county's Church of the Sea Goddess. Preacher Rudolph's words also left Rain feeling flattered but overwhelmed. However, Rain never considered himself wholly devoted to a single deity. If he joined the church, he guessed it would be only a matter of time before he became a blasphemer. After thinking it through, Rain politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, preacher, but Lord Hamilton has been very caring towards me. Please forgive me for not being able to join your esteemed church. At that moment, Viscount Hamadi spoke. It's getting late, Hamilton, with the preacher personally making the trip. I think you should accompany us to the Nightingale Forest. What about Flashgold Town? Lord Hamilton hesitated. Isn't that a simple matter? Just leave Rain to watch over Flashgold Town. All right, I'll follow the Viscount's arrangement, Lord Hamilton said, nodding after a brief reflection. Rain, you'll stay and guard Flashgold Town. If all goes well, we should be back by evening, at the latest by tomorrow. While I'm away, I'm entrusting you with the town's security, he said. Rain was stunned by these words. No, please, I was planning to harvest a wave of experience. How could this? Rain inwardly screamed. He desperately wanted to refuse. Content source MVLMP, but clearly it was not the place to do so. After all, this order had come from the superior of his superior, and moreover, his direct superior, Lord Hamilton, had agreed. Consequently, Rain could only respond, by your command, Lord Hamilton. Oh, Hamilton, if you are worried, I can ask Andrews to stay in Flashgold Town as well. Now are you reassured? Viscount Hamadi said with a smile. Rain, this is Knight Andrews. Viscount Hamadi pointed to the towering guard knight equipped with an armed shield. Lord Andrews, hello. Hello, Lord Rain. A deep voice came from the other's knight's helmet. Oh, this Knight Andrews is very strong. Rain's senses told him that Andrews seemed to be an experienced knight. This made Rain a bit puzzled, wondering why Viscount Hamadi would leave an experienced knight behind. But he didn't think much about it. Perhaps it was for Hamilton's peace of mind. Of course, that's unknown. Before the team departed, Rain and Lagaray instructed that it would be best if they could bring back her brother and the belongings of his comrades, but if not, ensuring their own safe return was most important. Soon, the team from County Town joined the team from Flashgold Town, a majestic group of 40 to 50 people, and they set off towards the western Nightingale Forest. This time, Hamilton took nearly 20 night watchmen, which amounted to more than half of the defensive power of Flashgold Town. After seeing off the team, Andrews spoke up. "Lord Rain, as the new deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town, could you show me around Flashgold Town? Although I've been here a few times, it's been a long while." For Andrews' request, Rain naturally had no problem, because it just so happened that it was customary every day for the town sheriff to patrol around Flashgold Town on horseback. Although this was more of a formality, it remained a method to deter minor criminals and had been passed down to the present day. So Rain often saw Hamilton taking time to patrol with 2 guards, the 3 of them riding together. Thus Rain readily nodded and agreed. "Of course, there's no problem, Lord Andrews. Please follow me." Through idle chatter with Andrews, Rain learned that, after receiving the message about the evil spirit knight, County Town took it very seriously. However, the entire Meister County had been unsettled recently, and the seasonal and marine goddess church had already sent out several teams to other places, with a team just returning yesterday. Therefore, the delay in the team coming to Flashgold Town to investigate the evil spirit knight was a few days. Meanwhile, Jenny, who was secretly relieved that Rain didn't need to go on a mission this time, saw Rain and an unfamiliar knight starting to mount their horses and head towards the edge of town. This made her heart tighten, but seeing their slow pace, Jenny soon realized that Rain was just going for his routine patrol. As an aristocrat's offspring, of course, she knew this was a routine of the sheriff. Thus, Jenny thought for a moment, then said to the coachman, "Casso, follow Lord Rain from a distance with the carriage, and also, let the 2 family cavalrymen wait here." "As you command, miss." The coachman Casso quickly greeted the 2 family cavalrymen in charge of protecting. Jenny wanted to approach directly, but with someone new beside Rain, now was not an appropriate time to deepen their interaction, so she could only have the coachman follow at a distance. And Jenny's eyes were fixed on Rain. The more she looked, the more she felt the knight in armor look dashing, making her heart race. Rain and Andrews soon reached the edge of the town. At that moment, a woman's scream suddenly rang out from within Flashgold Town. Rain narrowed his eyes and instantly turned his head towards the direction from which the sound came. But suddenly his heart sounded an alarm. His level 3 danger perception told Rain that the source of danger was right beside him. Without the time to turn his head, Rain instinctively activated his second transcendent ability, Iron Skin, and suddenly he felt a forceful and scorching attack hit his lower back. The next second, he was blasted from his horse like a cannonball, hitting the ground. Instantly, the ground formed a deep crater where Rain landed, dust billowing. And Jenny, who was following from afar, had her eyes wide open, her hands covering her mouth in utter disbelief, watching the scene unfold before her. The unfamiliar knight beside Rain, wasn't he Viscount Hamadi's guard knight? Why would he suddenly attack Rain? And Jenny had just witnessed the attack, seeing black flames suddenly surge from the attacker's palm, striking Rain's waist with great speed, even tearing through his knight armor. Oh my goodness. Rain, just recently appointed as deputy sheriff, the guardian knight his family had just made contact with, was now ambushed and killed. Great goddess above. How could such a horrifying event occur? But what terrified her even more happened. The tall, thin knight who ambushed and killed Rain was now focusing his gaze on her carriage. What a pity, the young knight prodigy never had the chance to fully mature. "Oh, we have a few spectators here, too bad. If you've seen something you shouldn't have, you'll have to join Rain now," Andrews said, his voice tinged with an indescribable glee. The next second, Andrews shook the reins, turned his horse around, and intended to kill all the witnesses on the carriage behind him. Just as he was about to charge over, his entire body suddenly stiffened, as if perceiving something unbelievable. Before he even turned his head, a voice he thought he would never hear again rang out from behind him. "Lord Andrews, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Black Flame cult." Rieni climbed out of the crater in the ground, now in a wretched state. The knight's breastplate given by Hamilton had been directly shattered by Andrews's black flame strike. But surprisingly, There were no apparent wounds on Rhianni's body. Upon closer observation, one could even see a faint silvery glint on the surface of his exposed skin. Quietly, Rhianni decided to allocate the skill points meant to enhance his basic meditation technique to breaking his limits. In an instant, the limit break value rose from 15% to 25%. Andrew stared at Rhianni with a shocked face. The scene before him had truly startled him. How could you take my full-powered black flame strike and still remain unscathed? Andrews blurted out in disbelief. His heart was screaming as well. How could this be possible? Even seasoned knights, if they were ambushed with this strike, would be gravely injured. And Rhianni, a youngster who had just stepped into Transcendence a few days ago, was fine. Rhianni, of course, wouldn't answer his question. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage and also a hint of trepidation. If he hadn't awakened his second transcendent characteristic iron skin, he might have been lying down forever. Rhianni had never suffered such a loss before. So, seizing the moment, while his opponent was stupefied, Rhianni instantly broke his limit and pulled out the dual-handed greatsword from behind his back, leaping towards Andrews with a leap slash. The purpose of breaking the limit was, of course, to match the opponent's speed. The 25% limit break instantly increased Rhianni's agility from 15 points to just over 18, but not quite 19. When Andrews realized what was happening, Rhianni's dual-handed greatsword was already above his head. But Andrews was no ordinary knight, a veteran with a limit break exceeding 30%. He managed to hastily use his arm shield in his left hand to block Rhianni's strike. Although it was blocked, the impact of Rhianni's strike caused Andrews' steed to kneel with all four legs and collapse on the ground, unable to rise again. Such a rare knight talent. In just a few days, your physical limit break has almost reached that of a seasoned knight. Andrews said slowly, parrying Rhianni's sword with a gloomy expression. If you were given more time to grow, you really would become a big problem for us. However, the farce can end now. Andrews forcefully pushed with his left hand, repelling Rhianni's strike, his face showing disdain. Immediately following, Rhianni lunged at Andrews again with a furious slash, coming from above a 90-degree angle straight down. You think this is useful? What? The word hadn't even left his mouth. Andrews' expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Or at that moment, the rain he was facing had muscles swelling to the point of shattering his knight's breastplate into pieces. His muscles inflated like they were being pumped with air, growing by 2 whole sizes. Andrews' expression would be forever frozen in that look. This absolutely cannot be a knight who has just stepped into the transcendent. Not even a peak knight's muscle change is so exaggerated. This was the last thought Andrews had before his death. Rain, who had cleaved Andrews in two with a single stroke, began to rapidly shrink back to his normal size. Planting the glimmering greatsword heavily into the ground, Rain leaned on it while gasping for air. At that moment, his entire muscular body and fascia ached unbearably, as if every muscle was being torn apart little by little. Just now, it had been Rain's first time combining the knight's universal transcendent ability, breaking limits, the transcendent characteristic huge strength, with a full-powered strength burst, all in a triple overlapping state for that single strike. Though it had lasted for less than 2 seconds and had instantly killed a senior knight who possessed the ability to control black flames, the after effects were also extremely serious. The reason for the triple burst was that after Rain's first swing was blocked, he had calculated that his opponent was a senior knight. Under maximum conditions, it was breaking limits at 60%, plus a strength-type transcendent characteristic at 60%, adding up to at most a 120% enhancement. With their base strength nearly equal, Rain only had a sure win by combining the 3 bursts to achieve a 155% enhancement. Even though Andrews' transcendent characteristic might not have been strength-related and might not have reached a 120% enhancement, Rain didn't want to make any more mistakes. Meanwhile, Jenny in the distant carriage compartment was stunned. Her cherry lips agape wide enough to fit an apple, her beautiful eyes round and wide, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. The splendor of that single swing had caught her eyes and was now imprinted in her heart. Was Rain a god descended to earth? How could muscles get so big? That's terrifying. No, it's so reassuring. Moreover, the transition from near death to suddenly coming back to life was too sudden, like a person about to drown suddenly surfacing and taking a deep breath. This caused Jenny's face to flush red. She even rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from the excitement. And the coachman Casso alike had his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. But after all, he was a man in his 40s and quickly regained his composure, saying, "Miss, shall we go help? It seems that Lord Rieni is also quite exhausted." "Yes, yes, Casso, let's go right now." Rain, enduring the excruciating pain of muscle tearing, pulled up his status panel to check. Skilled giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience points plus 289. You have undergone a battle. Knight. Transcendent. Experience points plus 57. The Knight. Transcendent panel has successfully advanced to Knight. Transcendent. LV2. 43/300. Awarding 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Without hesitation, Rain allocated the attribute point to Constitution, and instantly his Constitution rose from 16 to 17. Suddenly, a warm surge burst forth from his heart and rapidly spread throughout his body. In an instant, all of Rain's muscle-tearing sensation, soreness, and fatigue disappeared. Adding points is damn useful. At that moment, Lord Rieni noticed that after the battle with Andrews, combined with previous experiences against Karawi, Fog Specters, and others, the giant bear sword technique had now reached LV5, 1988/2000. Only one step away, he could enter the gates of LV6. So when Jenny came down from the carriage, her face full of worry, and hurried over with her long dress in both hands, what she saw was Lord Rieni, who had been covered in sweat and contorted in pain, suddenly stand up with a look of joy, brimming with vigor. It completely stunned Jenny. "Lo, Lord Rieni, are you all right?" Jenny stammered, still unable to recover from her shock. Miss Jenny, what brings you here?" Rieni asked in surprise. Could it be that the Crowley family was also involved in this matter? After the recent ambush, Lord Rieni's vigilance was exceptionally high. I came to bring Lord Rieni." "Wait." Lord Rieni gave a shushing gesture and said, because at that moment, he heard more cries of alarm coming from within Flashgold town. The noise was loud and seemed further away, but with Lord Rieni's perception, he could still faintly make out the screams and shouts of a crowd. It seemed that the Black Flame Church had not only sent Andrews, and from the looks of it, their goal was not merely to kill him, but something bigger. The purpose of the Black Flame Church's action this time was probably anything but simple. Lord Rieni glanced at the corpse of Andrews beside him. The body, as evidence, couldn't be left exposed to the elements, and the battle loot had yet to be claimed. After a moment's thought, Lord Rieni turned to Jenny and said, "Miss Jenny, could you collect my battle loot for me?" Battle loot." Jenny was momentarily astonished, failing to grasp his meaning until Lord Rieni pointed towards the unfamiliar knight's corpse. Then she understood what he meant. "I need to investigate the situation in town right now." As he spoke, Lord Rieni was about to head back to the town, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned back and cautioned, "By the way, Miss Jenny, you should leave Flashgold town as soon as possible." At that time, Jenny was staring at the gruesome corpse nearby, lost in thought. How should this be dealt with? It was only at Lord Rieni's reminder that she came to her senses, hurriedly responding, "Yes, of course, Lord Rieni." Just then, 2 cavalrymen were swiftly approaching from the direction of Flashgold town. Lord Rieni's eyes narrowed at once, and he gripped the glimmering greatsword in both hands, readying himself for combat. "Wait, Lord Rieni, those 2 look like my escort cavalry." Jenny was startled when she saw Rieni draw his sword. "Oh." Even though Jenny said this, Lord Rieni remained on guard. After all, if he didn't learn from his previous experience, it would eventually be his doom. After the 2 cavalrymen arrived, they swiftly saluted Jenny and urgently reported, "Miss Jenny, the Flashgold town church has been attacked, and the town's guard forces are weak. We advise you to leave Flashgold town immediately." "The church?" Lord Rieni's pupils contracted slightly, and he quickly made a connection. The day was Sunday, and there would be at least 100 or 2 people in the church. Lord Rieni, Andrews. The Black Flame Church. Could it be that the Black Flame Church was intending to perform a blood sacrifice in Flashgold town? Because during his training as a page, Lord Rieni had heard about the cult sacrifice incident in Monheim town. After becoming the captain of the night watchman, Lord Rieni even went to check the relevant records. The truth was more gruesome than the rumors, with over 100 people dead in Monheim town at once. The official response of the Empire to conclude the matter was to blame 7 or 8 bandits. But Lord Rieni knew it was a stopgap measure by county town to quickly calm the public's unrest and to downplay the incident. Now thinking about it, was most likely also the handiwork of the Black Flame Church. Cove, I won't leave, he is Lord Riani, the deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town. You two arrived at the right time, helped the Lord with collecting the battle loot. Jenny quickly assessed the situation and then declined the cavalryman's suggestion. Jenny was very clear in her thoughts. Although staying in Flashgold Town was dangerous, this was an excellent opportunity to strengthen her bond with Lord Riani. Battle loot. The two cavalrymen took a look around and immediately saw the bloody heap, jumping in fright. This was a rogue of senior knight strength, already slain by Lord Riani. We'll just follow Lord Riani and assist with collecting the battle loot, Jenny said. Was that bloody mass a senior knight? This made the two cavalrymen look again, finding indeed a plate-armored knight. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In that case, there really was no need to retreat just yet. Yes, Miss Jenny. The two cavalrymen immediately jumped off their horses, filled with confidence, and began the collection. Lord Riani glanced at Jenny, somewhat surprised that the noble lady had such courage and so much confidence in him. He nodded at Jenny and said, I'll go first, you can follow behind at your own pace. If something doesn't feel right, leave immediately without hesitation. Of course, Lord Riani. Jenny replied with a pleased look, spotting that look of acknowledgement from Riani, and quickly nodded in agreement. At once, Lord Riani dashed towards Flashgold Town while occasionally glancing at the Knight Transcendent panel. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to allocate the newly acquired skill point to break my limit. The reason was simple. Since I was about to face a fierce battle, naturally, I wanted to invest in something that would quickly increase my combat strength. Breaking the limit affected two transcendent attributes, huge strength and iron skin, and after allocating the point, both of these transcendent attributes should advance to LV2. As I allocated the point, instantly, my limit break increased from 25% to 35%. Suddenly, it was as if I could hear the sound of glass shattering, akin to the noise of a key turning in a lock. Rain only felt a kind of shackle deep within him click, and in an instant it was unlocked. This feeling was so peculiar. It was as if Rain had always been dancing with shackles on, and now, all of a sudden, the shackles were removed. Every cell in his body was cheering. No wonder the 30% limit is a hurdle. It seems that once it's surpassed, some sort of shackle within the body is unlocked. Now, I suppose I've entered the ranks of a seasoned knight. Rain murmured to himself. Before Rain had the chance to deeply sense this change, the two transcendent attributes that were associated with him also broke through to LV2. Transcendent attribute, huge strength LV2, active huge strength LV2 effect, strength significantly increases. Note, the transcendent attribute huge strength's enhancement of the host's strength is positively correlated with the limit break percentage. The higher the degree of limit break, the greater the increase in strength. Note, to advance to the next level, a limit break of 60% or higher is required. Transcendent attribute, Iron Skin LV2, passive Iron Skin LV2 effect. The body automatically absorbs stray metal elements, significantly strengthening skin defense. Note, the enhancement of Iron Skin to defensive power is positively correlated with spiritual power and limit break percentage. The higher the spirit and limit break percentage, the stronger the absorption capacity and the greater the enhancement. Note, to advance to the next level, a limit break of 60% or above and a spiritual power of 18 points or more are required. Note, transcendent attributes cannot be directly enhanced with skill points. As expected, both transcendent attributes advanced to LV2, and they even provided the requirements for the next level. To reach the next level of the huge strength transcendent attribute, a limit break of over 60% was necessary, while the Iron Skin attribute had even more stringent requirements, needing a spiritual power of over 18 points. Suddenly, Rain shifted his gaze away from the Knight Transcendent panel, looking towards the spire of the approaching town church. His confidence redoubled. Flashgold Town Church. The Church of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, just like many others, featured classic stained glass windows and a slender, tapering architectural style. In addition, at the very top of the church, there was a gilded statue of the small Monsoon and Ocean Goddess. It happened to be Sunday, so at this time, the church was packed with Flashgold Town residents worshipping the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess. The arduous day-to-day labor and occasional disasters led to a world with far more believers than in Rain's previous life. significantly more devout ones at that. At this time, over 100 men and women from the town, both old and young, were earnestly praying to the statue of the goddess holding a conch shell, led by a white-haired priest named Thomason. However, in the spacious hall of the church, instead of priest Thomason, a black-robed monk was loudly chanting some sort of incantation. 7 or 8 burly men dressed as mercenaries, armed to the teeth, guarded the surroundings with eagle eyes. Besides them, there appeared to be another black-robed monk in a dark hood, head bowed, hands in sleeves. Standing in a corner of the hall, silent as stone, and below, silent as death, were the 100 or so Flashgold town residents who had been attending the service. In front of them lay the corpses of a few who had resisted, their bright red blood staining the solemn and sacred church. As the black-robed monk continued chanting the incantation, the black bone wand in front of him began to emit strands of eerie black thread like substances from its crystal top, slowly filling the room. The residents of Flashgold town who came into contact with it soon fell to the ground, trembling all over. The sight filled everyone with even more dread, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, it's just that resistance meant immediate death, and dying later was always better than dying sooner. Among the trembling crowd was a man with thick eyebrows. He had never imagined that, on this Sunday, right after finishing his page training, his mother would urge him to attend the weekly church service, seeking the goddess's blessing for success in the Habs Manor Guard examination. Instead, less than half an hour into the service, a group of fierce-looking mercenaries stormed in. Priest Thomason presiding over the service was immediately lying in a pool of blood. Right after, the church's main doors were locked, trapping all the town's residents inside. At first, the man with thick eyebrows thought it was a robbery by some gang of bandits, and considering his family's wealth, he wasn't too worried. But as the robed figure began to chant the eerie incantations, he made the connection to a cultist ritual sacrifice, and instantly he turned pale. Cultists were known for taking lives without a second. Thought pseudo-rich kids have one advantage at least, being well informed. He knew what the other party was up to, or, in other words, under the current circumstances, the man with thick eyebrows knew exactly why he might die. Unlike the ordinary town residents who, perhaps up to the very moment of death, would not understand why they were dying. The man with thick eyebrows considered resisting. He always believed that with his swordsmanship, he could take on ordinary thugs with no issue. But when he saw his uncle, the peace officer who had taught him swordsmanship, struck down by a sword and lying in a pool of blood, that little bit of confidence in his bushy eyebrows shattered like glass. He didn't dare entertain any thoughts of resistance in his heart. After all, resistance meant immediate death, but if he cowered in the crowd like a quail, perhaps he could delay his demise. At this moment, the figure of a man appeared unbidden in his mind. A figure that was even shorter and frailer than him. During the swordsmanship competition in the servant training, the person turned the impossible into possible, and reversing his defeat, he had beaten him. If he were here, would he dare to draw his sword against them? After some thought, he shook his head. Chances were he wouldn't dare either. After all, the gap in strength was simply too great. Although he had heard that the guy had become the night watchman of the town, but what of it? He was still an ordinary person, and in the face of these fierce bandits, probably only a formal knight would suffice. Seeing wisps of eerie black mist spread, his heart immediately tightened, and he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Mother, you've doomed your own son, do you realize that? God is above. I pray someone can save me. I sincerely apologize for all the wrongs I've done before, and beg the goddess to send someone to rescue me. I'm still young, I truly don't want to die." At this moment, his eyes had never been so devout. If Rain were here, he would have recognized that, apart from him, many of the servant boys he knew were also here, including his good friend George. This was because the Habsburg Manor was going to hold a servant assessment next week. Therefore, many servants accompanied their families to the church to worship devoutly, praying that the goddess would bless them with a smooth assessment. At this moment, they all looked in horror at the scene before them. At the very edge of the church hall, there was another figure familiar to Rain, that of his mother Emma, who was bowing her head in shock and trembling, her expression one of horror. But at this moment, surprisingly, she didn't immediately pray to the goddess for protection. Rather, the first thing that came to her mind was her son Rain and his increasingly tall figure. With such a big incident happening, Rain, as the captain of the night watchmen, should be rushing over, right? No, no. Rain mustn't come. They are too many and too powerful. Even if Rain comes, he definitely can't win against them. God is protect. Please don't let Rain come, let him be safe and sound, Emma thought silently to herself. At this time, a black flame monk, robed in black, stood blocking the entrance to the church's outer square. 4 or 5 bodies dressed in peace officer uniforms lay haphazardly on the ground, and opposite him stood the remaining 20 or so night watchmen of Flashgold Town, along with a few peace officers. The night watchmen had their bows drawn and aimed at the black flame monk, and the peace officers had also drawn their longswords, surrounding him. But they were all tense, with a few pale and trembling. This gave the monk, holding the black flame in his hand, an air of being the lone man, guarding a pass against 1,000 enemies. The first few peace officers to arrive had already fallen prey to him. Among the remaining defenses of Flashgold Town, the short Matteo held the highest position. As the captain of the night watchmen, he clenched his fists, his face flushed with blood, but he dared not order his men to shoot. Matteo never lacked the courage to fight, but facing the black flame monk who had even given Officer Hamilton a tough time before, he knew that if he were to shout fire, it was likely all of them would fall here. The black flames flickering in his opponent's hand made Matteo apprehensive. To the average strength night watchman, it was almost unbeatable. You may say, hasn't Rain already killed a black flame monk? It can't be that scary, right? True, but that was a black flame monk in a state of severe injury. The one before them now was a black flame monk in his prime. It's not the same thing at all. So despite having him surrounded, Matteo was almost certain that even if they fought to the death, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. Maybe before they were all wiped out, they could inflict a wound or two on him. That would be the extent of it. Although Matteo had already sent out messengers to chase after Lord Hamilton's party, at the first opportunity, it had already been an hour since they'd left. In terms of time, they were likely too late to help. Additionally, Matteo had dispatched messengers to the nearby Habs Manor to seek the help of Knight Lloyd, but it would probably take some time for the reinforcements from the manor to arrive. So even though Matteo wasn't very confident that Rain could defeat the opponent, at this moment their only hope was for Rain, the newly appointed deputy peace officer, still in Flashgold Town. You don't even have the courage to shoot me with your arrows. It's the Imperial peacekeeping force, that's sincerely pathetic, the black flame monk sneered, twirling the ball of black flames in his hand. Was it you lot of trash that ganged up and killed Mort? Doesn't look like it. Well, if you stand there obediently without moving, perhaps I might spare your lives. Oh right, I remember now, you wouldn't be waiting for that. What's his name? Rain, that's the name, isn't it? Heh, you wouldn't be waiting for him, would you? Too bad you won't be waiting for him to come. This made Matteo and the other night watchmen couldn't help but change their expressions. For a moment, they felt as if their opponent had suddenly seen through their hand. Listening to the opponent's tone, it seemed like Rain. Suddenly, screams erupted inside the church, one after another. This made many family members of the night watchmen inside the church become agitated, turning their heads to Matteo and saying, "Captain, let's go all out." Yes, let's go all out. The desperate declaration of this bunch of ants made Otis want to laugh. Ha, go all out. A bunch of ants, what do you have to compete with me? Just then, a young yet resonant voice suddenly erupted. Hasn't anyone taught you to respect the warriors who face death with honor? Suddenly, Otis could no longer laugh, because a person he hadn't expected appeared in his sight, and also in the sight of the night watchman. "Deputy Marshal, sir." At that moment, when Matteo saw Rain appear, he felt an urge to cry. The burden he was carrying on his shoulders suddenly felt lifted. Reporting to the deputy marshal, a black flame monk has taken control of the townspeople inside the church. "Matteo, you all have worked hard, leave this place to me." Rain, looking at the black flame monk opposite him, said, You are that new knight, Rain. How is this possible? You shouldn't. And where's Andrews? You definitely cannot be his match." The black flame monk named Otis burst out with a triple question. However, Rain naturally didn't bother with him and silently drew his glimmering greatsword. Otis, with his brows deeply furrowed, couldn't wrap his head around this puzzle. Could it be that Andrews fought against you, and you managed to escape? After thinking it over, Otis felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. Moreover, seeing the shattered state of Rain's armor, it appeared as though Andrews had beaten him severely. If this were true, Rain was likely a transcendent knight with attributes like agility. Otis immediately ruled out all other possibilities and arrived at a conclusion that he thought was very reliable. For speedy-type knight like Rain, the best strategy is close combat. If he were to use ranged attacks like black flame fireballs, it would be futile if the opponent was too fast. With his extensive combat experience, Otis quickly thought of the best strategy against Rain. Fortunately, Otis's close combat strength was not weak either, skillful with a pair of daggers, and although his strength was just that of a formal knight, his transcendent attribute leaned towards agility. Having thought all this through, Otis confidently said, "You barely escaped from Andrews's hands, yet didn't seize this luck, and even dared to come here. This is truly your tragedy." His words made Rain startle for a moment. Otis immediately dashed forward, charging straight at Rain. His maneuver once again startled Rain, because Rain had been thinking about how to dodge the black flame fireballs in the opponent's hands and then look for chances to get close to swiftly kill him. But now what did he see? The black flame monk didn't even throw a single black flame fireball at him, but instead rushed towards him for a close combat. Could there be some conspiracy here? Close combat is his own only advantage. Since the opponent was so confident, maybe he was also a strength-type player. It was safer to directly use his ultimate move. Just in time, Rain had broken through to 35% beyond his limit, stepping into the realm of a seasoned knight, and his transcendent trait, huge strength, had reached an enhancement of 60%. Rain planned to activate an additional 25% of Strength Burst, aiming for total strength enhancement of 120% to probe the depth of his opponent first. Moreover, Rain was confident that, at this level of triple overlap state, both the duration and the side effects would be much weaker, and in a short time there would virtually be no side effects at all. This was the advantage of having high constitution. No wonder a great man once said, "A good body is the capital of revolution." As for why not to burst out with full strength, that was because he needed to maintain a certain level of combat ability for the subsequent church rescue. Seeing the black flame monk rapidly attacking Rain, Mateo, while keeping his eyes fixed, quickly said to the other night watchman, "In a moment, you guys from." But he was cut off mid-sentence. Instead, he muttered to himself, "Rain's strength has reached this level." Suddenly, a pair of daggers flickering with a chilling cold light appeared in the hands of the black flame monk, attacking close in front of Rain in the blink of an eye. As he attacked at high speed, the airflow raised rustled the battered plate armor on Rain's body, in the moment when his adversary appeared confident. Everyone present only heard several sounds of bowstrings being plucked, and the source was Rain in the center of the arena. Rain's figure suddenly enlarged, his muscles bulged, especially his chest and neck, which swelled almost twice like a Zara cobra about to attack its prey. A wave of tangible air shockwave burst from Rain's mouth, spreading outwards, and Otis was the first to face it head-on. Otis's face turned to utter horror, as he never expected Rain to have such a wide-ranging sonic attack technique. This kind of attack was completely unavoidable, one could only withstand it, and Otis reacted very quickly, shrinking his neck and crossing his arms in front of his face instantaneously. As the gust hit, Otis only felt a sharp pain in his ears and a buzzing in his head. But he instinctively felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to lower his arms to check, he suddenly felt the sky darken. Then his left eye was looking at his own right eye. No, to be precise, his left eye saw the right side of his body and his right eye saw the left side. Before Otis could recover from his confusion, he succumbed to nothingness. And at the edge of the arena, everyone was stunned, their hands covering their ears, staring dumbfounded at Rain, still in a downward chopping posture. And the black flame monks split in two. The night watchmen were dumbfounded on the spot, a variety of ingenious thoughts popping into their minds. Is this the black flame monk they were once terrified of? The one that even Lord Hamilton was severely injured by? This couldn't have been switched out just now, right? Why does it feel like Rain just chopped down a fake black flame monk? It truly wasn't just Rain posing. It was because, at that moment, his giant bear sword technique had progressed to LV6. Thus, as the giant bear sword technique smoothly stepped into LV6, 124/3000, numerous memories of training with the giant bear sword technique began to infuse into Rain's mind. Meanwhile, the various techniques contained within these memory fragments quickly integrated into Rain's muscle memory. However, this time seemed a bit different. Rain had not yet had time to fully appreciate it when he suddenly saw the church doors straight in front of him were being opened from the inside. The one who opened the church door was a member of the Wilderness Brotherhood, dressed like one of the fully armed mercenaries. At this moment, his eyes bulged out as he stared at the Lord Blackflame monk, who had been cleaved in half. His expression froze instantly. He'd been sent to check the situation because he had just heard a roar outside the church door that didn't seem humanly possible. And what he saw left him utterly speechless. "You? Who are you?" Only then did he regain his senses and involuntarily looked towards the center of the area, where Rieni was still posed with his greatsword swinging down, and asked. As the church door opened and sunlight streamed into the hall, the trembling townspeople inside felt a strange warmth in their hearts, as if a seed of hope was sprouting. The trapped townspeople turned to look towards the open door. Though their view was partially blocked by the fully armed burly man, they could still vaguely see what was happening outside in the plaza. They saw many night watchmen and sheriffs, a knight in tattered plate armor, and a robed figure lying in a pool of blood. The sheriff has come to save us." "Amazing. We're finally going to be saved." The crowd immediately grew agitated. At that moment, the burly man felt a surge of elation, identifying the knight holding the greatsword as Sheriff Hamilton. But then, as he glanced at the two robed figures on the stage, he was still somewhat worried. After all, the enemy's strength was far superior to Flashgold Town's defenses. Fighting one robed figure, Lord Hamilton had his breastplate shattered. But here, there were still two robed figures. The burly man mistakenly thought that the shattered plate armor on Rieni had been caused by the previous fight with the robed figure. Meanwhile, Rieni's mother, Emma, had her eyes suddenly widen. Being a mother, she recognized immediately that the greatsword knight was her son, Rieni. Although he was wearing a knight's helmet, she was too familiar with that set of knightly plate armor which Rieni had been wearing every day recently. At this moment, seeing Rieni's battered knightly breastplate, Emma felt both worried and happy. Worried because she feared Rieni might not overcome the villains, and happy because her own son had come to save her. How could she not be? "God is blessed. I hope Rieni can successfully drive these villains away." The two cavalry members from the Crowley family, although following Miss Jenny's orders to properly collect the mangled corpse of Andrew's knight and closely followed Rieni, still didn't fully believe in the young Lord Rieni's combat prowess since they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. However, when they saw Rieni kill the black-robed figure who was clearly stronger than an official knight with a single blow, the two exchanged looks, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. You should know that both of them were merely at the strength level of a second-tier knight's attendant. At that moment, Jenny's carriage also arrived at the church plaza just in time to see Rieni in his stance with his greatsword lowered. Jenny looked at Rieni, standing in the middle of the church plaza. At that moment, the sunlight cast a faint golden glow on his magnificent and youthful body, mixed with the aura of having defeated an enemy, like a god descended from heaven. It seemed to echo the statue of the seasonal and ocean goddess on top of the church. Jenny couldn't help but squint her eyes into Crescent's. The look of infatuation so deep, she found it hard to pull away. This made her legs involuntarily cross tighter. Naturally, Jenny compared the young and handsome Rieni to a family knight of her own clan who was nearly 50 years old and harbored ill intentions towards her and her mother, Richard. She found no comparison at all. Jenny thought, "It looks like I've bet on the right person." However, when she saw her family's two dazed cavalrymen, she frowned slightly. Jenny lifted the carriage's curtain, slightly displeased, and said to the two family cavalrymen, "What are you two daydreaming about? Why aren't you helping Lord Rieni collect the spoils of war?" The two cavalrymen started off confused, but quickly caught on and immediately dismounted to walk over to Rieni's side. "Lord Rieni will keep your spoils of war for you," the two said respectfully as they bowed to Rieni. Then each grabbed half of the robed figure's body and returned to their horses. This action caught the nearby night watchman and even the rugged Wilderness Brotherhood member at the church door off guard. Is there such a show of prowess? Lord Rieni even has his own corps for handling, collecting spoils of war. How confident must one be to arrange something like this? In an instant, Matteo and several night watchmen felt a surge of confidence swell within them. Despite the enemy's formidable strength, the advantage was theirs. However, with the two bloody halves of the body hanging on either side of the horses, the cavalryman turned to Miss Jenny, troubled, and said, Miss Jenny, we kind of don't have enough space here." Jenny looked at the two cavalrymen, who had the bewildered expressions of geese, shook her head, and said resignedly, "Can't you just get a cart for hauling goods?" Through the gates, Rain peered inside to assess the situation, and quickly took in everything within the hall. At the same time, he realized that it must have been his earlier roar that had alerted the enemies within the church. Though his initial move had the setback of alarming the enemies, it also had the advantage of letting him know the situation within the church beforehand. The strange ritual and the tendrils of dark mist made Rain highly wary. Moreover, he noticed that the dense crowd of townsfolk inside the church hall couldn't hold out much longer, because Rain saw very clearly that those townspeople near the prayer altar had all collapsed, their condition unknown. And as wisps of dark mist, alive like creatures, continued to spread around, even more townspeople began to fall. After carefully counting the number of enemies in the hall, Rain was shocked. 2 black flame monks and 7 or 8 squires. This was a strong force indeed. He hadn't expected the Black Flame Church to dispatch so many elites all at once. However, he suddenly remembered the peculiar sensation he felt after the giant bear sword technique had improved. It seemed as though once the giant bear sword technique reached level 6, it had entered a new realm, as if previously he'd been occupied with familiarizing himself with the moves. But now, he had entered a mastery phase, where everything felt instinctive. In that case, it seems I might be up for a fight after all. While Rain was gauging the strength of his opponents, they were also observing the situation in the church square. Especially the robed figure conducting the ritual, who, upon seeing Otis laying in a pool of blood, was visibly shaken. The person wobbled, and the mass of dark mist, as vast as an octopus, also became unstable. "What the hell is going on?" Matri roared inwardly. "Matri, focus on the ritual. Leave the outside matters to me," said the robed figure with hands tucked in the sleeves, slowly emerging from the corner and speaking to the Black Flame monk conducting the ritual. At once, Angel Envoy. The Black Flame monk conducting the ritual responded respectfully. Watching the person addressed as Angel Envoy slowly approach the gates, Matri felt a wave of relief. Heh, no matter how you've done it, meeting the Angel Envoy means you can only pray for your misfortune. Soon, you will witness the terrifying power of the Angel Envoy. A smirk with a touch of schadenfreude crept onto Matri's lips. At that moment, Rain was already charging towards the entrance of the church hall, followed by several officers, while the night watchmen took up their bows and aimed at the entrance. The 7 fully armed burly men from within the hall were now rapidly coming to assist, 8 in total, arrayed in 2 rows, firmly blocking the church hall entrance. Rain scanned these men, and his enhanced perception as a wizard apprentice told him that among them, only 2 had the strength of a knight, while the rest were mere squires. Needing to hurry and rescue the townsfolk, Rain swiftly decided on a strategy of swift and decisive combat. As the burly men pulled out their hand crossbows and aimed at Rain, suddenly a roar erupted. Following it, a silver sword light surged at the entrance of the church. When the sword light passed, the 4 men in the front were immediately taken out, but it didn't end there. With a stride, Rain's greatsword swept up, slicing through the armpit of a man in plate armor, a forearm still in its armor lofting through the air. Immediately after, Rain performed a smooth cleaving slash, splitting the man diagonally from his shoulder down at a 45-degree angle. At this time, the other 3 burly men finally snapped out of their shock from Rain's roaring strike, but the scene before them filled them with utter horror. 5 of their brothers had fallen in less than 2 seconds. How the hell were they supposed to fight back? With the sword light flashing again, Rain executed a furious slash, instantly killing the last squire strength bandit. Now, the only ones still standing were 2 knights, both already gravely injured. Just as Rain was about to finish off these 2 as well, suddenly a swift dark wave appeared before his eyes. His level 3 danger perception went crazy with warnings, prompting Rain to instinctively guard himself with his greatsword. In an instant, he felt a hot black current, carrying a tremendous force, slamming into him and sending him flying. Because he had blocked the attack in advance, Rain felt the huge strength cause no real damage as he flew through the air. However, the hot black current was rather peculiar. Rain felt a sting on his exposed skin and saw that he had become wrapped in fine strands of black flame, clinging like a pernicious disease. At this moment, These strands of black flame were trying to break through his skin to attack his insides. Even with the protection of his transcendent trait Iron Skin LV2, it felt incredibly difficult to resist. Rain hit the ground hard. At the same time, Rain heard screams nearby. It turned out the attack hadn't only sent him flying, but also several officers who had been charging in with him. They were also blown away. Since they hadn't had time to react, their bodies bore deeper, bone-visible wounds compared to Rain's. Moreover, these security officers were merely ordinary people. Once wrapped in the subsequent dark flames, they could no longer resist and screamed as they turned into a human-shaped black fireball, soon burning into a pile of black ashes. At this point, even Rain was unable to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he was powerless. Rain narrowed his eyes. Only then did he clearly see that the attacker was the dark flame monk who had stood in the corner of the church hall, hands tucked in his sleeves. At that moment, he was holding an extremely rare, giant scythe-shaped weapon. The long handle was nearly a meter long, and the blade was a narrow arc, also nearly a meter long. The strike just now was a sort of area attack similar to his roaring strike. It originated from the attacker's body and blasted out a shockwave accompanied by dark flames, along with a 360-degree attack from that giant scythe. Anyone within his range of attack would be struck. Rain had never encountered such a maneuver from any of the previous dark flame monks. It seemed likely that this opponent's rank was higher than any of the dark flame monks he had faced before. Perhaps this individual was the leader of this cult, of the dark flame operation. Rain's knight helm, which was already damaged, shattered completely due to the burning power of the dark flame, revealing Rain's young and handsome face. Even the giant scythe-wielding monk was taken aback by this sight. He seemed surprised by how young Rain was. The town residents in the church hall, seeing the greatsword knight knocked down, entwined in dark flames, and then falling heavily, felt as if their hearts were in their throats. But seeing the greatsword knight rise again, seemingly unharmed, sparked excitement in them. However, when they saw the greatsword knight's helm shatter and his true face revealed, many people were stunned on the spot. Particularly Rain's good friend George at this moment could not help but raise his hand in shock, pointing at Rain and saying, "My best friend became a knight." Another page shook his head immediately in denial. "Rain, are you crazy, George? It's just a look-alike." Joking aside, Rain was still in page boy training with them a month ago. And now, you're saying this man, who kills brigands as if they were chickens, is Rain. Equally shocked on the spot was the broad-browed individual. When he saw that familiar face, he felt that the greatsword knight seemed oddly familiar. Thus his brain began to whirl rapidly, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Damn, that is Rain." The broad-browed individual tried hard to superimpose the memory of a skinny figure onto this greatsword knight, but he found, damn it, that they simply did not overlap. He scrutinized the other's eyebrows again, muttering to himself, "No, it absolutely can't be Rain. But it really does look like Rain. Could it be Rain's older brother? But I don't recall ever hearing about Rain having such a formidable older brother. I need to find out more about this as soon as possible. If Rain has such an impressive brother, I should proactively go and apologize to their family." In that moment, the broad-browed individual thought of many things. Mother Emma, although she had long known that the greatsword knight was Rain, still felt a thrill when she truly saw her son's face. She wanted to shout Rain, but feared distracting her child during the battle. Moreover, having just witnessed her child calmly killing several brigands, her heart had skipped a beat. She had never seen such a cold side of Rain before. And seeing how Rain killed like slaughtering chickens with a serene expression told her, clearly, this was not his first time killing. This suddenly made Emma feel as though her son was somehow the most familiar stranger. Inside the carriage, Jenny, upon seeing Rain being struck by the robed figure wielding a giant scythe in an attack like a black tornado, couldn't help her heart skipping a beat. Only when she saw Rain rise again did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, worry began to show in her eyes for the first time. She could tell that the individual wielding the giant scythe was extremely formidable. Even if Rain could win, it wasn't going to be easy. As for the possibility of Rain being defeated, sorry, that option was not within Jenny's range of choices. The current grave situation made Jenny's mind race, and when she noticed the blue-helmeted pigeon in the cage at her feet, her eyes lit up. She immediately took out a small slip of paper and a feather pen from the carriage, and began writing. Mother, Flashgold Town is under attack by cultists. Please urgently contact County Town for support. Jenny, flap flap, the sound of wings flapping arose. Pigeon, seemingly wearing a blue helmet, shot out of the carriage window like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky. On the road to Nightingale Forest to the west of Flashgold Town, a cavalryman dressed in night watchman regalia was fiercely whipping his horse to speed towards the direction of Nightingale Forest. He was the messenger sent by the captain of the night watchman, Mateo, to seek help from the Sheriff Hamilton, who had left Flashgold Town an hour ago. Suddenly, a sharp arrow struck his steed right beneath him. With the horse's neighing, its leg kneeling, the night watchman messenger was tossed off its back. The attackers were cunning, ensuring nothing went wrong by shooting the horse instead of the man directly. Right after that, another arrow from the dense woods at the side aimed at the messenger who had just been thrown into mid-air. Thud, the arrow penetrated the flesh. With a scream, the heavily fallen messenger struggled to get up. But as he lifted his head, he saw two men who looked like mercenaries come out from the dense forest, grinning with satisfaction. Thinking of sending a message, ha. Just go back to the embrace of the goddess honestly, north of Flashgold Town. The same scene unfolded on the road leading to the Habsburg estate. The ambush on the night watchman messenger resulted in the failure to deliver the request for help. In the church square. Quite an impressive transcendent feature. Is it some kind of defense enhancement? The Black Flame monk spoke, his speech slow and his voice calm, exuding an indescribable elegance as if he were a nobleman. But Rain didn't answer his question. Instead, he took advantage of the moment to turn his head and quickly said to Mateo, "Mateo, you guys attack from both sides, go and rescue first." Understanding Rain's intention, Mateo immediately led a dozen or so night watchmen, smashing through the church windows on both sides and attacking the Black Flame monk, who was conducting the ritual from various angles. Though their arrows were easily blocked by the protective black flames of the Black Flame monk. But he couldn't move, becoming a live target. This made rescuing the civilians possible. Apart from the many who had been unconscious due to the dark energy, most people began to climb the windows to escape. This occurrence vexed and hastened the Black Flame monk performing the ritual. At this moment, he couldn't give up, as the blood sacrifice ritual was about to be completed. Even though many had escaped, the sacrifice's quality would only be slightly inferior and still acceptable. However, if he gave up now, the entire ritual would fail. This was obviously unacceptable. Once I free up my hands, all of you bastards are going to die sooner or later. But with the angel envoy's strength to be tangled up by the opponent, this really is unexpected. Through the shattered windows of the church, Mateo immediately spotted Rain's mother Emma, which startled him. No way. Rain is currently fighting a formidable enemy, although we might not be much help. We definitely can't let Rain's mother get injured. This was Mateo's first thought upon seeing Emma. The next second, Mateo seized the opportunity to rush into the hall, quickly fleeing while protecting Emma. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure, called Angel Envoy, was clearly incensed by Rain's dismissive attitude. With the tip of his foot, the entire person rapidly closed in on Rain. Rain instantly activated Limit Break, immediately increasing his strength, agility, and constitution by 35%, and he attacked the black-robed figure with a leap slash. The black-robed man rapidly used his giant scythe to block. Grating sound of metal striking metal filled the air. The opponent's strength was immense. Rain's jump slash, despite his running start, was solidly countered without the figure taking a step back. This made Rain frown, and he thus abandoned his initial idea of going all out with his big move. After all, if he exhausted himself and the opponent still withstood it, then he, left with aftereffects, would be meat on the chopping block, doomed for sure. Therefore, he had to find the opponent's weakness before unleashing his big move to take the opponent down in one fell swoop. The level 6 giant bear sword technique indeed helped Rain a lot. Even though the opponent's strength and agility exceeded his, not by much, with agility just a notch better than his, while strength was 2 notches higher. So Rain, using the smooth giant bear sword technique to constantly deflect and counter, managed to fight quite impressively. However, noticing the chaos of the people fleeing in the hall, the Black Flame monk fighting Rain seemed to grow a bit impatient. His strength and speed were above Rain's, but he could not seem to take Rain down all at once. The black-robed man lifted his giant scythe into the middle, apparently about to release a move similar to the 360-degree black flame shockwave he had just used. Previously, when Rain was killing those squire knights, he hadn't taken note. But this time, fully focused, Rain quickly noticed a slight pause in the opponent's move transitions. Rain's blade slashed through the opponent's black robe, cutting into the abdomen. But suddenly, an exceptionally strong resistance surged through Rain's hands. This feeling was as if he were using the glimmering greatsword to cut through 10 layers of thick cowhide soaked in oil. The smiling visage beneath the black robe's hood became visible, and then the giant scythe heavily chopped down at Rain, while a black flame tornado spiraled outwards in a 360-degree direction. Clang! Again, Rain was hurled several meters away, but with a quick roll, he minimized the impact. However, his body was once again wrapped in tendrils of black flame, subjecting Rain to another bout of scorching pain. If not for Iron Skin LV2, those 2 hits might have cost Rain more than half his life. Indeed, only with layered armor does one live longer, and with the opponent's cloak ripped by Rain, a large portion of flesh underneath, covered by the black cloak, was exposed. It was a ghastly pale substance, similar to wrinkled skin. Just now, it was this thing that had blocked Rain's swift slash. Although Rain's sword strike wasn't charged for the sake of speed normally, unless the opponent was wearing plate armor rather than chain mail or thick leather armor, they would have been pierced through by Rain's blade. Moreover, judging by the state of the opponent after being hit, it seemed they hadn't been wounded by the glimmering greatsword. This was an unprecedented situation among the black flame monks Rain had encountered before, which couldn't help but make his gaze sharpen. At this moment, the giant scythe black flame monk lifted his head for the first time, revealing a pale and handsome face under the hood, which, judging from his age, seemed to be only around 20. Rain's eyes flickered slightly, uncertain whether the opponent was truly of that age, or if it was the effect of some kind of dark magic. "Young man, not bad talent, but it ends here." A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the pale face of the other party. Soon as the voice fell, the figure of the other party underwent a drastic transformation. The black robe suddenly inflated like a balloon that was pumped full of air, and then in the next second, it burst open with a bang. After a loud bang, a grayish-white waist-bound robe was revealed, but the appearance of this garment caused Rain's pupils to shrink. Because of his excellent vision, he had already noticed something strange about the opponent's clothing. At the moment, on the grayish-white waist-bound robe of the other party, he could see 6 or 7 twisted faces, expressions of pain and ferocity, and from the ages of these few faces, they seemed to be children around 10 years old. In other words, this was a waist-bound robe made from multiple pieces of human skin. Damn it, it's definitely a cult, such brutal bastards. Rain cursed in his heart. He figured out the purpose behind the Black Flame cult's encouragement of gang members to kidnap children. Their goal might not be that simple, but certainly this had to be one of them. Moreover, this garment of the other party must have been processed in some special manner. It couldn't simply be the result of tanning, as Rain's greatsword strike just now had a hard time cutting through it. However, revealing this horrifying robe was just the first step. The body of the opponent suddenly began to rapidly grow, shooting up from about 1.9 meters to 2.2 meters. And the process was still ongoing. The opponent was simply growing taller, the pure increase in height. Not like Rain becoming twice as big all around when he unleashes his full strength. Rain stared at this spectacle, dumbfounded. Anyone who saw their opponent suddenly grow from 1.9 meters to 2.6 meters would be astonished, wouldn't they? Rain felt like his enemy had suddenly transformed from a little fourth grader into Yao Ming. This. Are you made of rubber? At this point, the opponent's 2-meter-long, two-handed weapon, a giant scythe, was now being held in the right hand alone. The two-handed polearm had become a one-handed weapon. The opponent began to spin the giant scythe vertically, with one hand turning it into a standing fan. Instantly, a blackish-gray tornado was whipped up, attacking Rain. This time, Rain did not rashly choose to take the hit head-on. Although he had the transcendent trait Iron Skin, LV2, he didn't want to directly receive a strike that was obviously a secret technique. If his iron skin got broken accidentally, that would be. Rain immediately rolled to the side and quickly dodged. The blackish-gray tornado grazed past Rain and struck the fleeing townspeople behind him, slicing them into chunks and engulfing them in black flames. Rain's brow furrowed. The opponent's attack methods had become more diverse and bizarre after the transformation. This was clearly not a physical attack, but was mixed with some mysterious energy. But just when Rain thought he had evaded the opponent's strike with his roll, suddenly, his danger perception of level 3 started to give him frantic warnings. At the same time, Rain's peripheral vision caught a glint of cold light, slashing towards his face like lightning. Rain immediately raised the glimmering greatsword to block horizontally. Sparks flew everywhere. Rain was instantly knocked back 4 or 5 meters. Shit. The opponent's strength has also increased. At this moment, Rain's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. The body of the opponent had just grown to 2.6 meters, but now it was 12.6 meters. The giant scythe Blackflame monk's waist looked as if it had turned into a 10-meter-long python, and the entire figure was indescribably strange and terrifying. It should be noted that this 10 meters was literal, not figurative. The last strike was due to the opponent's waist stretching out like modeling clay to 10 meters, allowing the upper body to reach Rain's position and slashing out with that sickle. While Rain was still in shock, he saw the opponent's waist contract again like a spring, propelling the lower body to the point of the attack. Motherfucker, this cultist is too damn bizarre. Is this even human? True water snake waist, Rain cursed inwardly. Jenny, who was nervously watching the battle between Rain and the giant scythe Blackflame monk, had her mouth wide open, her beautiful eyes round and full of shock and disbelief. Although she had heard about some of the cult's behavior and various misdeeds before, this was truly her first time witnessing such a bizarre and terrifying cultist. This is not even human. Can Lord Rieni win against him? At this moment, Jenny's fair little hand tightly clutched her long dress, her face tensely peering through the carriage window, watching the battle at the center of the church square outside, wondering if there was any way she could help Rieni. She glanced to the side at the 2 family knights who were equally frightened and pale, and couldn't help but shake her head. Family cavalry sigh. With only the strength of a second-level knight attendant, they're completely useless. Too weak, at that time, Jenny spotted a short-statured man dressed as a night watchman captain, firmly stopping a middle-aged woman dressed as a farmer, with a good-natured look of persuasion on his face. Since she was not far from the two, despite the noisy scene around her, filled with scattered crowds, Jenny could still hear snippets of their conversation. Let me go and see Rieni. Aunt Emma, if you go there it will just make Lord Rieni worry better first. Is this Rieni's mother? Jenny's eyes lit up and she immediately thought of something. She quickly jumped out of the carriage, lifted her skirt and ran over, while the 2 family knights immediately followed closely, protecting their young mistress. Ma'am, are you Rieni's mother? Yes, may I ask who you are? Seeing a girl dressed as a noble lady running over with 2 fully armed knights behind her, Emma hesitated and took a half-step back, asking, I am Jenny from the Crowley family, Aunt Emma. I am a friend of Lord Rieni. If you are worried about Lord Rieni and don't want to leave, you can watch from my carriage. It will be much safer that way, Jenny said, while also pointing to the carriage nearby. The moment Matteo heard the suggestion from the beautiful noble lady, he nodded repeatedly, saying, Aunt Emma, if you still want to stay here, then please follow Miss Jenny's advice. After all, it would be much safer inside the carriage compartment, with 2 additional knights standing guard. Also, Aunt Emma could watch Rieni's battle in the church square from the window of the carriage. This might dirty your carriage. My clothes are. Emma looked at her own attire, then at the luxurious carriage, and hesitated. She had never ridden in such a luxurious, noble carriage before. Her clothes had also become dirty while running away. This made Matteo anxious on the side, thinking, Aunt Emma, you were a farmer before, but now you're the honored Lord Rieni's mother, Emma. Why bother about this at all? Aunt Emma, you can just call me Jenny. Jenny's eyes immediately smiled like crescent moons, not at all minding that Emma's clothing was not clean. She took the initiative to help Emma up. As she spoke, she even rubbed Emma's dirty clothes with her spotless white dress, saying, Aunt Emma, look, I am not clean either. Let's not worry about such things. Please come quick. What a kind-hearted, noble lady. Normally, Emma might have considered more, but with her heart worried about Rieni at that time, she did not shrink back too much and nodded her head, agreeing to come along. The 2 of them quickly entered the carriage together. Jenny's 2 knights exchanged glances and looked at the formidable Rieni, suddenly understanding their young mistress's intention. Miss, you're really broadening your path. The fight in the center of the church square continued. However, at this time, the opposing giant scythe Black Flame monk did not rush to attack and could be heard saying, "Young man, not bad talent. Joining the embrace of my master is your best choice." Rieni had not expected that his opponent would suddenly extend an olive branch, trying to enlist him. Join the Black Flame Church, worship the evil god, and then turn into something that isn't quite human nor ghost-like you. The thought of himself becoming like a rubber man. Rieni's head shook vigorously, just like a rattled drum. Seeing Rieni shake his head, refusing his offer, seemed to infuriate the angel envoy greatly, who then launched a spinning leaping cleave at Rieni. With a height of 2.6 meters, the enemy's leaping cleave had an attack radius that was significantly larger than usual. Rieni rolled to the side again, narrowly avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth. But before Rieni could stand up, a ball of black flame shot out from the empty left hand of the giant scythe Black Flame monk. Whoosh, it bombarded Rieni. Rieni was blasted several meters away, his body entwined with strands of black flame. Hiss. Damn, that hurts. This was categorized as a combo. Danger perception LV3 had already warned him, but it was just too late to dodge it. Although he suffered a setback, Rieni had tested out several of his opponent's moves through the recent battle. Perhaps there were one or two hidden moves left, but Rieni had gotten a grasp of the general fighting style of his opponent. Just taking hits without fighting back was not his style. Several combat schemes flashed through his mind in an instant, but thinking of his opponent's human skin armor with its absurdly exaggerated defensive power, Rieni dismissed the schemes one by one. Not even his glimstone weapon, glimmering greatsword, could cut through the enemy's human skin armor. At that moment, Rieni felt a tinge of regret. His combat methods were too simplistic. If he had known he'd encounter this kind of tough-skinned enemy, he should have learned Tokkel's hammer skill manuscript. With the shock of the heavy hammer, it should be possible to bypass the opponent's surface defense and directly inflict heavy damage on the interior of his body. However, now there's still a chance, because just now Rain keenly noticed a momentary weak point in the opponent's armor. That was when the opponent stretched his waist like a rubber man to attack, and the human skin armor covered with wrinkles was also stretched. It was as if wrinkled trousers had been ironed smooth. At that moment, the human skin armor was exceptionally smooth and tight. Perhaps the reason why they used children's skin to make the armor was precisely because of the elasticity of the child's skin tissue. Of course, human skin alone couldn't achieve this effect. There must be other sinister magical methods involved. So if Rain could capture that moment during the opponent's next rubber man combat skill attack and deliver a full force slash to the opponent's stretched waist, there was a very high probability of cutting the opponent in half at the waist. Inside a luxurious mansion, the beautiful Baroness Crowley was dressed in a domestic outfit, wearing a white cinched waist puff dress, half reclining on a lamb leather lounge chair in the mansion's backyard, leisurely basking in the early winter sun. Meanwhile, a maid's delicate hands were carefully peeling grapes for her, and another maid thoughtfully covered her with a thin woolen blanket. The excessive curvature of the lady's upper body and the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio made the maids beside her, from time to time, compare themselves with her and feel quite envious. At this moment, a maid hurried over and said, "Madam, Miss Jenny has sent an urgent message by blue-armored pigeon." After speaking, she handed over a cylindrical object strapped to the pigeon's leg to Baroness Crowley. Baroness Crowley's real name was Jennifer Cecil, and since she had married Baron Crowley, she had become Jennifer Crowley. Jennifer looked surprised and immediately stood up to receive the cylindrical object. Upon opening it, she saw her daughter's handwriting, which read, "Mother, Flashgold Town is under attack by cultists. Please quickly contact County Town for support." "Jenny." This startled Jennifer instantly. Her first thought was, Jenny is in danger. But the next second, she realized it might not necessarily mean Jenny was in danger, because if it were really dangerous, Jenny wouldn't have just written for help, but would also have included a will to her mother. This slightly reassured Jennifer. Rain. A spark crossed Baroness Jennifer's mind, and she quickly guessed her daughter's thoughts. "Get me a formal dress immediately. I need to meet some guests." "As you wish, madam." Outside the church, the intense battle continued. Rain once again blocked another serpentine waist attack, and his eyes narrowed. On the basis of exceeding limits by 35%, Rain suddenly activated the transcendent trait Huge Strength LV2 and full 100% strength burst. The strength value instantly surged from 15 plus 5 to 15 plus 29, an increase of 195%, nearly doubling the strength. At this moment, the giant scythe Black Flame monk also realized something was wrong. Because the little one in front of him, just like him, had transformed, but it wasn't just vertical growth like his. He grew taller and bulkier as well, just like a monkey suddenly turning into a mountain gorilla. Facing Rain's sword imbued with formidable strength, the giant scythe Black Flame monk desperately tried to block. But he couldn't stop it. He simply couldn't stop it. This was a leap from 20 points of strength to 44 points. The moment the two weapons made contact, the immense power from the glimmering greatsword transmitted straight into the giant scythe. The giant scythe didn't even manage to block for a hundredth of a second before it was flung away. Following that, the greatsword continued its downward slash, and there was a sound like slicing through leather. Heavy landing noise followed. As expected, the stretched human skin armor's defensive power drastically reduced, and the giant scythe Black Flame monk's serpentine waist was cut in two by Rain's smooth cleaving slash from the glimmering greatsword. The noise just now was his upper body hitting the ground. The opponent's scream of agony resounded. It seemed like some intense backlash had occurred. At this moment, the giant scythe Black Flame monk's body spontaneously burst into black flames, growing fiercer and fiercer. Meanwhile, inside the church hall Matri, the monk conducting the ritual, had just completed the final stages of the blood sacrifice ritual. At the tip of the bone staff was a blood-red, intensely dark diamond-shaped crystal. Though nearly half had escaped, nearly 70 to 80 residents of Flashgold Town had their blood and essence absorbed into this crystal ball. Now, the deceased residents of Flashgold Town, lying on the church hall floor, looked completely withered, as if they were mummies thousands of years old, just as Matri, with an easy stride, walked towards the angel envoy. The scene unfolding before him was this. A young man, his muscles swollen like a monster, veins bulging on the exposed parts, had cut the angel envoy in half with a single sword strike. This made his eyes suddenly widen, and his mouth fell open, clearly shocked by the scene before him. Stunned for several seconds, Matri's mind was dazed as he muttered, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Unless he's a peak knight. How could Lord Angel Envoy possibly have been defeated?" After swinging that peak sword, Rain's body was now like a deflated balloon, rapidly shrinking back, propping himself up with his greatsword, taking deep breaths, all while looking utterly exhausted. This was definitely not an act. At this moment, he had hardly any fighting strength left. Although Rain had increased his constitution from 16 to 17 points after his battle with Andrews, compared to the 44 points of strength he had driven during the burst, this bit of constitution was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, when Rain saw the giant scythe Black Flame monk walking toward him across the church hall, he inwardly cursed, "Damn." However, the increase in constitution did have an effect. At the very least, Rain could bear the pain and stand upright, calmly watching the other approach. Seeing the tranquil gaze of the young man before him, staring directly at him, perhaps with the intimidating presence of having slain an angel envoy, Mitri's forehead instantly broke out in large beads of sweat. The next second, Mitri stepped back in fear before quickly turning and running off, so fast he was like a streak of black lightning. But after running over 10 meters, Mitri suddenly braked, then turned back fiercely, his gaze locking onto Rain once more. This time, Mitri seemed to have regained his senses, thinking to himself, "No, even if this Rain is strong, there's no way he could maintain a good physical condition after fighting Lord Angel Envoy." Thus, Mitri cautiously and carefully observed Rain's body, noting how Rain was slightly trembling all over, and how his clothing barely allowed him to stand straight. The knight's armor all over his body was also broken to bits, offering virtually no defensive power at all. Moreover, there were many charred areas on the exposed parts of his body. "I knew it. This kid might have been lucky enough to kill Lord Angel Envoy. But he must be completely drained now. Damn it, I almost fell for this kid's trick. Now this is good, this huge advantage needs to fall into my own hands, thank the great god of hunting. As the culprit for disrupting the blood sacrifice, ritual and killing Lord Angel Envoy, as long as I slay him, there's no doubt that I will definitely receive the High Priest's lavish rewards." Perhaps I might even become the new Lord Angel. Envoy, haha. A triumphant smirk appeared at the corner of Mitri's mouth. When Rain saw the other returning, his heart suddenly sank, feeling that it was bad news. After all, besides himself, there was no one else in Flashgold Town capable of contending with the Black Flame monk. When the anxious Rain inadvertently saw the profession panel, his eyes widened in shock. The system prompt read: Your skill, Giant Bear Sword Technique, has improved. Experience plus 121, you have been through a battle, Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 40, your skill, Giant Bear Sword Technique, has improved. Experience plus 542, you have been through a battle, Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 233, congratulations. Your Knight, Transcendent profession level has increased. Holy shit. Did I just level up? The experience given by this giant scythe Black Flame monk is freaking massive. Rain had never imagined that he could level up again right after killing Andrews, and all this happened in less than half an hour. Furthermore, after the previous level up, his Knight Transcendent profession level was LV2, 43/300, and leveling up required 257 points. Rain never expected that by killing the Black Flame monk before, and adding this giant scythe Black Flame monk, he would get a total of 273 points, with 40 plus 233 experience points. Now his Knight Transcendent had already advanced to LV3, 16/500. Of course, all these weren't the most important. The important thing was the attribute point provided by the level up. Without hesitation, Rain immediately added that point to his constitution. Instantly, his constitution rose from 17 to 18 points. A surge of warmth pumped fiercely from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. This made Rain feel as if he had returned to his peak condition, his body brimming with energy. The side effects of having fully exerted the triple overlap state had now completely disappeared without a trace. His overall condition couldn't be better. Watching the approaching Black Flame monk, Rain's mouth turned up slightly, mentally reciting, You didn't take the way to heaven, and now you've barged into a doorless hell. At the dining room of Count Harris's mansion in Meister County Town, several middle-aged men, obviously nobles, were having breakfast together. One of them, a bearded man dressed in black noble attire with intricate embroidery, was elegantly carving a large piece of rib steak, skillfully manipulating the silver fork and knife in his hands. Piece after piece of squarely cut steak was stuffed into his mouth. Compared to Baron Alonso, who was voraciously enjoying his breakfast, the other two opposite him had puzzled expressions on their faces, and their eating gestures had almost halved in speed. Had Rain been present, he would have recognized these two as Knight Lloyd and swordsmanship instructor Perez from the Habas family manor in Flashgold Town. Although they too were slowly eating their breakfast, they could not understand why they had received a message so early in the morning from Baron Alonso, the eldest son of Count Habs, inviting them to share a meal together. They had but a general personal relationship with Alonso. Thus, when receiving this message, they were quite taken aback, yet as knights under the Habas family, they naturally did not want to offend the eldest son of the Count's family for no reason. Initially, they thought that Baron Alonso's invitation to breakfast must have been for some important discussion. However, as breakfast was nearly over, this baron had yet to mention any important matters, only inquiring about the recent situation of the Habas manor. This left them puzzled since there was nothing important to discuss. Why had Baron Alonso summoned them so early in the day? Was he trying to win them over? Could a breakfast truly win over two knights? That would mean knights were far too cheap. At that moment, a beautiful maidservant respectfully offered a hot towel. Alonso wiped his mouth with it and smiled. Do you knights find the breakfast to your satisfaction? Of course, thank you for your generous hospitality. Baron Knight Lloyd nodded and said, It's quite plentiful, thank you, Baron, Perez added. Just then the butler Mitchell hurriedly approached Alonso and said, My lord, Lady Baroness Crowley has come to visit. It seems she has quite urgent matters. Jennifer. Alonso had some thoughts about this young and beautiful Baroness who also had a head for business. Usually she avoided him like the plague. Why would she actively seek him out this time? This made Alonso somewhat unable to fathom her intentions. Perhaps the two family knights of the Crowley family had finally pressured her beyond her limits, therefore she had come to seek aid from him. If that was the case, it would be good news. Baron, since you have a guest, we will head back to Flashgold Town, Lloyd said, preparing to stand up and take his leave. Wait, Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, please wait a moment. Alonso hurriedly called the two of them to stay. Alonso's eyes twinkled with mirth. How could he let them return to Flashgold Town now when the cult of the Black Flame was performing a blood sacrifice there? Mitchell, direct Lady Baroness Crowley to the dining room. After a moment's thought, Alonso instructed the butler. As you command, Baron, Mitchell replied. Soon, Lady Baroness Crowley, dressed as a noblewoman, entered the dining room. A stunning beauty, towering figure, and pale skin immediately drew the attention of all three men. Although all three were nobles, not lacking in women, they couldn't help but take an extra glance at a beautiful woman. Especially being transcendent knights, their physical bodies also led to often exuberant hormones, and their desires exceeded those of ordinary people. "Oh, Knight Lloyd, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed upon seeing Lloyd, eyes widening in surprise. Lady Baroness Crowley had seen Lloyd at several noble wine parties before, and she knew he was the person in charge of the Habas family manor in Flashgold Town, trusted greatly by the Earl. Confusion clouded Lloyd's face. "Should I not be here?" Seeing the bewildered look on Knight Lloyd's face, Lady Baroness Crowley felt a jolt in her heart. "Don't you know that Flashgold Town has just been attacked by cultists?" she blurted out. "What?" Lloyd's face turned pale, and exchanging a glance with Perez, he quickly realized that Baron Alonso's early summons wasn't as simple as having breakfast together. It seemed the rumors they had heard before were not without basis. Alonso was taken aback. A noble lady, accustomed to luxury, was surprisingly well informed. However, when he saw the looks that the two knights gave him, his heart sank. Trouble was now inevitable. "What? Lady Baroness Crowley, are you sure of your news?" Alonso feigned shock as he stood up. "Of course, Jenny is currently in Flashgold Town," the Baroness said with certainty. "Baron, please pardon our abrupt departure." Hearing Lady Baroness Crowley's confirmation, Lloyd did not wait for Alonso's response and turned to leave immediately. This was somewhat impolite behavior among the nobility. The way the two knights had just looked at Alonso was obviously not right. All the subtle expressions were keenly observed by the perceptive Lady Baroness Crowley, who began to contemplate their meaning. "Please wait a moment, Knight Lloyd, I will go with you." Alonso quickly caught on. He chuckled bitterly in his heart. Alonso had never imagined that the problem in this matter would turn out to be Lady Crowley, Baroness Crowley. It was really unexpected. Now, all he could do was to volunteer to go to Flashgold Town to try to clear himself of any suspicion in this affair. "Wait, Knight Lloyd, I will also accompany you. After all, Jenny is in Flashgold Town, and I can't rest easy." The Baroness Crowley hastily added, outside the church square. Although Mitri charged rapidly towards Rain, he did not foolishly engage in close combat. His first instinct was to use a remote attack to take down Rain, who appeared exhausted. He stopped about 20 meters from Rain and cautiously controlled a ball of dark flame, accurately tossing it at Rain. This made Rain inwardly lament, "What a pity." With a side step, Rain dodged Mitri's dark flame fireball. Immediately after, Rain charged swiftly at Mitri. His agile figure and smooth movement showed no signs of injury or exhaustion. Mitri's pupils dilated sharply, and with a look of disbelief he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you be uninjured? You're supposed to be exhausted." Facing Rain, who transformed from a seemingly ill cat into a ferocious tiger. Mitri could not fathom the reason. The trembling of his muscles and the way he barely stood steady, leaning on his greatsword, Mitri was certain that even the best wandering bard or opera actor could not fake such a realistic effect. In the short half-second that Mitri was stunned, Rain had already covered a distance of more than 10 meters. The distance between the two rapidly closed. Mitri immediately took on a panicked expression. He quickly retreated backward, while fully exerting himself to launch dark flame fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It seemed as if he had some sort of enhancement, his speed of releasing the dark flame. Fireballs was even faster than the previous dark flame monks. The fireballs battered Rain like a barrage of cannon fire. With limit break activated, Rain's strength and agility immediately increased by 35%, and his speed increased once more. The incoming dark flame fireballs passed through Rain's high-speed afterimages, missing their target and impacting the ground behind him, exploding and sending dust flying. The distance between them grew ever closer. Rain dodged the next two dark flame fireballs with a quick left-right maneuver. Then, with a rare upward slash of the glimmering greatsword, he directly chopped off Mitri's right hand that held a peculiar bone wand. The experience of the giant bearsword technique at level 6 as a guide, Rain instinctively stepped to the right, his greatsword following through with a smooth cleaving slash. Rain's left foot braked sharply, stopping from high-speed motion while maintaining the side-swinging posture. A piercing scream came from behind him. A heavy object hitting the ground followed. Rain's wrist flicked slightly, and the crimson on his greatsword diminished considerably. Only then did he slowly turn around. He saw that the dark flame monk had been cleaved diagonally from the right shoulder to the left hip into two halves by him. The sound of the heavy object was the upper body falling to the ground. The dark flame monk's strong vitality now became a shackle and torment, not allowing him to die quickly, only to face the gradual approach of death. This fear of death was an instinct of all living beings. Therefore, the man continued to howl in desperation. But all this had nothing to do with Rain anymore. Without bothering about the man's fate, Rain stepped forward and picked up the bizarre bone wand. Clutched in the severed right hand, it was due to this item that the dark flame monk had greatly increased his speed of casting fireball attacks. Moreover, Rain also noticed that it played a key role in the sinister ritual that had just taken place, with strands of a bloody scent still emanating from the crimson crystal at the top of the bone wand. However, the moment Rain held the bone wand, suddenly, a system prompt resounded. This caught Rain completely off guard. The system prompt was as follows: Ding. Host has acquired an unknown mysterious object. Triggering a career change Dark Flame Monk. The prerequisites for advancing to Dark Flame Monk are 1. Possession of any transcendent profession panel. 2. Spirit above 12 points. 3. Worship the god of hunting or use the unknown mysterious object. The current conditions are met. Would you like to change careers to Dark Flame Monk? Yes/no. His career panel system could even change to a Dark Flame Monk, a career that clearly belongs to an evil alignment. This made Rain quite curious. That strange Dark Flame indeed possessed great power. The Dark Flame Monk seemed like a combination of a wizard and a knight. If it weren't for his transcendent trait Ironskin LV2, he might have died several times over. But when Rain thought of the Serpent Waste incident, he shuddered all over. While improving strength is indeed my desire, becoming something that is neither human nor ghost is really. Moreover, after the career change, it will certainly overwrite the original knight, transcendent, panel because my current panel total is already 4/4, so it's not an addition but a career change. After pondering silently for a while, Lord Rieni shook his head slightly and chose not to. At that moment, 2 cavalrymen walked in and bowed respectfully to Lord Rieni, pointing to the corpse that was severed into 2 pieces on the ground. Lord Rieni, this. Should we move it outside as well? With the few bodies from before, he had 3 pieces of spoils of war he had yet to collect. It was a pity that the one with the strongest strength had self-immolated, and the spoils of war had vanished along with the ashes. Just as Lord Rieni was walking out of the church hall, a familiar voice sounded not far away. Mother. Rieni was more than familiar with this voice, and he turned his head in surprise. He saw his mother Emma being helped down from the compartment of a luxurious carriage by the noble Lady Jenny. How did these two get together? Rieni was instantly confused. Rieni, are you all right? His mother Emma hurried forward, scrutinizing Rieni's injuries closely. Mother, I'm fine, I'm tough, don't worry. Rieni patted his chest confidently. With his transcendent trait Iron Skin, LV2, he estimated that his defensive power wasn't much different from that of the Iron Mane Bear. Although he probably wasn't on par with the Bear King, he was indeed tough. After a careful examination, Mother Emma found that it was indeed just charring caused by flames, with no injuries. She let out a long sigh of relief, finally at ease. By the way, Rieni, this is Miss Jenny. You should know her, right? That was Miss Jenny I saw last time, wasn't it? Mother Emma seemed to remember something and eyed Rieni with a somewhat reproachful look. Yes, Mother, Miss Jenny is my friend. Rieni turned to look at Jenny and nodded with a smile. The certainty in Rieni's eyes brought an unexpected joy to Jenny's heart, for she knew that what she had done previously had worked out better than expected. She cleared her throat and said, Lord Rieni, I just happened to meet your mother. Jenny briefly explained the situation, and Rieni turned to his mother Emma again. Seeing her nod slightly, he couldn't help but really acknowledge the Lady Jenny before him. Not everyone would think of the safety of others in a dangerous environment. At least from this aspect, Miss Jenny was quite commendable. Mother, shall I take you home first? Rieni thought for a moment, then decided to take his mother home to rest first. Yes, Emma, you must be shocked. Take my carriage and go home to rest a bit earlier. Jenny immediately agreed. All right, Rini, then you. Mother, I'll accompany you back home first and I'll come back later. Before Rini left, he waved to Matteo, the little fellow, saying, Matteo, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take my mother home and will come back later. Understood, rest assured, Lord Rini. Leave this place to me, Matteo assured him, patting his chest. Thus, Rini and his mother Emma boarded Jenny's carriage and headed towards home. On the carriage, Rini suddenly remembered that Jenny had seemingly come to look for him, but because Flashgold Town was attacked, they hadn't really had a chance to talk properly. Right, Miss Jenny, your visit this time is for. Oh, Lord Rini, I almost forgot. Last time you mentioned to me that you wanted to learn script. In addition to the 2 books last time, this time, I happened to find an ancient book written in script in our family's library. I thought you might be interested, so I personally delivered it to you, Jenny explained. As she spoke, Jenny handed an ancient book with a slightly damaged cover to Rini. Rini took it and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although his knowledge of script, Akkadian, was just beginning this book. Lloyd led the way on his horse, followed by Perez and Alonso with 2 squads of cavalry. And at the very end were the Baroness Crowley's carriage and guards. The group moved like a long snake, departing from County Town and making their way swiftly toward Flashgold Town. Midway through their journey, they encountered a night watchman from Flashgold Town, heading to report to County Town and hurriedly asked, Flashgold Town has been attacked. Are you Knight Lloyd? Yes, the Flashgold Town church was suddenly attacked by cultists during worship. By now, many residents have been injured or killed. The night watchman from Flashgold Town, who had seen the person in charge of the Habsburg estate on several occasions, was delighted to speak. He was the second batch of messengers Matteo had sent for help. Since the first group of messengers had not returned for a long time, Matteo quickly sent out more personnel. This night watchman left Flashgold Town shortly after Rini had just arrived at the church. How many of them are there? Where is the sheriff, Lord Hamilton? Lloyd asked anxiously. Lord Hamilton left for the Nightingale Forest with the church's party this morning. What? Lloyd and Perez looked at each other, both seeing deep concern in the other's eyes. Flashgold Town might be doomed. Both he and Perez went there. Lord Hamilton wasn't there either. There was utterly no transcendent power in the entire Flashgold Town. Even with the brave ordinary lawmen and night watchmen, it was impossible to hold off cultists led by transcendent power. Now who is in charge of Flashgold Town's defense? The newly promoted deputy sheriff, Lord Rini. Lord Rini, Lloyd and Perez both looked stunned. They had only recently heard Hamilton mention a young man named Rini, purported to possess a natural talent for knighthood and had even been appointed as the captain of the night watchman. But when had he been appointed as the deputy sheriff? However, none of that mattered now. What was important was that, based solely on Rini's words, it was impossible to withstand the cultists. Alas, Flashgold Town. It couldn't be another Monheim Town tragedy. Lloyd and Perez couldn't help but fiercely spur their steeds, racing towards Flashgold Town. Meanwhile, Alonso, who had overheard, maintained a distraught facade, but inwardly his thoughts were the complete opposite. When Knight Lloyd and his party arrived at the outskirts of Flashgold Town, they saw smoke billowing from the town center, and hearing no cries of battle, their hearts sank. It appears the cultists have already struck. Alonso also noted the same scene, with a tinge of satisfaction in his heart. Thinking that the Black Flame Church had acted swiftly to complete the blood sacrifice ritual, they must have already evacuated. Given the time, it was about right. This thought relaxed Alonso quite a bit. The situation was under control. Upon entering the town, they were met with intermittent wails of grief. This further solidified in Baron Alonso's heart. It seemed he just had to go through the motions. The only pity was that the original plan was to let the pirates plunder Flashgold Town to cover up the Black Flame Church's blood sacrifice ritual. But now, that wouldn't be appropriate. Chances were, the Black Flame Church's actions couldn't be concealed. In the carriage behind, Lady Crawley's heart clenched as she saw the terrible state of Flashgold Town. So many people dead, Jenny couldn't be in danger, could she? As they drew closer to the Flashgold Town church, the sight of each withered corpse being brought out caused both Lloyd and Perez to frown deeply. Not until they approached the church and saw a group of night watchmen gathered did they immediately spur their horses forward and demand, "Who is in charge here?" "I am." Matteo turned around at the noise and said, "Oh, Knight Lloyd, you finally arrived. The cultists have already retreated. Lloyd asked with a grave expression. Mateo shook his head and pointed to a cart by the church plaza. The cultists are right there. The group looked on, puzzled. On the cart lay a number of bloody, indistinct shapes that appeared to be corpses. This, you're saying all the cultists are dead? Lloyd quickly caught on, asking in surprise. Mateo nodded. Yes, they were all slain by Lord Rieni. Impossible. Alonso couldn't help but blurt out, but he immediately realized this was inappropriate and quickly added, I mean, did they have no transcendence? Of course they did, my lord. The enemy brought for transcendence. I knew it. Alonso sighed with relief. He had just realized that what the captain of the night watchman meant was that the cultists' underlings who had been killed were all here. Mateo, however, gave Alonso an odd look and said, the bodies of 3 out of the 4 enemy transcendents are here. What? 3 out of 4 transcendents was slain by you. Alonso's eyes suddenly widened, and he expressed disbelief. At that moment, he thought he must be hallucinating. Yes, how is that possible? How did you manage to kill them? Lloyd was not doubting that Mateo was lying, but he felt that the whole affair was a bit preposterous. 20-some ordinary night watchmen had repelled 4 transcendent-powered cultists and even killed 3 of them. Not even the autobiography of a wandering bard would dare to write such a thing. Perez was also looking at Mateo with a face full of disbelief. Even the beautiful Baroness Crowley had lifted the curtain of the carriage compartment at this moment, staring at Mateo with a bewildered expression. She had heard the name Rieni from the conversation just now. Although she knew that Rieni was a capable fighter, the extent of his prowess was beyond her belief. Seeing the attention of several VIPs from County Town focused on him, Mateo also felt the pressure. However, he still found it odd that these prominent individuals from County Town seemed to have trouble believing in their combat strength. Additionally, he felt it was necessary to correct the mistakes in the other party's words. After all, it was related to the rewards for their merits. Of course, though Lord Rieni took the lion's share. Being a collective, the night watchman would also be entitled to a small share of the glory. Well, Your Excellency, it wasn't 3 that were killed, but 4 transcendents. Look, there's still one there, burnt to ashes. Mateo pointed to a pile of black ash outside the church square. This time, whether it was Lloyd, Perez, Alonso, or Baroness Crowley, no one spoke a word. They all stared wide-eyed at the pile of black ashes. The scene fell into complete silence, in a valley to the east of Flashgold Town. 70 to 80 burly men, armed with various types of weapons, were gathering and resting. The leader was a one-eyed man carrying an exaggeratedly large bow on his back. He was Phil Kraz, the deputy captain of the Black Sail Pirates. Not only possessed the strength of a seasoned knight, but was especially skilled in archery, a rare sharpshooter among pirates known by the nickname Bloody Shooter. He paced back and forth with a puzzled look on his face. Because this went against the agreement with the cult of the Black Flame. The other party had made it very clear before. Roughly by 10 o'clock, once the flare was launched, they were to raid Flashgold Town, for which the cult of the Black Flame had paid them a handsome sum of money. But it was almost 10:30 in the morning now. No flares had been seen above Flashgold Town. Instead, they had seen several plumes of black smoke, perhaps a few households getting an early start on the midday meal. Damn it, his men were hungry. Also, he had promised Baron Norman that he would help him take care of a rookie with the strength of an almost knight, said to be serving amongst the night watchmen of Flashgold Town with quite a talent for knighthood. Of course, such a trifling matter was but a gesture. The main issue was, if the signal still didn't arrive, he was in for some trouble. To withdraw or to engage. Damn it, what the hell is that sneaky cult up to? We've been waiting for half a day already. The pirate spat out the grass root in his mouth, complaining impatiently. Boss, why bother waiting for their signal? Can't we just hit them directly? Yeah, let's just do it, boss. Since when do Black Sail Pirates take orders from those cultists? One person started it, and in an instant ignited the volatile temper of the pirates. They had traveled from the coastal area in the middle of the night to plunder Flashgold Town, not even stopping for breakfast, all dreaming of a big score. And now, there was no word from those sons of bitches. They better not be double-crossing. With Rain's meager Arcadian vocabulary, he had only managed to decipher the somewhat blurry inscriptions on the book's cover, which roughly meant, regarding forging. Yes, just these 2 words which Rain quickly distinguished, but Rain was already captivated. He couldn't help but be fascinated, because this was a book written in mage script Arcadian and it was related to forging. Don't forget, Rain had the blacksmith profession panel. Therefore, any method or trick that could potentially swiftly raise his blacksmith profession level was of extraordinary significance for him. It could be said to be equivalent to an extraordinary battle technique. Moreover, this was a book on forging written in Arcadian. Perhaps there were some unknown mysteries within it. This made Rain's thoughts slightly agitated. Thus, inside the carriage, Rain began to inquire of Jenny about the origins of this book. "Miss Jenny, did you find this book in your family's library?" "Yes, Lord Riani. These past 2 days, I had nothing to do and stumbled upon it quite by accident while I was browsing through the library. This book seems to have been neglected for a long time. When I found it, was covered in dust and placed in the most inaccessible corner of the bottom shelf." Jenny's bright eyes looked at Rain, and she could tell he was very interested in the book, so she elaborated a bit more, albeit somewhat exaggeratedly. In reality, the book was located on the Crowley family's most valued ancient manuscripts shelf. When her father, Baron Crowley, was alive, he valued these rare ancient books greatly, and at that time, Jenny didn't have the opportunity to access them. Now, naturally, there was no one to stop her. Besides, this was the last book related to mage script that she could find in her family library. Obviously, to highlight the depth of her family's heritage, so that Rain, the guardian knight, would pay more attention to the Crowley family and her. After listening, Rain's eyes brightened, and he thought to himself, could it really be chanced upon so casually? The depth of a noble family's heritage is truly remarkable. At the same time, a thought popped into Rain's mind. He spoke that, "Miss Jenny, if you have time, could you please properly organize the family's library? Should there be similar books, do remember to let me take a look at them. Would that be possible?" Upon hearing this, Jenny was momentarily stunned. She had merely exaggerated a little bit just now, aiming to highlight the strength of her family's foundation so that the guardian knight would pay more attention to her and her family. She had not expected Lord Riani to suddenly make such a request. Was this request excessive? Jenny's mind swiftly went to work, and in a flash an idea struck her. Right, her own family might be gone, but she had best friends. If it came down to it, she would mobilize her best friends to help search. She refused to believe that. In the vast Meister County town, she couldn't find a few mage script books. Therefore, Jenny confidently said that, "Of course, no problem. Miss Jenny, I'm really grateful." Soon, the group arrived smoothly at Riani's front door in the carriage. When Rain helped his mother Emma down from the carriage, the family door suddenly opened, and old Rain and Beau, he ran out quickly, their faces a mix of anxiety and joy. "Lord Riani, I'll not go in and disturb you then." Seeing the situation, Jenny naturally would not impose. Rain guessed that the incident at the church must have spread throughout Flashgold Town an hour before. Flashgold Town wasn't large, and such matters naturally spread quickly. Even old Rain, who had gone to the farms early in the morning, had already rushed back home. "Emma, are you all right?" "Mama," Beau, he rushed into her mother Emma's arms. After a bit of commiseration, the family's mood finally stabilized a bit. After reassuring his father and Beau, Rain went upstairs. He took off the battered and tattered knight's armor and wiped down his body a bit. Rain then changed into a linen tunic with a cinched waist. Immediately afterward, he began to search for the other 2 mage script books to find out what those few words on the cover of the book actually meant. After all, that half-understanding, half-knowing feeling was the most irritating. It's like how the saying goes with women. Half-concealing the face behind a peepa is most enticing. When Rain spent about 10 minutes to translate the title of the book, a sense of joy surged in him. However, a question lingered in Rain's mind. What exactly was this scorching touch? Was it some kind of witchcraft, or a special artifact, or maybe some kind of technique? Before Rain could continue to the next page for research, knock, 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 the sound of knocking came. The youthful voice of Beau, he called out, "Brother, someone is downstairs looking for you." "All right, Beau, I'm coming right down." Clearly, an attack had just taken place in Flashgold Town, and Rain, as the deputy marshal, still had a lot to handle, so this wasn't a good time for research. As Rain went downstairs and saw a fellow night watchman colleague, he heard him report, "Lord Riani, several nobles, including Knight Lloyd, have come from the church. They wish to invite you over." "All right, we'll head over now, however." After thinking it over, Rain changed out of his clothes, replacing his linen waistcoat with the plate armor he had worn before. Although he possessed the transcendent characteristic iron skin, having an extra layer of protection on the outside would undoubtedly be safer. After all, when it's possible to stack armor, one should always layer up as much as possible. When Rain returned to the church, he saw several individuals clad in knight armor, among them Knight Lloyd and swordsmanship instructor Perez, both of whom were old acquaintances. It was Rain who knew these two. They, however, did not recognize him, as Rain's previous status was far too low for them to have taken notice. Inside the carriage, the gorgeous Baroness Crowley lifted the curtain, nodded at Rain as he approached, and offered a faint smile. The only person present whom Rain didn't recognize was a bearded middle-aged man. Knight Lloyd, swordsmanship instructor Perez, I am Rain. May I ask who is this? This is Baron Alonso, Knight Lloyd introduced. Rain's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't that the name of the man behind the attack on him? And according to the previous introduction by Hamilton, this man was also Clea's brother, Count Habs's eldest legitimate son. If he didn't know the previous incident was orchestrated by this person, Rain would truly have been deceived by this actor Baron. At this moment, Alonso was also curiously sizing up Rain. Good day, Baron. Rain bowed slightly and said with a smile. This gesture fully displayed Rain's self-cultivation as an actor. After exchanging pleasantries, Knight Lloyd immediately clarified the reason for calling Rain over. After all, they found the matter at hand too absurd and extraordinary. So Knight Lloyd directly asked, Rain, did you kill these cultists whose strength reached the transcendent level? Just now, they had inspected the corpses on the flatbed, and judging by the black robes and attire, they were indeed cultists of the Black Flame. Moreover, the cuts on these corpses indicated that they were all slain with extremely clean and decisive strokes. Of course, the angles of the cuts varied. Some were split right down the middle while others were diagonally severed. But regardless of the angle, the attacks they suffered were all exceptionally fierce and ruthless. This sort of swordsmanship and strength was something Knight Lloyd knew he couldn't achieve, let alone Rain, who was only a squire in his eyes. The same doubt lingered in the minds of swordsmanship instructor Perez and Alonso as well. When they heard Knight Lloyd raise the question, they promptly directed their gaze at Rain. Rain nodded and said, Yes, Knight Lloyd. Rain did not intend to conceal it because there really was no way to do so. This time, with Hamilton not around, he was the only transcendent combatant in Flashgold Town. Additionally, besides his night watchman colleagues who witnessed him killing the Black Flame cultists, many residents of Flashgold Town who were rescued also saw the event. So, it wasn't that he didn't want to hide it, he simply couldn't. Rain, have you advanced tonight? The swordsmanship instructor Perez couldn't help but ask. Before Rain could reply, Baron Alonso next to him answered on his behalf. I happen to know this. Rain advanced to Transcendent some time ago. A few days earlier, he had sent his butler Mitchell to communicate with Rain, so he was naturally aware of Rain's advancement. However, it seems that everyone has underestimated your strength this time, Alonso said with a probing look, sizing up Rain and harboring many questions within. Even if one had advanced to Transcendent and become an official knight, dealing with the cultists of the Black Flame would most likely end in defeat. And to do what Rain did, killing 4 Black Flame cultists. Nobody present could confidently claim they could achieve such a feat. Baron, thank you for your praise, Rain said with a modest smile, fully upholding the composure of an actor. After all, when one needed to feign politeness, it was necessary to play the part. At that moment, the noisy sound of hooves approached from nearby, as if a large group of riders was racing over from not far away. Rain looked up to see a troop of cavalry suddenly appearing on the western road out of Flashgold Town, with a visibly anxious Hamilton at the lead. Apparently, the messenger that little Matteo had sent out finally managed to deliver the message. It seemed, though, that the notification had arrived a bit late. The battle had already ended nearly an hour ago, thought Rain to himself. Duel finally managed to notify the Lord, muttered Matteo next to him. No wonder Matteo complained. During battle, every second counted, and it was almost negligence to notify them so late. Knight Lloyd glanced at the cavalryman next to Hamilton and said, The previous messenger must have been killed. This is the cavalry I sent to deliver the notification. Rain glanced around indeed. There was no sign of the night watchman named Duel, but he did spot a similarly tense-looking Laguerre. The investigation team that set out in the morning had now returned with all members intact. After dismounting, Hamilton, wearing a grim expression, greeted Rain, Lloyd, and the others, then immediately began to inspect the situation on site. As the sheriff of Flashgold Town, he was the first person responsible for defense, and naturally, as soon as he heard Flashgold Town was attacked by cultists, he rushed back immediately. Rain exchanged a few polite words with Laguerre before being called aside by Hamilton. Rudolph, the head of the church, and 4 temple knights, upon hearing that cultists attacked Flashgold Town, also decided to return at once. After all, the evil spirit knight was deep in Nightingale Forest, posing a latent threat that would not erupt immediately. The recently restless cult was somewhat troublesome for the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church. Thus, Rudolph and the Temple Knights, following Hamilton, began to examine the bodies of several Black Flame monks on the wagon. "Such fierce swordsmanship," a Temple Knight exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. They, as Temple Knights who had combated them, knew all too well how difficult it was to split a Black Flame monk in half. This one is Matri." Rudolph's eyes suddenly narrowed. Although he appeared expressionless, his heart was already in turmoil. Although he did not recognize the other two, he had had several encounters with this Matri, who always managed to escape. The man had once been a wizard apprentice, but somehow got involved with the Black Flame Church. Allegedly due to his proficiency in a certain technique, he was highly regarded by the upper echelons of the Black Flame Church. Unexpectedly, he had died here. Although he didn't believe that these 3 Black Flame monks had all been killed by the relatively youthful-looking young man before him. The facts seemed to keep reminding him that this was the only explanation. Moreover, with so many witnesses around, logically, this incident couldn't be fabricated. Of course, for the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess Church, this incident was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Whether or not Rain had killed them didn't really matter. What mattered was, the Black Flame Church had lost 4 transcendents in Flashgold Town, which had severely weakened them. Rudolph, something's off. There are 1, 2, 6 halves, which is the bodies of 3 Black Flame monks, but where is the body of the 4th? A detail-oriented Temple Knight suddenly asked. Right then Matteo pointed to a clump of black ash outside the church square. "Look, the other one is over there." Everyone immediately followed Matteo's gaze. All they saw was a large pile of black ash. Rudolph and the few Temple Knights quickly walked over. Although the person had turned into a pile of ash, they were still able to detect some clues. "Rudolph, it's a human skin armor." A Temple Knight used his longsword to poke around in the ash for a moment, picked up a thumb-sized fragment, examined it, and then looked up at Rudolph with a face full of astonishment to report. "What? Say that again." Rudolph suddenly showed a trace of astonishment. "Rudolph, it's an apostle's medallion." Another Temple Knight's longsword seemed to have touched something hard. After clearing it, he cried out in surprise. A diamond-shaped Black Flame medallion appeared before everyone. "This is an apostle." Rudolph could no longer maintain his calm expression, staring dumbstruck at the medallion. "An apostle?" The other 2 Temple Knights also widened their eyes in shock, mouths agape. The exclamations of the church members, particularly the always composed Rudolph, immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Whether it was Knight Lloyd, swordsmanship instructor Perez, or Hamilton, they all turned to look immediately. At this time Baron Alonso was as if struck by lightning, standing in shock. He roared inwardly, "What? Another Black Flame apostle died? To think that this is a Black Flame apostle. An apostle even more powerful than veteran knights. Basically, without a peak knight appearing. There had never been a record of a Black Flame apostle being killed. At most, it had been Black Flame apostles being repelled by the combined forces of several veteran knights. Although his relationship with the Black Flame Church was a mutually beneficial partnership, he was unaware of the specific personnel involved in a certain operation of the church. He had previously heard that all 4 transcendents sent by the Black Flame Church had been killed by Rain, which had already shocked him immensely. But he hadn't expected that among those 4, there was also an apostle of the Black Flame Church that had been killed. This honestly shocked him beyond belief, shocking him to the core. Compared to everyone else, obviously, the church members Rudolph and the 4 Temple Knights understood more about the significance and the difficulty of this feat. At that moment, Rain was being pulled aside by Hamilton, having a separate conversation. "Rain, did you kill all 4 Black Flame Church transcendents by yourself?" Hamilton was also astounded, sizing up his capable subordinate as he asked. Though he had estimated Rain's combat capability as high as possible, the scene before him still left him utterly shocked. After encountering the messenger sent by Knight Lloyd, the news nearly made Hamilton black out. In his heart, on one hand, he was worried that Rain might have encountered misfortune. On the other hand, with such a serious security incident occurring in Flashgold Town, he was inevitably going to be held accountable, and perhaps he might even be stripped of his noble title. At that moment, he immediately glanced at Viscount Hamadi, the chief of public security of the county town. But from the other's shocked expression, Hamilton couldn't instantly determine whether the chief genuinely didn't know or was deliberately concealing something. However, when he had hastened to Flashgold Town, the situation took a dramatic turn. He hadn't expected that he, who was sure to be held accountable, might actually turn misfortune into a blessing. Flashgold Town suffered a sudden assault by cultists. Sheriff Hamilton rushed to the scene on horseback, deserted his post, resulting in heavy casualties among the residents of Flashgold Town. Under the command of Sheriff Hamilton, Flashgold Town feigned weakness to lure the enemy into the jar, completely annihilating a large group of cultists led by 4 transcendents. Although there were some casualties, it severely dealt a blow to the arrogant spirit of the cult. The disparity between these 2 official reports is too significant to detail. And the key person in all this was Rain. Lord Hamilton, it was indeed I who killed them. Of course, I couldn't have done it without the help of my fellow night watchmen, Rain said, pointing to Matteo and others nearby. This made Matteo and the other night watchmen feel as sweet as if they had tasted honey. Look, this is what a good superior in the Dragon Empire looks like, never claiming credit for himself. Instead, he even shared the credit with them. Also, it's about my giant bear sword technique. I suddenly had a bit of an epiphany, seemed to have reached a different level. Of course, Rain would not reveal his true strength. He chose what he could reveal and spoke about it a little. Yet, Rain was not lying, because what he spoke was indeed the outright truth. Ever since the giant bear sword technique reached level 6, he sensed a clear difference compared to before. Upon hearing this, Hamilton vaguely guessed something. Could it be? This couldn't help but make him raise an eyebrow, curiously speaking. Oh, Rain, why don't you demonstrate it for me now? Rain was also eager to showcase the improvement in his swordsmanship. As for whether he could convince everyone that he relied on his swordsmanship talent to deal with those 4 transcendent cultists, that was a different matter. But at the very least, it would give them a reason, a lead to believe it was possible for him to have killed those 4. Otherwise, letting them speculate wildly, or even sending someone to secretly observe or monitor him afterward, would be too passive. Upon hearing that Rain wanted to showcase his swordsmanship, whether it was Viscount Hamadi, Baron Alonso, or nobles big and small like Lloyd and Perez, all turned their attention to him. And the priests and knights who initially intended to enter the church to inspect the situation also stopped in their tracks, stood still, and turned around to watch. After all, having learned that 3 of the cultists and 1 Black Flame apostle were killed by this young knight Rain, nearly everyone's curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, the beautiful Baroness Crowley, along with Jenny, gracefully descended from the carriage. Everyone almost formed a large circle, intently watching Rain as he drew the glimmering greatsword. Ugh! It's a lumistone weapon, Priest Rudolph exclaimed in a low voice. He hadn't foreseen that this young man would keep surprising him one after another. A lumistone weapon is not so easy to come by. One must either purchase it at a high price from an auction or rely on personal fortune. Of course, the church has sacred power weapons, which can achieve the same effect as a lumistone weapon. Thus, there's no need to spend money on lumistone weapons. Seeing so many people gathering to watch, Rain felt no nervousness whatsoever. After all, he was exactly planning to show off his strength, and revealing the tip of the iceberg at this moment was just right. And the giant bear sword technique was a very good part of that iceberg. Rain positioned himself at the center of the area, assumed the initial stance of the giant bear sword technique. 15 minutes earlier, east side of Flashgold Town. On the side of the Black Sail Pirates, Phil, carrying an exaggeratedly large bow, pondered for a moment before turning to a bearded pirate beside him and said, "Andre, send a couple of sharp ones into the town for reconnaissance." "Yes, boss," the bearded man said in a deep, resonant voice. Clearly, having 70 to 80 rough men who licked blood off their blades turn around and leave without firing a shot was very damaging to morale, even if the order was given by Phil Kraz, the deputy leader of the Black Sail Pirates. So, Phil decided to send a few men to scout the town first to see what the situation was like. If the defense forces of Flashgold Town were weak, he planned to proceed with the raid, signal or no signal. Otherwise, his subordinates would definitely have complaints, and that would make them difficult to lead in the future. After all, most pirates, who had hung their heads on their belts, would follow whoever could lead them to wealth. Using brute force was the last resort, as that might cause his men to defect to other pirate groups. Soon, two relatively short pirates, who looked like ordinary citizens after a bit of dressing up, were chosen by the bearded man. The two pirates quickly headed towards Flashgold Town to carry out their reconnaissance mission. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two pirate scouts arrived inside Flashgold Town. Initially, hearing the intermittent cries within the town, the two pirates' eyes lit up with wild joy. This seemed like it had just been attacked. Moreover, there didn't seem to be much defense on the streets. At least they didn't see many security officers in sight. After sneaking around a bit, the two planned to head back and report immediately. However, just as they were turning to leave, they suddenly heard a flurry of hoofbeats and felt a slight tremor underfoot. The two immediately turned around and saw at the end of the street, on the western side of Flashgold Town, a large group of cavalry charging towards the town. The sharp-eyed duo instantly noticed many knights in full plate armor in the troop, and even saw some uniquely adorned church paladins. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. God damn it, if the enemy had arrived just a minute later. They would have reported back that the defense is weak, attack is feasible. After that, they didn't know how many of their pirate group would survive, but these two were definitely not going to make it. Because even if they did survive, Phil was likely to kill them. Let's go. Hurry and report back. It's a trap, damn it. No wonder those bastards didn't send any signal. They had already run away. The two pirate scouts, while complaining, hurried back to their hidden valley. After hearing their description, the Black Sail Pirates also felt a chill down their spine. It was a trap indeed. At the same time, they realized that today's raid was probably not going to happen. Even though they were ready to risk their lives, they weren't mindless. Clearly, the enemy was just waiting for them to fall into their trap. They weren't going to foolishly charge forward. Such foolhardy pirates had long since died out. Retreat. Phil's eyes twinkled, and after a brief moment of thought, he raised his arm and waved, signaling his men to retreat. He and those two scouts who were responsible for gathering information thought differently. Phil actually thought the Black Flame cult was quite reliable. Just look, they didn't betray them. Knowing it was futile, they didn't recklessly fire off signal rockets to get the Black Sail Pirates killed. Yeah, they could continue to work with the Black Flame cult in the future. The little favor he'd promised to Viscount Norman couldn't be fulfilled this time. Well, let that junior knight level brat live a bit longer. Flashgold Town Church Square. A group of nobles dressed in splendid garments or clad in plate armor were gathered around a young man demonstrating swordsmanship in the center of the area. The night watchmen, who had been busy nearby, couldn't help but slow down their actions and stretch their necks curiously to watch the scene unfold. Hey, it's Lord Riani. Yes, it's the new Assistant Security Officer, Lord Riani. That's right. It's Riani. He seems to be demonstrating swordsmanship. Since Riani had been the youngest among the night watchmen, although his positions had continually risen, many still called him by his name. It wasn't a lack of respect, but merely a matter of not having had enough time to adjust. At first, they called him Little Riani, then just Riani, and about half a month ago they called him Captain. Now he had become the Assistant Security Officer. His promotion speed had been unmatched. One wonders how long it will be before the assistant in his title is dropped. Riani suddenly looked solemn, beginning with an extremely swift furious slash followed by a fierce leap slash. Instantly, sharp swooshing sounds filled the area. Smooth cleaving slash. The giant bear sword technique, performed by Riani, linked each move seamlessly, giving the impression that one was watching a dance of strength and beauty. Indeed, Riani's giant bear sword technique has reached the mastery level. This boy Riani is improving too quickly. Hamilton's eyes suddenly widened as he muttered to himself. As Riani's direct superior, Hamilton could say that he had watched Riani grow stronger step by step from an ordinary farmer's son. Now, reflecting back, Hamilton realized that every once in a while, Riani's strength would advance to a new level. Upon careful comparison of the gap in combat strength between him and Rieni, Hamilton was astounded to find that Rieni's current strength seemed to no longer be beneath his own. Perhaps there was a slight difference in combat experience, but it was negligible. Hamilton had to admit Rieni was now a master of the same level as him. One had to say the speed of Rieni's rise was dazzling. This is the mastery level of the giant bear sword technique. Only 14 or 15 years old, and he has reached this level. Truly an astonishing talent. At the edge of the area, the person who felt the deepest impact from Rieni's performance of the giant bear sword technique was Perez, a noble scion and swordsmanship instructor from the Habsburg estate. At the moment, he too had a face of disbelief, watching Rieni demonstrate the giant bear sword technique in the center of the area. Since Perez also specialized in the giant bear sword technique, he clearly remembered that it took him about 4 to 5 years to reach the level Rieni was displaying now. Though he wasn't familiar with Rieni and didn't know how long Rieni had been practicing the giant bear sword technique. One could guess just by reason that Rieni had not been practicing the giant bear sword technique for long. But in any case, it couldn't have been more than 2 years. The reason was simple: the sheer weight of a dual-handed greatsword, weighing several tens of pounds, was evident. An 11 or 12-year-old commoner's child would definitely not be able to swing it. After all, from Rieni's seemingly normal physique, one could tell that he wasn't someone with an extraordinary innate strength. Meanwhile, Alonso grew increasingly anxious as he watched, his expression gradually turning grim. Certain fear began to form in his mind because he realized the rapid improvement of Rieni's strength uncontrollably reminded him of someone. That person was his sister Clea. Alonso remembered clearly, when he was already a level 3 knight attendant, Clea had just learned to hold a sword. But 2 years later, he could only manage a draw against Clea. Defeated, never victorious. Although, in the recent year, with a sufficient supply of divine blood from the cult, his strength had increased rapidly, but now it seemed foolish to compare his training progress with someone with exceptional talent. Fortunately, Alonso had anticipated this with his sister Clea. Thus, he had chosen to collaborate with the cult and looked forward to the gains from the Black Flame prayer ceremony. At that time, if he could obtain control over the Black Flame or some other special abilities through the ceremony, he would be facing a tremendous increase in strength. While Alonso was unsettled, the people from the church were also intently watching Rieni's swordsmanship demonstration. Beryl, how do you rate Rieni's swordsmanship? Priest Rudolph turned to ask a temple knight beside him. Very strong, on par with me, but considering his age, I am far from comparable. I think this newly knighted transcendent Lord Rieni must possess both excellent swordsmanship and knightly talents. Just as I thought. It's a pity such a talent didn't join our goddess church. Priest Rudolph nodded with a sigh. However, Priest Rudolph, if Rieni's current displayed strength is considered, he might be able to kill an ordinary cult member for sure, but I think he would still find it challenging to kill a high-ranking angel envoy. The knight named Beryl seemed to be observing very carefully, and after a serious examination, stated his judgment. You're right. However, I suspect Lord Rieni must have an ace up his sleeve that he naturally wouldn't display in this setting. Priest Rudolph nodded, fully agreeing with Beryl's opinion. Based on his swordsmanship display, it at least has the potential to kill at the angel envoy level, doesn't it? Rudolph said with a smile. You are right. Beryl was initially stunned, then also agreed with a laugh. Among all the nobles present, the only one who could not quite see through the intentions of the others was Viscount Hamadi from County Town, who watched Rieni expressionlessly, pondering something. Beside them, Baroness Clea and Jenny watched with gleaming eyes. For them, they naturally hoped that Rieni, the guardian knight of the Clea family, would be as strong as possible. The demonstration of Rieni's swordsmanship lasted no longer than 10 seconds, yet it ended. However, it left a profound impression on the onlookers. Hamilton stepped forward, his expression complex, and patted Rieni's shoulder, whispering, "Rieni, you've given me another big surprise. Your giant bear sword technique has already reached the level of mastery, which is truly remarkable. I was a bit worried that you ascended to transcendent too soon and lacked strength, but now it seems my worries was somewhat unnecessary." This news brought a slight joy to Rieni, as he hadn't expected that these cultists of the Black Flame were so valuable. He had thought that he would need several months to accumulate the necessary 1,000 merit points to register for the ennoblement assessment. While Riani and Hamilton were talking, a knight approached Rudolph and whispered in a low voice, "Elder Rudolph, I think you should check the situation inside the church." Rudolph raised his eyebrows, glanced at the knight in slight surprise after seeing him nod slightly, which caused Rudolph to frown. Rudolph, followed by Beryl, quickly walked into the church to inspect the site. After carefully examining several corpses of Flashgold town residents, Elder Rudolph, with a grave expression, said, "A ritual of the Black Flame cult was certainly conducted here, and apparently it was successful. If based on what the night watchman just said, all the transcendents of the Black Flame cult were killed by Riani, then their energy storage crystal should be in Riani's possession." Beryl suddenly realized something, then spoke up to remind the others. "Ask Riani if the energy storage crystal is still there, or if it got destroyed during the previous battles," Elder Rudolph speculated, speaking in a solemn tone. "At your command, Elder." Beryl strode out of the church. Soon Beryl approached Riani, who was still talking with Hamilton, and asked, "Excuse me, Lord Riani, during the battle with the cultists, did you happen to see a rhombus-shaped crystal?" Riani pondered for a moment and nodded. He certainly remembered the blood-colored rhombus crystal atop the bone staff. Not just remembered, but remembered vividly, since touching the staff had given him a prompt to change profession. "That's wonderful, Lord Riani. This crystal holds exceptional significance for the church. Could you hold on? This crystal, according to regulations, belongs to the spoils of war and must be handed over to the Empire. I'm afraid the church will have to excuse itself." Suddenly, someone interrupted Beryl's speech. Riani turned to look, seeing Viscount Hamadi smiling as he approached. "What do you say, Hamilton?" Viscount Hamadi then turned to Hamilton. "Well, Viscount, you are correct according to the regulations," Hamilton said, his expression slightly uneasy, but he still nodded. Although he doubted Viscount Hamadi's position, without conclusive proof, it was not possible to bring down a viscount. Regarding the sudden betrayal and assassination attempt on Riani by Andrews, Hamadi explained that he was completely hoodwinked and unaware. Moreover, even if Viscount Hamadi had issues, as per regulations, it was up to the provincial level to deal with it. Riani, regarding the value assessment of the energy storage crystal, after conversion, it can directly transfer into merit points for you. Perhaps merit points are more useful to you than gold coins. Hamadi turned to Riani and said. Riani glanced at Hamilton, who nodded slightly to him. It seemed that he himself would likely not be able to keep this item deemed mysterious by the system. A rank higher in office can crush one to death, and even 2 ranks higher, he had originally wanted to keep it to study. Thus Riani nodded to Hamadi. "All right, Viscount. Please wait a moment, I'll be right home." After returning home, Riani went to his room and immediately locked the door and picked up the bone staff to examine closely. However, Riani then thought that both Hamadi and the knight had only mentioned the crystal, so maybe he didn't have to hand in the staff itself, wondering if he could detach the crystal alone. After a bit of fiddling, Riani quickly discovered that there seemed to be a slot between the bone staff and the blood-colored rhombus crystal. Then, gripping the fist-sized crystal in one hand and the staff in the other, he pulled hard. With a click, the blood-colored rhombus crystal was removed. "Since you all just want the crystal, I'll keep the staff," Riani thought to himself. However, as Riani held the crystal, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! A large amount of unknown absorbable energy detected. Yes/no absorb. Note, after absorption, it can be converted into specified professional experience points. Damn, is there such a good thing? Then, do I even need to think about it? Of course, I choose to absorb. Hand it over, to hell with that. The next second, the rich blood-red energy in the diamond-shaped crystal surged into rain like a flood, escaping a dam. However, it seemed that the system absorbed it in a discard the dregs and keep the essence manner, leaving rain with no discomfort. Instead, a lot of black ash-like substance fell to the ground from his left hand that was holding the blood-red crystal. The absorption and transformation process was completed almost instantly. Ding! Transformed a total of 1,024 supernatural experience points. Please choose Knight, Transcendent/Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent to level up. Seeing this, Rain pondered for a moment and decided to choose the latter for points allocation. The reason was simple. He was currently a Knight, Transcendent, LV3, 84/500. If he chose Knight, he could only level up once, while as a Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, LV1, 0/100, he could level up 3 times. Moreover, Rain noticed that the experience gained in battle was automatically added to the Knight Transcendent Profession panel. Could this be because the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession panel had no attack skills? Or was it for some other reason? But for now, he did not worry at all about the leveling speed of the Knight Transcendent Profession level. On the other hand, it seemed that the professional experience of a Wizard Apprentice Transcendent could currently only be increased through practicing basic meditation. After weighing the two options, the choice was not difficult to make. Rain silently recited Wizard Apprentice in his mind. In an instant, 3 system notifications appeared before Rain. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession level has increased. Congratulations, your Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession level has increased. Although Rain had predicted that his Wizard Apprentice Transcendent Profession panel might jump 3 levels at once, seeing this scene unfold, he too was struggling to contain his joy. Rain clenched his fists and swung vigorously in midair twice. This move had saved him at least half a year, or even 1 to 2 years of time. After calming his excitement a bit, Rain looked at the panel where the level of Wizard Apprentice Transcendent had jumped from LV1 to LV4, 124/1000, and couldn't help but show a radiant smile. Continuing to look down, he saw at the bottom of the panel a prompt indicating remaining attribute points. 3 and remaining skill points, 4. Among these remaining skill points, 1 had been left unassigned from the last level up. Looking at the attribute points and skill points in front of him, Rain suddenly felt like he had jumped from being poor straight into the middle class. Previously, he had to carefully consider each point allocation. Now, things were different. He had plenty to spare. After thinking about it, Rain didn't choose to allocate his points immediately, but decided to deliver the items first before coming back to consider how to allocate the points carefully. After all, with his newfound savings, he couldn't just spend them recklessly. He needed to be frugal and deliberate. Rain looked at the diamond-shaped crystal, which initially had a rich blood color but now showed a pure transparency, and a sly smile spread across his face. He wondered if Viscount Hamadi, upon seeing the current state of the crystal, would still be willing to exchange the spoils for merit points. Forget it. I'll just give him the bone staff as well, thought Rain. After all, since I've reaped such a huge advantage, offering the crystal and the bone staff shows my sincerity, Rain thought to himself. Rain then attached the transparent diamond-shaped crystal back to the bone staff, and then he quickly went downstairs and headed towards the church. Soon, when Rain returned, he saw the church's Rudolph and Viscount Hamadi seemingly arguing about something. This made Rain slow down his steps and listen. Your Excellency Viscount, it is customary for the energy storage crystals to be handed over to our church for handling. Rudolph, as you yourself said, it is a customary practice. According to the Empire's rules, first and foremost, it belongs to the Empire. Aha, this crystal really must be a treasure. It even caused these 2 dignitaries to scramble and fight over it. What a pity that this energy storage crystal has now become a blank crystal. Although Rain didn't know why they valued this crystal so much, it was obviously for the blood-red energy within it. Rain made his footsteps slightly heavier, causing Hamadi and Rudolph to stop their dispute and look over. When Rain passed the bone staff to Hamadi, he could clearly feel Alonso's eyes flicker, and although he tried hard to conceal it, there was an undeniable joy on his face. Rudolph, however, glanced at the transparent crystal on top of the bone staff and then at Rain, his face showing confusion. Clearly, Rudolph had realized that it was a blank crystal. "Oh, Rain, that's it," Viscount Hamadi laughed as he spoke. "You're too kind, Viscount." However, as soon as Hamadi took it over, the next second, his expression changed dramatically, turning incredibly grim. Hamadi's eyes were fixed intently on Rain as he said, "Rain, was it like this when you got this sacrificial staff?" "Of course, Viscount," Rain said, telling a barefaced lie without batting an eyelid. "Right, so this bone stave is called sacrificial staff, huh? Viscount, you really have a deep understanding of the Black Flame cult," Rain added. "Cough. The cult poses a great threat to the Empire, so I took the effort to learn more about them." Hamadi, realizing his slip of the tongue, coughed slightly and said, "It seems the blood sacrifice ritual was not successful. It must have been interrupted just as it was about to succeed." In an instant, Hamadi guessed the most likely scenario that had occurred. "Viscount, about the matter you mentioned before. assisting me in converting my spoils of war into merit points, Rain said. Of course, no problem. Viscount Hamadi waved his hand dismissively. However, from the slight twitch of Hamadi's mouth, Rain could tell that deep inside, Hamadi was incredibly disappointed. Viscount Hamadi, looking rather unsightly, charged Hamilton with certain tasks and quickly left Flashgold Town. Baron Alonso from County Town didn't stay long either and was the first to head back to County Town. The delegation from the Church of the Monsoon and the Sea Goddess, led by head priest Rudolph, after a thorough investigation, also began to leave Flashgold Town and returned to County Town to report. Baroness Crowley and Jenny, after bidding Rain farewell, followed the church's delegation back to County Town. As for the aftermath of the cultists' attack on Flashgold Town, since Hamilton, the town's sheriff, had returned, naturally, he was left to take full responsibility for the handling of the matter. And so, Rain and Laguerre started walking home. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Laguerre didn't mind too much. After all, the long-anticipated journey to Nightingale Forest was halted midway due to the cultist incident. Fortunately, it was not a matter of never going, but merely a delay of a few days. Hence, her slightly dispirited mood soon adjusted. Having returned home, Rain began to reflect on his performance in the recent battles. Simply put, it was a post-mortem. After all, the old ancestors had said, learning without thought leads to confusion, thought without learning leads to danger. Although this was originally intended for academic study, the principle was the same. Reflecting earnestly, after battle is the key to improvement. In the 4 battles I encountered, it was quite clear that my combat methods were too simplistic, Rain mused. The greatsword is indeed very useful in many situations, but when facing enemies with strong defensive power, it's difficult to inflict effective damage, like when facing an enemy of the Angel Envoy's caliber. Perhaps, my next step should be to gradually start learning the hammer skill. The overwhelming armor penetration and shock from a heavy hammer can do severe damage to enemies with stacked armor. Rain pondered with a twinkle in his eyes. Use valuable skill points to improve hammer skill. As long as I use the heavy hammer more frequently in battle, I'll naturally be able to improve quickly. Furthermore, it's about the armor. Despite having the supernatural trait Iron Skin, LV2, wearing a full set of sturdy knight's plate armor can still mitigate a lot of damage, so acquiring a set of solid plate armor is also a matter of urgency. As for attribute points and skill points, perhaps I should first take a look at an exploration of the application of Scorching Touch in the field of smithing. Soon, Rain took out the 3 ancient Akkadian tomes and placed them on his table. Since he was not very proficient in Akkadian, Rain could only study and research while referencing the materials. It took a long time for him to briefly browse through the ancient tome. After finishing, Rain, with his arms crossed and fingers stroking his chin, started pacing back and forth in his room, his brow furrowed or relaxed at intervals. This was a non-formal book written by a 3rd-level wizard apprentice named Leas Johnston several centuries ago. Before embarking on his path as a wizard apprentice, he used to be a blacksmith, so naturally, he included some of his personal creative ideas. According to the book, Scorching Touch is a beginner-level fire witchcraft spell that requires manipulating the free fire energy particles in the air for casting. Luckily, the book also contained the incantation and witchcraft model for Scorching Touch. Therefore, for Rain, who could already sense fire energy particles, this was clearly good news. Moreover, the difficulty of learning Scorching Touch wasn't high, and with his current level, he could already begin trying to learn it. However, according to the book, Scorching Touch is a contact-based witchcraft spell that requires close proximity to inflict damage. According to the book, this is typical of most beginner-level witchcraft spells. This made Rain hesitate for a moment, even though he currently had 4 skill points at his disposal. After all, this was far from what he had hoped for. It wasn't the powerful, long-range attack like a black flame fireball that he had imagined. Moreover, to reach the level of direct application in smithing, as described in the book, one would need a high degree of mastery over the spell. After some consideration, Rain didn't rush into practicing the fire witchcraft spell Scorching Touch and began his daily foundational meditation exercises. Because as clearly stated in the book, visualizing 10 will runes at once is the minimum requirement for practicing Scorching Touch, and if one can't even achieve that, then there's no point in attempting it. Before long, Rain's forehead was slightly sweaty, but the next moment, He exhaled deeply, successfully visualizing 10 will runes simultaneously. At that moment, a system prompt quietly appeared. Congratulations! Your spirit attribute has been increased. Rain's face lit up, and he glanced at his status panel to see his spirit attribute increase from 15 points to 16 points. In doing so, his chances of successfully learning the fire witchcraft spell Scorching Touch had greatly improved. Next, Rain began to contemplate the witchcraft model of Scorching Touch as recorded. Witchcraft model in a nutshell is a combination of several will runes. Simply put, if each will rune is likened to the English letters AB, then the witchcraft model would be a specific word such as abandon. Of course, will runes are three-dimensional structures in space, not as simple as English letters. On the other hand, there are a total of 24 will runes, not much different from the 26 letters in the English alphabet. This is also why one needs to learn meditation techniques before studying witchcraft. Closing his eyes and fully concentrating on his perceptions, Rain slowly began to sense the various mysterious energy particles in the space around him. It seemed to be an enhancement of spiritual power, or perhaps the experience from last time. This time Rain sensed and guided the fiery and bright fire elemental energy particles much faster than before. However, corresponding to guiding the fire elemental energy particles, visualizing the complete witchcraft model of Scorching Touch was quite challenging. After failing 7 or 8 times consecutively, finally, Rain succeeded once. A faint red glow softly lit up in front of Rain's palm, hardly noticeable unless looked at closely. Unfortunately, this effect lasted only a few seconds before the red glow vanished without a trace. But Rain was not discouraged, rather he was thrilled. Because he had actually succeeded just now. Scorching Touch was not only a contact-based witchcraft but also a channeling type of witchcraft. If anything unexpected occurred during the channeling process, it would be terminated or interrupted. You have studied Scorching Touch and your comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill Scorching Touch. Your skill Scorching Touch has improved. Experience +1. Meanwhile, below the Wizard Apprentice Transcendent panel, which previously had only one icon for basic meditation, now on top of that, a brand new icon had appeared. The icon's border briefly lit up, and on the center, there was an image of an open palm with a flicker of flame in front of it. Rain focused on the new icon and saw a line of small text below it. Scorching Touch LV1, 1/100, Scorching Touch LV1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to manipulate nearby fire elemental energy particles using a specific witchcraft model, producing high temperature damage within a certain range in front of the host's palm. Note, casting time 3 seconds, power proportional to duration and host spiritual power. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective lethal distance, 0.5 meters. Rain's face lit up with joy. He immediately began testing its power. Rain first positioned his right palm about 30 centimeters above a wooden table, then he initiated Scorching Touch, quickly seeing a faint red glow flicker in his palm. A wave of heat began to radiate from the center of his palm. After 2 or 3 seconds, Rain noticed that the natural wood color of the tabletop seemed to show some slight signs of charring. This made him exclaim in astonishment, "This power, not bad at all." Following this, Rain lowered the height of his palm to 10 centimeters. After reducing the distance between his palm and the tabletop by 20 centimeters, the speed of blackening significantly increased. At this point, a faint black handprint almost visibly appeared on the wooden table. Rain thought for a moment, then pressed his right palm directly onto the table. Instantly, the charred area, with Rain's palm as the center, rapidly spread outward, quickly forming a black circle as big as the bottom of a basin. Waves of pungent burnt odor also emerged from the tabletop. At this point, Rain quickly lifted his right palm from the tabletop, interrupting the newly learned witchcraft Scorching Touch. Not bad at all. The temperature must have reached 300 to 500 degrees. The wood surface has carbonized. It's a pity there's no very accurate way to measure the temperature, can only roughly guess now. However, compared to what's described in the books, for use in forging, there's clearly a big gap. After all, the melting point of bronze is nearly 1,000 degrees, and for iron, it's about 1,500 degrees. Rain pondered for a while and muttered to himself. The successful mastery of Scorching Touch uplifted Rain's spirits, and he tried the newly mastered witchcraft several more times in a row. Instantly, round charred marks were left on the room's walls and on the back of chairs. After several attempts, Rain still couldn't quite hide his excitement. However, he also felt a slight unease in his brain, a drowsy sensation, a kind of mental fatigue. Rain knew this must be due to excessive consumption of spiritual power, so Rain quickly stopped and rested for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. Rain, are you there? It was the voice of his mother, Emma. As Emma opened the door, she looked around with a puzzled expression, her nostrils flaring slightly, and she suspiciously asked Rain, "Rain, are you roasting something? What's that burnt smell?" "It's all the way downstairs." At that moment, Rain realized that he had been too focused on experimenting with the scorching touch witchcraft, and now his own room was filled with a slightly acrid smell of firewood. "No, it might have been a candle accidentally lighting the wood," Rain hurriedly denied. Mother Emma mumbled a few words, obviously wanting to say more, because as soon as she opened the door, she saw a round, smoking, charred pattern on the wall. Is this the area a candle could burn? But thinking of her son Rain's might when slaying enemies, Emma suppressed her concerns, swallowing the words that had reached the tip of her tongue. The child is grown, let him have his own secrets, Emma thought to herself. Well, okay then, remember to ventilate more, Mother Emma said before closing the door again. Yes, Mother, Rain said, touching his head awkwardly. Although Mother Emma had witnessed his strength, Rain still did not want his family to know about his studies in witchcraft right away. After all, the knight's transcendent path is highly acceptable in the eyes of ordinary people. But wizards are different. Their various mysterious witchcraft, and many evil and frightening images of wizards, still inspire fear among ordinary people through the songs of wandering bards. So Rain thought, in front of his family, he still needed to maintain the grand professional image of a knight. Thinking of the knight profession, Rain was reminded of the weapon most loyal to a knight or warrior. Rain placed the greatsword, wrapped in sheepskin, on the table, unfolded the sheepskin, lifted the glimmering greatsword, and inspected it carefully. Although the addition of star metal had increased the hardness of the greatsword several times over, the strength of his enemies also improved day by day, so now there were many tiny nicks on the blade of the greatsword. The blade needed to be repolished. Rain took out a small sharpening stone, dropped a few drops of oil on it, and began sharpening seriously. After sharpening, he laid the greatsword flat and observed it from different angles. Confirming that there weren't any serious issues with the blade's curvature or nicks, Rain then wrapped the glimmering greatsword back in sheepskin and set it aside. Next, Rain flipped to the first page of the panel system, the attribute page, and started examining it closely. Profession, Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent, LV4, 124/1000/Knight, Transcendent, LV3, 84/500/Blacksmith, LV3, 0/500/Dog Trainer, LV3, 1/500 remaining attribute points, 3 remaining skill points. 4. Looking at the numbers 3 and 4 at the bottom, Rain's lips curved into a smile. It's not easy, rare to be a big spender. Soon, Rain began to ponder the specifics of allocating the points. First, regarding attribute points, adding points to strength would directly increase Rain's combat power, especially since his transcendent trait Huge Strength, LV2, as well as the core skill Strength Burst, both enhance his basic strength. If added to Constitution, it would extend the duration of bursts and improve resistance against various abnormal statuses, which is also very significant. Agility is equally important. But currently, Rain doesn't have any abilities or skills that significantly boost agility. So if he were to allocate points, it could be postponed to be decided based on the situation at that time. As for Spirit, in the short term, it actually wouldn't bring an immediately noticeable improvement in Rain's strength. If it is not very urgent, Rain could slowly increase it through the practice of basic meditation. After much thought, Rain still hadn't decided, so he decided to not allocate the attribute points just yet. After all, keeping them for recovery during battle is also akin to a miracle. Then Rain focused his attention on the skill points. Regarding skill points, the direction of allocation could either be towards the Knight, Transcendent panel, or the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent panel. First, let's look at the Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent panel with only 2 skills. If he added points to basic meditation, the benefit would likely be a faster increase in spirit attribute. While adding points to Scorching Touch would bring multiple benefits, including enhancing the damage effect of the witchcraft and using it for forging to elevate the blacksmith's profession level. However, it is still unclear how much the increase would be. Whether it would reach LV2 or LV3 to smelt bronze or even iron ingots. But as an entry-level touch-based witchcraft, it can only damage enemies within a very close range, which is a significant limitation. Honestly, the attack range of Scorching Touch might not even be wider than that of the dual-handed greatsword. This is why Rain hesitated. If it were a powerful, long-range attack witchcraft like the Fireball technique, Rain would certainly not hesitate to enter continuous allocation mode. Fireball machine gun. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wouldn't this cause chaos? Rain couldn't help but envision it. Next up was the Knight Transcendent panel. The options here are much wider. Rain's first thought was to add points to break the limit value. Breaking the limit is a burst enhancement of bodily attributes that boosts strength, agility, and constitution significantly during its activation. Due to the previous increase of 2 points in constitution, Rain's current limit-breaking value had reached 40%. It seemed that constitution was more positively correlated to the bodily limit break compared to agility. 40% limit-breaking value meant that after activating the limit break, Rain's strength, agility, and constitution would all increase by 40%, sending his combat power skyrocketing. The capabilities of a seasoned knight would be fully demonstrated. Moreover, with 4 skill points currently in Rain's hands, if they were all invested into the limit-breaking value, it could directly hit 80%. That would surpass the 60% threshold and step into the realm of a peak knight. At the same time, Rain's 2 transcendent traits, Huge Strength LV2 and Iron Skin LV2, could also smoothly progress to LV3. With both effects combined, his strength would make leaps and bounds. This fully reflected the saying, the extent of limit break largely determines a knight's combat strength. Another option for adding points was the Giant Bear Sword technique. Rain's Giant Bear Sword technique was currently at LV6, and to advance it in the proper order, it would require a whole 3,000 experience points to reach LV7. Clearly, assigning skill points to any LV6 skill would result in a considerable savings in time and benefits. Not to mention, the Giant Bear Sword technique was Rain's main combat skill. Reaching LV7 would also provide an immediate and significant boost to his combat power. In addition, investing points in the Giant Bear breathing technique also seemed like a decent choice, and high-level practice of the technique would surely enhance his strength and constitution quickly. Of course, the effects of adding points to the Giant Bear breathing technique would not be apparent in just a day or two. Even at the quickest, it would take a month or two to gradually see the value of the added points. Beyond these options, the core skill Danger Perception LV3 was also a good choice, especially since core skills can only be improved by adding skill points, not by accumulating experience points like other skills, which could naturally be ground out over time if there was no rush. Core skills are different, as one simply can't grind them out. Speaking of core skills, Rain couldn't help but remember another core skill he had long neglected: Hammer Mastery. Hammer Mastery LV1, passive effect. The host receives a slight increase in damage when using any hammer-type weapon. Rain was no longer as ignorant of the system as he was in the beginning. After reading the system's description of Hammer Mastery a couple more times, Rain vaguely guessed that if he invested points in it, the effect would likely change to small increase and then to large increase. This made Rain narrow his eyes as his mind started to race. Maybe I shouldn't be swinging around wildly without care. But it seems in time, I could be swinging around with impact. Thus, Rain took out a thin booklet he had found, which was the Tockle Hammer Technique Outline. After studying Tockle's Hammer Technique Outline, he found that Tockle Hammer Technique was very similar to the Giant Bear Sword technique, but even more extreme with no defensive moves. All were offensive. Giant Hammer Strike, Giant Hammer Jump Strike, and Giant Hammer Sweep all confirmed this. Soon after, Rain received a system notification. You have studied the Tockle Hammer Technique. Comprehension improved. You have grasped a new skill, Tockle Hammer Technique. Your skill, Tockle Hammer Technique, has improved. Experience +1. Rain opened the Knight Transcendent Profession panel and saw that among the 10 or so skill icons below, a new one was lit up. Tockle Hammer Technique LV1, 1/100. The icon was simple, depicting 2 large hands holding a huge hammer, appearing very powerful. As for practicing hammer skill, Rain thought of the hammer tire flipping training from his previous life. which seemed to be one of the most common strength training methods in various fighting disciplines. Swinging a big hammer might look simple, but its function is quite complex. It can not only fully exercise a person's rotational explosive power, but also develop the stabilizing strength of the waist, abdomen, and other core muscle groups. Of course, for Rain, with his 18-point constitution and 15-point strength, this process was somewhat redundant. What he really needed now was a sparring partner to help him quickly improve his hammer skill level. Thinking of this, the first person that came to Rain's mind was the shield master Lagaray. However, it was a bit late, and after some thought, Rain decided to wait until tomorrow morning. Throughout the night, Emma tossed and turned unable to sleep, waking old Rain numerous times with questions. Ah, didn't you see how Rain was today? How does Rain manage to kill so calmly? How many people has Rain actually killed? This can't be the first time he's killed someone, can it? Though very sleepy, old Rain still gently held Emma's hand, patting it lightly and comforted her. Don't overthink it. I know you got a scare. Go to sleep early. It'll be fine after a while. Don't be afraid. In fact, Emma had felt a sudden jolt in her heart ever since she had witnessed her son Rain, with a calm complexion, kill several black flame monks. Because she had never seen such a cold side of Rain before. Net once asleep, she would remember that scene and the calm expression on Rain's face as he killed. Late into the night, old Rain finally got a little fed up with Emma's anxiety and said in annoyance, "Think of it this way, if Rain hadn't killed them, wouldn't you be one of those lying on the ground? Also, have you forgotten the state your friend Seema ended up in?" This left Emma speechless for quite some time. Seema was her best friend and Rain knew her well, but this time, she too had met a grisly end in the church, at the hands of the cultists, especially that horrific ritual that reduced a person of about 170 or 80 pounds to just over 40 pounds of dried corpse. The terror of that sight made Emma shiver just by thinking about it. "Yeah, if my own son didn't kill them, they would have killed me," Emma murmured to herself. Suddenly, Emma felt an inexplicable sense of safety in Rain's calm demeanor while he was killing. The next morning, when Rain sat down for breakfast, he was startled by old Rain's dark eye bags. "Father, what's this? Did you not rest well last night?" Old Rain glanced at Emma and said, "It's all right, just some mosquitoes buzzing non-stop in the middle of the night, barely got them killed before dawn was upon us." Rain was taken aback as he looked outside at the chilly weather of early winter and thought, are there still mosquitoes at this time of year? After breakfast, just when Rain was about to go find Lagaray to practice some hammer skill, George's familiar voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Rain immediately opened the door and went out. Seeing Rain, George stepped forward to compare their heights, and his eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Hiss, Rain, are you really Rain?" Although Rain had already grown as tall as he was half a month ago, now he was a bit taller than George. This left George looking at Rain with a face full of disbelief. "Rain, how? How did you grow so fast?" No, that's not important. What I want to ask you is, the person who slaughtered the cultists in the church square yesterday, the one who saved us, was it you?" As George asked this question, his gaze was fixed intently on Rain. Rain thought for a moment and decided not to hide it, nodding and saying, "George, yes, that was indeed me." "Rain, I knew it was you, and they still didn't believe me," said George excitedly. "Rain, doesn't that mean you've already stepped into the transcendent and become a formal knight?" George asked belatedly. Rain looked at his friend and nodded again. Although he didn't want to admit it in front of his good friend George, some things were gradually becoming harder to conceal. After all, by now, the night watchman of Flashgold Town could pretty much vouch for his strength. Rain, you. Does this mean I now have a friend who's a formal knight?" George stammered in wonder. "Of course, unless you don't consider me your friend." Rain gave George a friendly punch on the chest and smiled. At this moment, George's expression was incredibly complex. How did Rain become a knight so quickly? This is just too fast. And on top of that, I actually have a friend who's a formal knight. That's just too cool. For a while, a myriad of thoughts swirled through George's young mind. Training grounds of the administrative hall. Lagaray picked out an ironwood axe and held a freshly repaired giant round shield, while Rain gripped a several dozen-pound oak hammer, and the two took their positions in the arena. Lagaray tapped the large shield with her ironwood axe, signaling with a crisp sound, "Come on." "Lagaray, you better be careful then." Rain pushed off with his left foot and rushed swiftly towards Lagaray. When he was a few meters away, he leaped, swinging the oak hammer down in a forceful overhead giant hammer strike. Was the Toggle hammer technique's giant hammer jump strike. Lagare didn't back down but instead jumped up high, lifting her shield for a heavy shield strike. A dull sound of hammer meeting shield echoed. Lagare, airborne, felt a powerful shock force reverberate through her shield, sending her flying back several meters. Immediately, she looked at Rain with astonishment. Wasn't it said that he had just learned hammer skill? How could he be so powerful already? Although Lagare knew that Rain had entered the transcendent realm, she did not witness the scene where Rain killed for Black Flame cultist. So, with a suspicious look, Lagare glanced at Rain and said, "Rain, didn't you say you had just learned hammer skill?" "This. It is indeed just recently learned." Rain touched his nose. It must be the effect of his hammer skill specialty. Of course, that was obviously something Rain could not mention. Skill Toggle hammer technique has improved. Experience +17, you have undergone a battle. Knight. Transcendent, professional experience points +0, your skill Toggle hammer technique has improved. Experience +15, you have undergone a battle. Knight. Transcendent, professional experience points +1 after a few minutes of sparring. The improvement in the Toggle hammer technique was quite significant. However, in terms of the profession level of Rain's Transcendent Knight, the growth in experience was almost negligible. Of course, the occasional +1 in experience points was better than nothing. The sparring continued. Lagare was once again struck by Rain's ironwood warhammer, hitting her shield and sending her flying back several meters. Lagare's ample chest heaved as she rolled her eyes at Rain, who didn't have a single bead of sweat on his forehead, and said irritably, "Wasn't this bullying?" Rain had entered the transcendent realm, and clearly his hammer skill was also well-founded. She simply couldn't withstand a few of Rain's hammer blows. Even with her favorite shield, Lagare thought to herself. Additionally, even though she was a barbarian, with strength and constitution surpassing those of an average aspiring knight, Lagare always felt that Rain was the real monster, more of a barbarian than her. All right then, Rain could tell that Lagare was really trying her best. He had only used about 60% of his strength. Any less and the sparring match wouldn't provide enough experience for Toggle hammer technique, but any more and Lagare wouldn't be able to handle it. As for feeling tired, with a constitution of 18, sparring with Lagare felt to Rain like a marathon runner from his past life having jogged just 10 kilometers. It was barely a warm-up. The night watchman nearby kept glancing over at Lagare and Rain. Although Flashgold Town had just suffered an attack from the cultists, increasing the workload of the night watchmen. After witnessing the formidable strength of the cultists, many of the night watchmen, no matter how busy, would make time to come to the training grounds to improve themselves. One of the night watchmen turned to the short-statured Mateo and whispered, "Boss, do you think our deputy commander is going easy on that beautiful barbarian girl? You don't understand. It's all about playfulness." Mateo glanced at his subordinate night watchman and said, "Playfulness?" The night watchman thought for a moment, appeared to realize something, then nodded continuously with a look of sudden understanding. "I see. No wonder the deputy commander, despite being so strong, still insists on sparring with her." Even though their conversation was in hushed tones, Rain and Lagare, with their strengths, heard everything loud and clear. This caused Lagare's cheeks, already flushed from the intense exercise, to redden even more. "By the way, Lagare, can you forge a warhammer?" Rain asked while waving the ironwood warhammer in his hand. It's just that the typical material for a warhammer might not be suitable for you." Lagare looked at the ironwood warhammer in Rain's hand and said. Rain immediately nodded in agreement. "You're right, I need a good warhammer." This point, with his increasing strength, had made the importance of a good weapon ever more apparent. Before Rain had transcended, a fine steel greatsword of decent quality was already struggling to withstand the intensity of his combat, let alone now that Rain had the strength of a seasoned knight. Moreover, when unleashing the stacking state, Rain's demand for a weapon was exceptionally high. Could the weapon wielded at 20 points of strength be the same as one wielded at 40 points of strength? The answer was clearly no. "From what I know, if you want to make a warhammer that meets the strength requirements of a proper knight like you, the best would be blood-patterned steel. This steel is very strong and tough, ideal for forging warhammers," she advised. "Secondly, there's star metal like you saw last time. Adjust the composition a bit, and it's also great for making warhammers," she added. "That blood-patterned steel, is it also extracted from some kind of rare ore?" Rain inquired. If there was a better material choice, he naturally wanted to choose the better option. Yes, it's also refined from special ores and is very rare, Laguerre confirmed with a nod. This gave Rain a bit of a headache. Clearly, these high-grade goods wouldn't be available at Boris the blacksmith's shop in the small town. Last time, he had bought up the only star metal Boris had and infused it into his glimmering greatsword. Check with the quartermaster nearby. After thinking for a while, Rain immediately shook his head. Even if the quartermaster's stock was diverse, such rare raw materials would not likely be available for exchange. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Rain's mind, and he remembered something. He recalled the blacksmith Boris once mentioned to him. Rain, if you want to learn about identifying other special ores, you'll have to go to the large blacksmith shops in County Town. Of course, there are definitely also many kinds of special ores stocked in the blacksmith shops inside the manor castles. How could he not have thought of that? Lord Rini quickly regained his composure. He remembered the blacksmith shop located on the first floor of the castle. Back then he was just a quiet, unknown servant boy, but now the situation was quite different. Yesterday, Knight Lloyd from the manor and Instructor Perez had a long conversation with him, and both had invited him to visit the Habsburg manor whenever he was free. It was a good opportunity to bring up the matter of the blood-patterned steel. As long as it was available, there should be no problem. Moreover, he had harvested more than 200 imperial gold coins from the spoils of the Black Flame. Cultist, which along with his previous collection, should be enough to directly purchase the blood-patterned steel. Having realized all this, Lord Rieni's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, clearly in a great mood. Laguerre watched Lord Rieni, puzzled. She was confused as to why Lord Rieni, who clearly seemed a bit troubled for a moment, suddenly started smiling. At this moment, a man dressed as a servant walked into the training grounds, scanned the surroundings briefly, and quickly spotted Lord Rieni in the center of the field talking to the barbarian girl, Laguerre. The man walked up and respectfully said, "Lord Rieni, I am a servant from the Habsburg manor. Knight Lloyd would like to invite you to dinner, and I wonder if you are available this evening." "Oh, of course, you may bring this beautiful young lady with you." The man, adept at reading the room, noticed Laguerre beside Lord Rieni and immediately thought of something, quickly adding another sentence. This made Laguerre, who was usually cheerful, a bit shy. However, different from Anna, she still looked intensely at Lord Rieni. She wanted to see how Lord Rieni would respond. "Laguerre, if you are free tonight, why don't you join me?" Lord Rieni thought that having Laguerre with him when selecting ores would be more convenient. After all, the manor's blacksmith shop might not necessarily have the blood-patterned steel required for forging a warhammer. But the manor's blacksmith shop, more than likely, has other special ores similar to blood-patterned steel, which might also be suitable for making a warhammer. However, Lord Rieni had very little knowledge about special ores. Bringing Laguerre, a senior blacksmith, would naturally save a lot of trouble. "Thank you, no need, I'll stay with Anna," said Laguerre. Visibly pleased that Lord Rieni intended to bring her along, but she immediately declined. She had little interest in dealing with the imperial nobility. In fact, she also found it odd why she had taken a liking to Lord Rieni. Was it because he had saved her? Perhaps, in the blood of a barbarian, there was a gene to revere the strong. After all, in a place like Frostwind Prairie, only the strong could survive and thrive. "I'll be leaving first." Laguerre waved and walked straight out of the training grounds. Lord Rieni watched Laguerre's retreating figure, slightly puzzled as to why she refused, shook his head slightly, and then said to the servant, "Tell Knight Lloyd that it will just be me tonight." "Very well, Lord Rieni. We look forward to your presence tonight." The servant bowed slightly and quickly left. Besides a warhammer, Lord Rieni also needed a set of sturdy knight's armor. Unfortunately, Laguerre did not make armor. Thinking it over, Lord Rieni went to see the night watchman's quartermaster. This was his first time visiting the quartermaster. Previously, his predecessor, Wylan, had arranged everything for him. Upon seeing Lord Rieni enter, the rotund quartermaster immediately stood up from his chair and greeted him respectfully. "Vice officer, sir." You recognize me?" Lord Rieni curiously asked. "Of course, Lord Rieni. Your performance when you killed the cultist yesterday, I believe, will be remembered forever by everyone present," Thompson complimented while reminiscing about the scene. Yesterday, he too was trembling among the crowd praying in the church. He thought it was definitely the end for him. But he hadn't expected the sudden appearance of Lord Rieni, who seemed like a god descending, who eliminated 3 transcendent cultists consecutively and saved almost half the people inside the church. Having experienced this event, it would be impossible for Thompson to forget Lord Rieni. "By the way, Vice Officer Sir, what brings you here this time? You have ready-made knight's armor here." "Yes, right this way." Thompson immediately nodded. His plump body nimbly turned and led Lord Rieni to a storage room, pulling out 2 sets of heavy knight armor suits. Lord Rieni was initially pleased, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. The armory stored 2 sets of knight's armor, but their quality was quite average, even inferior to the set Hamilton had given him last time. This was probably intended for knight-errants. Such knight's armor, beyond adding over 100 pounds of weight, would hardly offer much defensive power. "Do you have a warhammer?" Lord Rieni asked again. "Yes, Vice Officer Sir. Did you want a 2-handed warhammer or a 1-handed warhammer?" "2-handed warhammer." Thompson quickly brought over a large 2-handed warhammer and handed it to Lord Rieni. Lord Rieni, upon inspecting it, was quite surprised. Except for the iron hammerhead, the rest was made of wood. This led Lord Rieni to internally complain that this wasn't much different from the ironwood warhammers used in training gyms. "The handle is made of wood." "Yes, my lord, the handle is made of oak, which is very flexible and durable." Clearly, there wouldn't be any suitable high-quality weapons for him in the military storeroom. After all, the majority of the equipment there was intended for ordinary members of the night watchmen and the peacekeeping officers. Noticing the look of disappointment on Rain's face, Thompson carefully asked, "Deputy Officer, are you perhaps looking for a better quality weapon or armor? Don't you know, at your level, the equipment that needs to be exchanged can only be viewed at the military supply office in the county town?" Go to the county town. Isn't there a booklet?" Rain gestured the size of the booklet that Lord Hamilton had shown him before. He still remembered the large characters written on the cover of the booklet. "Imperial Law Enforcement and Defense Forces Merit Points Exchange Booklet, Junior Officers." Thompson had a sudden realization. "That's right, as a deputy law enforcement officer. Even your Merit Points Exchange Booklet is different from the previous ones. It's for the level of junior officers, considered confidential, and can only be viewed with the military supply officer in the county town," he said. "So that was it." Rain nodded his head. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more one could exchange, and many of the items might involve some secrets. When Rain returned home, he intended to study the Akkadian language, but just as he sat down, a messenger arrived, stating that Lord Hamilton had requested to see him. Soon, Rain arrived at Hamilton's office. The moment Rain entered, Hamilton said with a smile, "Rain, the merit assessment for your last killing of 3 Black Flame monks and 1 Black Flame apostle has come out. With your previous merit points, the total is 1,489 points." Hamilton himself was somewhat astonished when he first saw the number. He had expected Rain to definitely reach 1,000 merit points this time, but he had not anticipated it to exceed the amount by so much. It seemed that the Black Flame apostle alone contributed over 500 points. That many, Rain couldn't help but exclaim. "Surprising, isn't it?" "I was surprised too," Hamilton said. Seeing Rain's wide-eyed and astonished expression balanced out Hamilton's feelings quite a bit. Rain had given him quite a few shocks recently. Now, it was time for him to surprise Rain in turn. "Here, this is the relevant documentation for participating in the ennoblement assessment. You need to fill it out yourself." Hamilton handed him a thin document. "Okay." Rain took it and began to read carefully. The document consisted of 2 pages, with very brief content. Actually, it was a waiver indicating that there are risks associated with the assessment and that participation should be cautious. One could opt out any time before the assessment task was given. However, if one chose to withdraw after the task was set, they would have to wait 5 years before they could apply again. 2 consecutive withdrawals would result in a lifetime ban from applying. After quickly scanning the document, Rain immediately picked up a quill and briskly filled in his name. "By the way, Rain, I heard you were practicing with a heavy hammer at the training ground this morning." Hamilton took the document Rain handed over and asked casually. Rain was a bit surprised. News traveled that quickly. The morning's events had reached Hamilton's ears by the afternoon. Hamilton frowned slightly and said, "Although the damage from a heavy hammer is astonishing, I fear it will be difficult to make any substantial progress if you don't practice for a long time." My advice is to focus on the giant bear sword technique and practice the hammer after the ennoblement assessment is over. Rain nodded, not disagreeing, knowing that Hamilton meant well. But he had a modifier, it was different. By the way, regarding the ennoblement assessment, there are two things I would remind you of. Hamilton thought for a moment before speaking again. The first is, if you encounter a multi-person or team task, you must be wary of some of your teammates. By team members, I don't mean just the noble's children but also the commoners. Perhaps reminded of something, Hamilton's expression turned solemn as he mentioned the last sentence. Of course, it would be better if you could draw a solo mission. Although it may be more difficult, the situation is relatively easier to control. Moreover, according to your current strength and age, as long as you can complete the task normally, the score should not be low. Securing a knighthood should be quite assured. As for the Baron title, I think it's not necessary to force it. Everything should still put personal safety first. Thank you for your concern, my lord, I will pay attention, Rain said seriously, nodding at Hamilton's grave tone. Then you should prepare well in the coming days. According to tradition, once you submit the application, someone will contact you within a month. 1 month, Rain pondered. A month's time was enough for him to take his power to the next level. Walking in the twilight, Rain, clad in plate armor and carrying the sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword, arrived at Habsburg Manor, a place he hadn't visited in nearly a month. In the glow of the sunset, Habsburg Manor was like a golden building draped in a thin layer of gold, mesmerizingly beautiful. The first time Rain discovered that the scenery of the manor was truly beautiful. Possibly due to his previous state of mind, he had not appreciated it properly before. It was like a 5 or 6-year-old boy, held in the arms of a stunningly curvaceous woman, completely oblivious, while actually being entranced by a stick of candy, unable to look away. At that moment, a maid was already waiting at the door. Seeing Rain, she approached respectfully and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Rain?" Rain nodded and said, "Yes, I am." "All right." Rain followed the maid into the castle. After the maid led Rain to a lavishly decorated reception room, she said, "Lord Rain, please have a seat in the parlor. I will immediately go to report to the master." As Rain leisurely admired the exquisite decorations of the parlor, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "You." "Your Rain," the chief maid Shadia, holding a silver teapot, stared at Rain with a face full of surprise, as if she was somewhat uncertain. After all, Rain's physique had changed quite a bit over the past month. However, when Rain looked up, Shadia confirmed that the young man sitting in the castle's parlor was indeed Rain. "How come you are here?" Shadia was still dressed in the black maid's attire that represented high-ranking servants. Rain stood up and smiled at Chief Maid Shadia, just about to say something when footsteps were heard coming from the doorway. This made Shadia slightly nervous. She knew that Knight Lloyd was to entertain an important guest that evening. Thus, she had specifically brought tea, preparing to receive the guest personally. But now Rain was here, for reasons unknown. "Right, Rain, you came for the black tongue oil, didn't you? But I remember I showed you the way last time, didn't I? Rain, quickly follow me, this is the reception room. An important guest is about to arrive." At that moment, Knight Lloyd walked in, accompanied by Perez, the swordsmanship instructor. The arrival of both transcendents caused Chief Maid Shadia's complexion to change. Lloyd and Perez glanced past Shadia, fixing their gaze on Rain. This caused Shadia to silently curse "oh no" in her heart. Though Knight Lloyd was a kind person, as the man in charge of the manor, he was quite old-fashioned and strict with rules. As for Lord Perez, she could sense the pride hidden deep in his bones. This pride was not pejorative, but more the pride of a knight proud of one's own skills. Shadia's brain raced to find a suitable reason for Rain. She heard Lloyd's hearty laughter. "Rain, you finally arrived." The normally proud swordsmanship instructor Perez also smiled at Rain. For in his heart, Rain's outstanding giant bear sword technique had already earned Perez's recognition. Shadia couldn't help but widen her eyes suddenly, her lips parting slightly in shock as she watched this unfold. What is going on here? Could it be that the important guest tonight is Rain? Knight Lloyd, Lord Perez, you. Shadia looked between Rain and the two noble knights. Shadia, you know Rain. Knight Lloyd, noticing Shadia's shocked expression, initiated the conversation. Before Shadia could respond, Rain laughed and said, "Ha ha, Knight Lloyd, you might not know, but I once participated in the page training at the manor. During that time, Chief Maid Shadia took good care of me." "Oh," Knight Lloyd looked at Shadia with a smile on his face. That's how it is." Shadia was still a bit slow to react. Rain, would you like me to give you a tour of the castle first? Knight Lloyd was very thoughtful and did not inquire too much or mention Rain's page training at the manor. After all, many people do not like their past, especially the less glorious times, to be mentioned. Of course, it would be an honor, Rain said with a smile. This is the back garden, but unfortunately, it is now the frost month. And many flowers have already finished blooming, Knight Lloyd explained. Returning to the castle's back garden now, he couldn't help but recall the scenes where he and Clea had sparred here. This way is the blacksmith shop. Knight Lloyd pointed to the end of the castle's first-floor corridor and said, "Oh, the blacksmith shop," Rain asked knowingly. "May I take a look inside? Actually, you two may not know. I have a great interest in blacksmithing." Knight Lloyd, who had originally planned to casually mention the blacksmith shop, couldn't help but understand what Rain was implying once he said so. He immediately smiled and said, "Perfect, then let's go take a look together. Rain, Perez and I are very fond of exquisite weapons and armor. Yet we are not very familiar with the process of their making." As befitting a knight who also managed the manor, Lloyd had a way with words that felt refreshingly pleasant. Following behind the trio was Chief Maid Shadia, who had trailed them all the way. At this moment, she finally managed to pull herself back to reality. Looking at Rain, who was chatting and laughing with the two formal knights, Shadia couldn't shake off a surreal feeling. How much time had passed? Had Rain already stepped into transcendence and become a formal knight? This pace was on par with Lady Clea's. No, it was even faster than the young ladies. Shadia's gaze once again settled on Rain, as she compared him to the Rain she remembered from before. He had noticeably grown taller and had become stronger. Unintentionally, standing beside the towering Knight Lloyd, who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, Rain didn't seem much shorter. It seemed his height had already surpassed 180 centimeters. Moreover, the glimpses of muscular arms, broad shoulders, and a solid chest that Rain occasionally revealed made him indistinguishable from a grown adult. The more she observed, the greater Shadia's astonishment grew. Of course, Rain noticed the frequent glances from the chief maid behind him. He knew she must have many questions at the moment, but now was clearly not a good time for a conversation with Shadia. Rain hadn't even anticipated that he would bump into Shadia just as he entered the castle. He had actually been planning to use up the rest of his black Kiri oil and then chat with her about his transcendence. At that moment, under Knight Lloyd's lead, Rain entered the castle's blacksmith shop. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, a wave of heat hit them, and the relentless sound of hammering filled their ears. Rain quickly glanced around and noticed that there were 3 blacksmiths crafting weapons, armor, and daily necessities, along with about 15 or 16 apprentices and helpers. In terms of size, it was 3 to 5 times larger than Boris's shop in Flashgold Town. In addition, the blacksmith shop had a high ceiling of about 6 meters, appearing spacious and open, with the most eye-catching feature being a cylindrical structure more than 4 meters high, similar to a blast furnace. This caused Rain's heart to leap with slight joy. The larger the scale, the more likely it was that he could find the special ores he needed in large quantities. Rain also spotted an old acquaintance blacksmith Ball who was forging horseshoes. Seeing Knight Lloyd and Instructor Perez enter, everyone couldn't help but look up. Those whose work could be temporarily set aside stopped their tasks, while those who couldn't slow down also slowed their hammering pace. Clearly, as the person in charge of the manor, Knight Lloyd's authority was held in high regard. At that moment, a burly man with a full beard put down his work and handed it to a blacksmith apprentice. Rain noticed that he seemed to have been forging a plate armor gauntlet. "Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, what brings you two here?" said the bearded, burly man. "Snell, the main guest tonight isn't me, but rather this gentleman, Knight Rain, the deputy of the Flashgold Town Guard," Knight Lloyd said with a smile as he introduced him. The man named Snell was clearly taken aback, his expression one of surprise. Clearly, he had not expected the young-faced lad before him to be the guest of honor tonight, and that he had already reached the transcendent level of a knight. "Rain, this is Snell, who just passed the Imperial Blacksmith Association's armor smithing assessment," Lloyd Knight introduced. "Lord Rain, greetings." "I am Snell," Snell said with a slight bow. Rain's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Greetings, Lord Snell." Daily blacksmiths already held a high status among commoners, but an armor smith was a step-up profession for blacksmiths. Generally speaking, after being recognized as a master blacksmith, one's skills would already be exceptional, but to further advance, one would need to choose a specialized field and delve deep into it, such as armor-smiths, swordsmiths, and so forth. As an armor-smith, Snell naturally deserved the honorific lord from Rain. "Snell, then please show us around," Lloyd said cheerfully. "As you command, my lord." In the meantime, blacksmith Ball, who had been forging horseshoes, was looking at Rain with a puzzled expression. The young man's face reminded him of a boy who had once participated in page training, even sharing the same name. The only difference was in stature, which was now quite large. The status was worlds apart as well, one being the son of a farmer and the other, the officer of the Flashgold Town Guard. Looking back, that boy, Rain, had shown quite a talent for trimming hooves and nailing horseshoes. But recently, he had heard that the boy had ceased to participate in the page training. If he had continued, there was a good chance he could have passed the page examination and become an apprentice at the Manor's blacksmith shop. With this thought, Ball shook his head slightly and focused back on forging the horseshoes. Soon, Snell led everyone to the area of greatest interest, to Rain the blacksmith shop's storage room. "Lord Rain, this here is the storage room. We keep some of the commonly used materials like iron ingots, flux, and special ores," Snell explained. The storage room was roughly 70 to 80 square meters large. Upon entering, Rain saw rows of wooden shelves bearing at least a dozen varieties of special ores, the names of which he couldn't even recall. Additionally, various high-quality smelted metal ingots were stacked on the ground. Seeing Lord Riani walk over to the shelf, where special ores were displayed, seemingly attracted by the ores in front of him, filled Snell with pride and joy. These special ores had been slowly collected through industry connections he had commissioned. Some were even rarely seen in auction houses. Seeing Lord Riani pick up an ore and examine it intently, Snell felt a sense of validation, that what he valued was also valued by others. If his initial introductions were more out of courtesy to a guest, his introductions at this moment were heartfelt. "Lord Riani, this is star iron. It possesses excellent hardness and toughness, and is an excellent material for sharp weapons, suitable for crafting various daggers, longswords, or dual-handed greatswords. This is fire rock ore, found around the fiery rims of volcanoes, extremely rare. This is bloodstone ore." Snell, who held the title of armorsmith from the Blacksmiths' Association, and whose knowledge in forging far exceeded that of the town blacksmith Boris, continued his introduction. System prompts appeared in quick succession, flooding the screen. "Your ore identification skill has improved. Experience plus 19. You have learned to identify the special ore fire rock. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 6. Your ore identification skill has improved. Experience plus 21. You have learned to identify the special ore bloodstone. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 7. Congratulations. Your ore identification skill has advanced to LV2. Here it comes." "It's here." Instantly, Lord Riani's smile grew even brighter. His purpose for attending the dinner at Habsburg Manor had been partially fulfilled. Suddenly, fragmented memories about these special ores filled Lord Riani's mind, as if he had been studying these ores for months, making him quite familiar with their properties. Not long after Lord Riani had fully assimilated these fragmented memories, system prompts came through again. "Congratulations, your ore identification skill has advanced to LV3." Just after absorbing and assimilating the fragmented memories in his mind, more fragmented memories about ore identification followed. This truly made Lord Riani experience what it's like to gain more by listening to a wise man's word than reading books for 10 years. Looking at these dazzling special ores, Lord Riani felt as if he had discovered a gold mine. Lord Riani thought of the Church of Black Flames, strange black flames, and the immensely high temperature damage. He also noticed that several of the special ores were materials resistant to high temperatures. After a moment's thought, Lord Riani felt that if he could prepare a set of heat-resistant knight's plate armor for the eventual battle, he would probably have an advantage against the sorcery attacks of the Church of the Black Flame. Unfortunately, the prices of these ores were indeed too expensive. It seemed he would need to hurry to make money. Moreover, given Lord Riani's superficial knowledge of metals from his previous life, he realized that this world's research into alloys was still at a very primitive level. He had initially thought it was because the blacksmiths he met were not skilled enough, but even Snell, a master armorer, had only a superficial experience with alloys and no systematic research. An alloy is a substance with metallic properties, synthesized by certain methods from two or more metals or metals and nonmetals. For example, bronze, a typical metal-metal alloy, consists of copper and tin in certain proportions, with variations in ratio greatly affecting the alloy's properties. Lord Rieni felt he had grasped the thread of a complex mystery, facing these extraordinary special ores which were truly a gold mine. But it was a massive undertaking, not the right time to embark on this work. After Snell had finished introducing all the special ores, Lord Rieni checked his blacksmith profession panel and saw that his blacksmith had advanced to LV3, 112/500, and ore identification to LV3, 27/500. That accelerated like a rocket. For Snell, seeing Lord Rieni's expressions alternating between eager curiosity and deep contemplative stupor was very enjoyable. Although he still did not know to what extent this stranger and young Lord Rieni was fond of forging, based on his attitude, Snell was very approving. Therefore, Snell started his introductions with even more zeal. If Lord Rieni knew Snell's thoughts, he would surely grasp Snell's hands, shake them vigorously, and exclaim, "Comrade, let's strive for the craft of forging for life." After finishing the introductions of the ores on the shelves, Snell started introducing the neatly stacked metal ingots nearby. This is blood-pattern steel ingot, forged by mixing a certain proportion of bloodstone ore with iron. It has high strength and toughness, suitable for forging blunt weapons. Hey, isn't this the blood-pattern steel that Laguerre talked about? Lord Rieni picked up one which was quite heavy, seemingly only slightly less dense than the star iron. Lord Rieni carefully estimated the number of blood-pattern steel ingots stacked together. There were more than 20. Roughly calculating, if he could purchase half, that should be sufficient for forging his warhammer. "Master Snell, could you sell me some of these blood-pattern steel ingots?" Lord Rieni interjected during Snell's introduction. Snell couldn't hide his troubled expression. Although he wanted to do Lord Rieni a favor, the blood-patterned steel ingots had already been allocated. Rieni keenly noticed that the other had discreetly glanced at Knight Lloyd standing nearby. Clearly, the blood-patterned steel ingots were meant for Knight Lloyd's plan, but before Rieni could say anything further, Knight Lloyd laughingly said, "Since Rieni has a need, let him have them first. Snell, a few days' delay on my shield and armor won't make a difference." Rieni suddenly realized, so these blood-patterned steel ingots were intended for forging Knight Lloyd's gear. No wonder. Rieni remembered that Knight Lloyd excelled in sword and shield combat, having always seen him equipped thus, apparently a knight focused on defense. "Thank you, Knight Lloyd. I'm currently practicing hammer skill and plan to forge a warhammer. Thus I needed some blood-patterned steel." With the blood-patterned steel now secured, Rieni also openly shared his purpose with Lloyd. Rieni, have you been practicing hammer skill recently?" Perez seemed quite surprised upon hearing this. He had planned to discuss the giant bear sword technique with Rieni after the banquet. Hearing him abandon his exceptional talent in swordsmanship to instead practice hammer skill naturally puzzled him. "Yes, Master Perez, mastering an additional skill is beneficial, but I still primarily use the greatsword in real combat." Rieni replied with a smile, naturally not divulging his true reasons. At this moment, the hammersmith Snell suggested, "Lord Rieni, do you need me to contact the hammersmith in County Town to help forge your warhammer?" Thank you, Lord Snell, but I have already contacted a friend." Rieni politely declined Snell's offer. He was still hoping to learn hammer skill from Laguerre to advance his blacksmith profession level, so naturally, he wouldn't choose to have the warhammer crafted in County Town. Before arriving, Rieni had prepared 300 imperial gold coins, nearly his entire fortune, and had spent 280 coins on purchasing the blood-patterned steel ingots, almost depleting his funds instantly. This here is the forging area, where Master Blacksmith Basil is currently making a bronze warhammer. Snell continued to explain, "Wouldn't that have a much lower melting point than iron?" Rieni recalled his chemistry knowledge from a past life. Although he didn't know the exact melting points, he remembered that bronze was definitely below 1,000 degrees, while iron was around 1,500 degrees. The difference was extremely significant. Rieni glanced at his wizard apprentice, Transcendent, panel which listed Scorching Touch, and began to formulate a preliminary plan. Due to his fondness for the blacksmith shop, Rieni stayed there a bit longer, so after concluding the visit, Knight Lloyd suggested heading straight for the banquet hall, and Rieni naturally agreed. This visit had already proven to be a great success. The ground-floor dining hall was bright with lights. At least a 10-meter-long rectangular dining table, covered with elegant tablecloths, was where Knight Lloyd took his place at the head of the table. Rieni and Perez each sat on the right and left-hand sides of Lloyd respectively. Besides the three of them, there were no other diners. Only chambermaids moved back and forth like scene. Changes in a play. Although it was just the three of them dining, given that all three were transcendent human knights with huge appetites, soon, half of the table full of delicacies had been devoured. That moment, Knight Lloyd used a white napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth and said, "Rieni, the last time we were at the church in Flashgull Town, what you demonstrated must have been the giant bear sword technique, right?" Upon hearing this, Rieni's eyes flickered slightly. He knew the main event was coming. Knight Lloyd inviting him wasn't merely for a banquet. Before coming, Rieni had pondered this issue. In general, he guessed that Lloyd would inquire about the origins of his breathing technique or sword skills, and how long he had been studying them. Naturally, there might be some overtures or alliances to follow, or something else entirely. Putting himself in Lloyd's shoes, if he discovered that a servant who had been training in the manor a few months ago had suddenly become transcendent, he would definitely want to understand the situation clearly. Concerning Lloyd's question, Rieni didn't plan to deliberately hide anything, considering he had already told Hamilton. As the saying goes, when you tell a secret to one person, it's as if you've told it to everyone. Actually, my giant bear breathing technique and giant bear sword technique, I learned them here in the castle. Rieni also wiped his mouth with a white napkin and said with a smile. Lloyd and Perez looked at each other with puzzled faces. As if saying, how could this be possible, immediately after. Both turned their eager eyes on Rieni, waiting for an answer. Rieni didn't plan to keep them in suspense and directly said, "It was Lady Craya who taught me the breathing technique and the sword technique." "So that's it." Upon hearing this answer, both Lloyd and Perez burst out laughing. Perez and I had thought of many possibilities, considering the giant bear sword technique is widely known throughout the Empire, but we never imagined you had grown up right under our noses. Lloyd said with a somewhat resigned laugh, shaking his head. "Count Habs also heard about your situation and specifically asked me to talk to you, to inquire if you are willing to become a follower of the Earl. But it seems now it's too late for you, my lord. You already belong to Miss Clea." Rain smiled without saying a word. As of this moment, only Rain himself was aware that there was no follower's contract of any kind signed between him and Clea. After Rain revealed the origins of his breathing technique and swordsmanship, he distinctly felt Knight Lloyd become more amiable. All he heard the other say was, "Rain, you mentioned you've been learning hammer skill recently. How about we exchange some pointers after the banquet? Is this my lucky break, an NPC coming to me to level up?" Rain couldn't help but beam with joy and hastily. "Agreed, of course, it would be my honor." From their conversation, Rain learned that Knight Lloyd, besides being skilled with a one-handed sword, was also highly proficient with a one-handed hammer. After all, in a knight's battle, whoever first breaches the opponent's iron shell can claim to have won half the battle. "Wait a moment, Lloyd. We agreed that I would first exchange giant bear sword technique with Rain. As for the hammer skill, let's talk about that later," said the typically reticent instructor Perez, suddenly interjecting. "Is this double happiness knocking at my door?" Rain's eyes lit up when he heard this. He truly hadn't expected that Lagare, who was reluctant to be his NPC for experience during the day, would now be replaced by two transcendent-level NPCs in the evening. Tusk, the Habsburg estate seems to be quite the lucky place for me." All Rain could say was quickly, "Knight Lloyd, Instructor Perez, please no more quarreling, we will have plenty of time for exchanges tonight." In his heart, Rain silently added, "I hope tonight, neither of you will mind getting tired." In the castle's indoor training field. At the center of the area, Rain and Perez stood facing each other, both grasping fine steel greatswords. The next second, Rain swiftly took a step forward, his greatsword tracing a semi-circular arc like lightning, slashing down at a 45-degree angle towards Perez with a heavy chop. The man opposite Perez performed almost the same action, also striking down at the same time. The grating sound of metal on metal rang out. They quickly separated after the clash. Just from one strike, Rain could feel that Perez was almost at the same level of strength as him, making him an opponent of equal match. Of course, this was without activating any skills. Immediately after, they crossed swords again. Ting ting clang clang. Their fight grew faster and faster, soon leaving only two blurred shadows in fast combat in the area. After a heavy exchange, both were sent flying back by the impact. Rain and Perez neither activated limit break nor used secret techniques. It was simply casual sparring. After all, going all out at the first exchange wouldn't be a friendly contest. Rain glanced at the system prompt. Your skilled giant bear sword technique has improved. Experience plus 56. You have participated in a battle. Knight, Transcendent. Experience plus 17. Worried the experience is too low. But it's safe, and I can do it again and again. Constitution of 18 points allowed Rain and Perez to feel almost no fatigue after their brief sparring. That is to say, Rain could fight them in rotation. He against the two of them, one after the other. After watching Rain and Perez spar, Knight Lloyd also seemed a bit impatient to join in. Rain, how about you? Need a rest? Not at all, Knight Lloyd. I'll switch to the Warhammer. Rain walked to the side and picked up an ironwood warhammer. When Rain really switched to Warhammer, both Lloyd and Perez were quite curious. One of the key reasons Lloyd wanted to spar with Rain was to understand and assess Rain's strength in detail. Since Rain was willing to demonstrate hammer skills he had never shown before, it couldn't be better. In a luxurious manor in Mace County City, within the dim underground hall, the slender knight carrying a scythe-like weapon was reporting respectfully, "High Priest, in these past 2 days, many nobles have passed on messages, asking us to be mindful of the impact and act discreetly. The affair in Flashgold Town has put them at a disadvantage. Additionally, the cause of Flashgold Town's disastrous defeat has been investigated. According to reliable information, it is still that same up-and-coming knight Rain. It said that his outstanding swordsmanship talent was the reason why Asham, Andrews, and the others were killed one by one. This has also been confirmed by Baron Alonso. It's Rain again, reliant on swordsmanship. Then let's find a suitable moment to send over an Iron Maiden automaton and see if he can cut through it, hee. A deep laugh emanated from the shadows. As you command, High Priest. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, a smile appeared on the face behind the knight's helmet. After both men had taken their positions, they quickly began to exchange blows, but soon Rain was caught by Knight Lloyd during a pause in his moves, and a shield strike pushed him back several steps. Compared to the previous battle between Rain and Perez, it seemed as though they were entirely different people. However, the system notification was a pleasant surprise for Rain. Your skilled toggle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 27. You have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent, professional experience plus 9. If not for the quick defeat, at least 40 to 50 points of hammer skill experience could have been gained from one match. Lloyd then looked at Rain with a puzzled expression and asked Rain, "You must have just started learning the hammer skill not long ago, right?" This caused Rain's face to turn slightly red. Obviously, bringing out a hammer skill that had been learned only a day ago in a match against a formal knight carried somewhat disrespectful connotations, especially since in the previous match, Rain had fought Perez to a standstill using the giant bear sword technique. However, what was barely acceptable was that, seemingly with the aid of hammer specialization LV1, at least Rain's toggle hammer technique looked decently executed, not like it was his first day learning it. Otherwise, even a magnanimous knight like Lloyd might have just walked away. After a brief reflection, Rain decided to add a skill point to the core skill hammer specialization LV1. After all, with excellent experience NPCs like Lloyd and Perez around, if he couldn't pique their interest and ride the wave for a big boost in experience, it would be too disrespectful to such an opportunity. Moreover, hammer specialization is a core skill that can only be improved using skill points and can't be enhanced through regular training. In this regard, hammer specialization seemed more like a talent. Thus, with the added point, the remaining skill points on the panel changed from 4 right arrow 3 and hammer. Specialization was instantly upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Instantly, Rain felt different when he held the two-handed hammer. It was an indescribable feeling, as if Rain had a natural familiarity with the hammer, almost as though the hammer was an extension of his arm. Simultaneously, the panel's description of hammer specialization also changed accordingly. Core skill: hammer specialization LV2 passive, hammer specialization LV2 passive. When the host uses any hammer-type weapon, damage is slightly increased. From slight to minor, this change was exactly the same as when the strength of blacksmith had been upgraded. Knight Lloyd, I have been studying the hammer skill for a while. It might be because I am not yet familiar with the ironwood hammer. Let's have another go, said Rain, after adding the point and telling a white lie. Lloyd nodded, seeming to accept Rain's explanation that unfamiliarity with the weapon could affect performance, a common occurrence. The two swiftly took positions and began the second match. Indeed, with the boost from hammer specialization at LV2, Rain performed much better this time around. Although he still did not defeat Knight Lloyd, who wielded both hammer and shield, he did manage to make it quite enjoyable for his opponent. At the end of the match, the system notification immediately appeared. Your skill toggle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 54. You have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent, Professional Experience plus 16. Congratulations. Your skill toggle hammer technique has been upgraded to LV2. Looking at toggle hammer technique LV2, 1/300, suddenly. Rain's mind was filled with fragmented memories of training in the toggle hammer technique. These memories were scattered fragments of hammer skill training, passing through Rain's mind like slides and quickly embedding themselves in his muscle memory. To Rain, it felt as though he had been practicing the toggle hammer technique daily for months. Rain, shall we call it a night? Asked Knight Lloyd. To be honest, he was still somewhat disappointed with Rain's hammer skill. Knight Lloyd felt that Rain's mastery of the hammer was not refined and significantly lagged behind his expertise in the giant bear sword technique, making their exchange more about instinct than skill. I just leveled up, and the experienced NPC wants to leave. Knight Lloyd, during our match just now, I seem to have gained some insights into the hammer skill. How about another round? Rain said with a smile. The moment Rain finished speaking, Lloyd and Perez exchanged smiles. They privately thought that Rain still had the heart of a youth, somewhat lacking in skill but enthusiastic about playing. After the two matches, they both had a clear understanding of Rain's level of hammer skill. After a brief thought, Lloyd nodded his head, agreeing to Rain's suggestion. All right. Young people, after all, deserved some face. I'll just go easy on him, thought Lloyd. The two swiftly took positions and began the third match. However, this match truly shocked both Lloyd and Perez. Boosted by the now LV2 hammer specialization and toggle hammer technique, Rain's capability saw another minor leap. If in the previous match Knight Lloyd could easily win against Rain, this match was genuinely hard to conclude. Initially planning to go easy, Knight Lloyd found himself increasingly astounded as they fought. After several minutes of intense fighting and dripping with sweat, Knight Lloyd narrowly claimed victory. Lloyd first looked dubiously at Rain, then with a sudden flash of realization, burst out laughing. I understand now, Rain. Were you worried at first that defeating me would be embarrassing for me? Oh, you gradually revealed your true strength? Rain looked at Lloyd, stunned. Is that really how your mind works? Well, as long as you're happy, what can you do if you are an NPC filled with experience? So Rain merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Rain's smile convinced the two bystanders of their earlier judgment even more. Rain, don't hold back, please give it your all. Knight Lloyd's expression became serious, and he assumed a ready for another round stance. Without mentioning his previous statement, let's call it a night then. Sure enough, there's nothing cuter than a competitive experience NPC. Rain put on a distressed expression and reluctantly nodded, saying, this, all right then. Actually, he was overjoyed inside, however. Since Knight Lloyd asked him to give it his all, he really could only. Thus, as Rain allocated his points, his remaining skill points decreased from 3 to 2, and the core skill hammer skill specialization immediately upgraded from LV2 to LV3. In an instant, Rain felt a different sensation while holding his ironwood hammer. Simultaneously, the description of hammer skill specialization on his panel also changed. Core skill, hammer skill specialization LV3, passive, hammer skill specialization LV3, passive. When the host uses any hammer-type weapon, damage significantly increases. From slightly to significantly shows what that implies without further explanation. Thus, under the enhancement of LV3 hammer skill specialization and LV2 toggle hammer technique, Rain finally overpowered Knight Lloyd, who wielded a hammer and shield. With a loud bang, Rain forcefully struck and sent Knight Lloyd flying with the ironwood hammer. But Lloyd's expression showed no displeasure at all, as if he was saying, I knew it, you were holding back and I've exposed you. Meanwhile, Perez, who was watching eagerly, said, Lloyd, you've had 3 matches with Rain already, it's my turn now, isn't it? Perez, don't rush, let me have 2 more rounds. Knight Lloyd was in high spirits, and naturally did not want to stop now. Watching this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Rain's mouth. He thought, "Don't rush, you two. Don't worry, I understand the principle of sharing the love." After the 5th round. "Rain, take on Perez, your stamina. Alas, youth is wonderful," the 40-something Lloyd said breathlessly, after the 8th round. "Rain, take on Lloyd for now. I need a break too." The 30-something Perez also declared he was beat, while also marveling greatly at Rain's abnormal stamina. Rain looked at the two experienced NPCs who were utterly exhausted, his face showing helplessness. He thought, "Where has your previous enthusiasm gone?" Suddenly, the system notification brought more good news. Skill toggle hammer technique has been upgraded. Experience plus 59. You have fought a battle. Knight. Transcendent. Professional experience points plus 18. Congratulations. Your skill toggle hammer technique has upgraded to LV3 instantly. Rain's mind was filled with fragmented training memories about the toggle hammer technique. After absorbing and digesting it, Rain felt as if he had practiced the toggle hammer technique for 6 months. But Rain just came back to his senses, realizing that the system notification had not ended. There was another system message quietly arriving. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of the toggle hammer technique. Rising Dragon Hammer, a hammer skill secret technique." Wait, how come so soon? He clearly remembered that the requirements for mastering the Rising Dragon Hammer in the toggle hammer technique were very high. Immediately, thrilled and surprised, Rain saw a brand new icon above the toggle hammer technique on the Transcendent Knight panel. The icon featured an image of a brawny man twisting his body, swinging a two-handed hammer upward, looking lifelike and fiercely powerful. In the bottom right of the icon, there was a line of small text: "Rising Dragon Hammer LV1, Secret Technique Effect. Using a unique method of energy release, swing the hammer from below upward, delivering a spinning force hit." Note: Rising Dragon Hammer is a secret technique and cannot be directly improved through skill points. Rising Dragon Hammer LV2 requirements: 1. Toggle hammer technique LV6 or above. Hammer skill specialization can offset some of the level requirements. 2. Strength 18 points or above, Constitution 16 points or above, Agility 16 points or above. Seeing the hammer skill specialization can offset some hammer technique level requirements, Rain had an epiphany. No wonder he could master the secret technique so early when his toggle hammer technique was only at LV3. Here lay the key. This was the real value of hammer skill specialization. Then Rain thought of something else. So if my toggle hammer technique reached LV4, then there's a good chance I could learn the secret skill Rising Dragon Hammer LV2. The secret skill Rising Dragon Hammer LV2 has high requirements for both strength and agility. It's understandable that it requires a high strength, needing to reach 18 points, but the requirement for 16 points in agility left me a bit puzzled. After some thought, I figured that it's probably because to achieve the best effect of the Rising Dragon Hammer, you need to hit the enemy's chin. To do this in the rapidly changing conditions of battle, obviously, without sharp observational skills and swift speed, it's not possible. Additionally, I thought of something else. The secret skills of the toggle hammer technique are not limited to just the Rising Dragon Hammer. The outline also records another skill named Earth-Splitting Hammer, which has even higher requirements than the Rising Dragon Hammer. I recalled the toggle hammer technique outline regarding the secret skill Earth-Splitting Hammer and guessed that the key might also likely be in the strength attribute. After all, according to the description in the outline, Earth-Splitting Hammer is a more formidable secret skill than Rising Dragon Hammer, and it most likely requires even greater strength. It makes sense. As the name implies, splitting the earth, you try splitting it without immense strength. I thought to myself. After bidding farewell to the weary knights Lloyd and Perez, I was escorted back to my home in Flashgull Town by the carriage at the Habsburg Manor. On the carriage, along with the 10 blood-patterned steel ingots I had purchased, there were several ingots of bronze, copper, and tin. Additionally, I was holding a bronze warhammer. It was the same kind of bronze warhammer crafted by the senior blacksmith Basil that I saw during my visit to the blacksmith shop on the first floor of the castle. During the banquet, I had expressed a desire to purchase one. I didn't expect Knight Lloyd to arrange this so quickly. Of course, this was also because the bronze warhammer wasn't very expensive. I wanted the bronze warhammer mainly as a transitional weapon. Normally, if I didn't fully release the triple state, it wouldn't easily damage the warhammer. The second reason is more important. I planned to use this bronze warhammer as a template to try making one myself. As for how to attempt this, I already had a preliminary plan in mind. After hauling various metal ingots to my room, I diligently completed my daily practice of the giant bear breathing technique and basic meditation. Soon after, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning early, at the break of dawn, I had woken up early. At this time, I took 2 iron basins from downstairs back to my room. Based on my previous plan and my superficial knowledge of high school chemistry, I placed a silver-white rectangular tin ingot in one of the iron basins. Then my right hand raised about 20 centimeters above the ingot, hovering in mid-air. Suddenly, I began to softly chant a spell. Yes, I was casting the witchcraft scorching touch. Just 3 seconds later, as the chanting ended, a faint red glow emerged from my palm. The surrounding air began to emit waves of heat under the influence of the light, and the bright silver tin ingot, 20 centimeters in front of my right palm, was rapidly changing. The bright silver tin ingot quickly transformed from a solid to a pool of silver liquid. The temperature of scorching touch, even through 20 centimeters of air, was still able to melt the tin ingot. This couldn't help but bring a smile to my face. From what I could see, the first step of my plan had been achieved. Overjoyed, I followed the same procedure for the copper ingot, casting the witchcraft scorching touch once again. As I continued casting, the copper ingot began to glow red-hot, but it just wouldn't melt. After several seconds, suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness. I knew it was due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. This made me frown, and I immediately stopped casting scorching touch. The first step had been successful, but this second step was now stuck. Of course, I knew the reason. Based on my high school chemistry knowledge, was because the melting point of copper is far higher than that of tin. However, knowing the problem doesn't mean it can be solved immediately. Or rather, when there are multiple solutions, careful consideration is still needed. I crossed my arms and started pacing back and forth in the room. After thinking about it, I opened the green glowing Wizard Apprentice, Transcendent Profession panel and carefully read the small print under the Scorching Touch LV1 icon. Casting time 3 seconds, power proportional to the duration and the host's spiritual power. The closer the contact distance, the greater the power. Current effective lethal range, 0.5 meters. Taking a look at the description, the solution seemed simple. Just increase my spirit attribute, and that certainly would solve the problem. If my spiritual power was strong enough, not only would the power of the witchcraft increase, but I could also sustain it for a longer time. As for how much spirit attribute needs to be increased, that needs to be tested to find out. However, from the reddening and heating up of the copper ingot, it seems that just increasing my spiritual power by 1 or 2 points might just do the trick. So, would using skill points to enhance Scorching Touch LV1 be effective? That I'm not really sure, because as far as Scorching Touch goes, its power seems to be linked to spiritual power, not mentioned to be related to skill level. Of course, the main reason is that I have other plans for those 2 skill points. Because my knight's breakthrough level had already reached 40%, just investing 2 more skill points would elevate it to 60%, thereby elevating me to the level of a peak knight. Moreover, 2 transcendent traits, Huge Strength LV2 and Iron Skin LV2, could both advance to LV3. This would greatly enhance my strength, proving to be a very critical trump card. So I have no plans to use these 2 skill points for now. After some thought, Lord Riani decided to first try adding a point to his spirit attribute. After all, enhancing the spirit attribute was bound to have an effect, though he was unsure if it would reach the desired outcome. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 3 right arrow 2, his spirit also increased from 16 points right arrow 17 points. In an instant, Lord Riani felt his mind become exceptionally clear, and the sense of mental fatigue he had just felt vanished completely. Adding points for recovery. It was still so useful. At the same time, Lord Riani specifically looked at the limit-breaking value in the Knight Transcendent panel. He was surprised to find that after increasing his spirit by 1 point, the limit-breaking value had increased to 43%, which seemed to be a stronger effect than adding points to Constitution. This let Lord Riani's thoughts run wild. Could it be that the process of physical limit breaking did have some kind of secret connection with the spirit? However, shortly after, Lord Riani gently shook his head, choosing not to ponder this matter further. At this moment, he was focused on melting the copper ingots. repeating the process he had done before. As Lord Rieni softly chanted an incantation, the purple-red copper ingots in the iron pot started to turn red and hot, displaying signs of beginning to melt. This greatly delighted Lord Rieni. With the continuous output of spiritual power, the witchcraft's scorching touch grew more powerful, and the copper ingots finally began to melt. Step 2 of the plan achieved. This time, Lord Rieni placed copper ingots and tin ingots in the iron pot in a 5-to-1 ratio. After resting for a bit, Lord Rieni began to repeat the process he had just done. Once the tin ingots and copper ingots had both melted and mixed together, the system notifications almost spammed. You conducted smelting bronze work. Comprehension has improved. You have comprehended a new skill, smelting bronze. Your skill in smelting bronze has improved. Experience plus 67, you focused on smelting bronze. Blacksmith professional experience points plus 22 under normal circumstances. Smelting bronze is a slow process compared to other blacksmith skills he had learned before. The increment of experience points would typically be plus 1 or plus 2 every few minutes. Because Lord Rieni greatly compressed the smelting time, the experience points were distributed in one go. This made Lord Rieni exceptionally happy, because it confirmed his hypothesis. It showed that the design scheme he had thought of beforehand was feasible. Of course, what was more important was what came after. If Lord Rieni were to forge a bronze warhammer or other bronze tools, the time taken would be greatly shortened. That meant Lord Rieni could gain a large amount of blacksmith professional experience in a short time. This was also inspired by the ancient book Explorations in the application of scorching touch in the forging field. A slightly urgent knocking sound echoed. Oh, it was his mother Emma's voice. Lord Rieni immediately got up and opened the door. Outside the door, his mother Emma looked at Lord Rieni, then peered into his room, but Lord Rieni's robust figure nearly completely blocked the door, preventing her from seeing clearly what was happening inside. Only to hear his mother Emma complaining. "Lord Rieni, are you burning something with your candles again?" The smell of something burning has reached downstairs again. Hearing that it was about this, Lord Rieni couldn't help but give a wry smile and said, "Mother, don't worry, I'll be careful, it shouldn't happen again." It's not that Lord Rieni hadn't considered going to the smithy. After all, the subsequent forging process would be most suitable in a blacksmith shop. However, Lord Rieni didn't want to reveal his ability in witchcraft yet, so he tried it out in his own room first. In a little while, Lord Rieni planned to go to Boris's blacksmith shop, clear out the personnel, and borrow it again for a day. But for confidentiality reasons, this time, Lord Rieni planned to even send blacksmith Boris away. Partly to validate some of his subsequent ideas, and partly to have Laguerre help him forge the blood-veined steel warhammer and harvest a wave of blacksmith profession level. At that moment, he poked her little head through the door crack, saying, "Brother, a beautiful carriage has arrived downstairs. It looks just like the last one. Oh. There's a beautiful rose shield painted on the carriage." Upon hearing this, Lord Rieni's eyebrow raised. He knew this was the coat of arms of the Baron Crowley family. Lord Rieni suddenly remembered that today was the day he had agreed to become a guardian knight for Lady Crowley. The other party must have invited many nobles and friends to the welcome banquet, and now it wasn't appropriate to ask them to change the time. Of course, since he had already promised, Lord Rieni wasn't one to go back on his word. It looks like his plan to elevate his blacksmith profession level and forge the blood-veined steel warhammer would have to be postponed by a day. "Thank you, Bohi. Brother will come down immediately." Thinking it through, Lord Rieni dressed in his plate armor, carrying the glimmering greatsword wrapped in sheepskin and holding a bronze warhammer, walked downstairs. Seeing Lord Rieni come out, a butler dressed in a tailcoat immediately jumped down from the carriage. As the other party opened the carriage door, a slender and beautiful figure elegantly stepped down and performed a curtsy towards Lord Rieni, saying, "Good morning, Lord Rieni." Miss Jenny, Lord Rieni appeared slightly surprised. He had not expected Jenny to come and pick him up herself. This showed how much the Crowley family valued his appointment as the family's guardian knight. After some simple greetings, Lord Rieni followed Jenny into the carriage. Soon, the carriage was slowly heading towards the county town, expertly driven by the coachman, providing a smooth ride. "Miss Jenny, have you ever heard of the Bat Market?" Lord Rieni suddenly asked. "The Bat Market? I've never heard of that," Jenny replied, looking a bit bewildered. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. That was quite normal. It seemed that the bat market was quite secretive and not a place just anyone could enter. That was troublesome. On this trip, he had intended to visit the bat market to see if there were any more items related to wizards or witchcraft for sale, and also to purchase some ingredients listed in the beast-taming diary. Jenny frowned in thought for a moment and said, "Lord Rieni, perhaps my mother might know of this bat market you speak of. If she doesn't know, I can also ask my friends. I believe if it's within Maest County City. The Crowley family can certainly help you locate it." Lord Rieni smiled slightly and said, "Well then, thank you, Miss Jenny." Jenny made a valid point. Indeed, he had somewhat underestimated the resourcefulness and power of a noble family. This instantly brightened Lord Rieni's mood. When they were halfway through their journey, Jenny seemed to remember something and said to Lord Rieni, "By the way, Lord Rieni, as per tradition, after you become a guardian knight of the Crowley family, we will provide you with a suit of knightly plate armor, appropriate weapons, and a warhorse. Of course, you can also choose gold coins as your reward. Which option would you prefer?" This made Lord Rieni quite pleased. Lately he had been somewhat short on funds. The 300 imperial gold coins he brought to the Habsburg estate yesterday were almost all spent, mainly on knightly weapons and armor, which were substantial expenses. Especially high-quality weapons and armor, which were worth 10 or even several dozen times more than ordinary weapons. Common militiaman's iron sword could be obtained for just a few silver coins, and could be forged by any blacksmith in a small town. However, swords fit for intense combat, like the bastard sword the night watchman was currently using, cost more than 10 times as much, requiring 4 to 5 imperial gold coins each. The fine steel greatsword that Lord Rieni had previously used cost 20 to 30 imperial gold coins. The expense of good weapons was clearly evident. After some thought, Lord Rieni spoke up, "Miss Jenny, if it's convenient, let's just convert it into gold coins." Why choose gold coins? That was because Lord Rieni had essentially secured his weapons himself. A glimmering greatsword was currently strapped to his back, and although the two-handed warhammer hadn't been forged yet, the blood-etched steel ingot for the material was already prepared. Moreover, the weapons provided by the Crowley family were likely to be fine steel weapons of excellent quality, but to be honest, they didn't meet Lord Rieni's combat needs. Although Lord Rieni currently lacked a suit of knightly plate armor, he already had a plan in mind to acquire one. As for a warhorse, given his current status as a deputy of public safety, he could use the public carriage the warhorses housed in the administrative stable for transportation. If he were to raise a warhorse himself, one issue was that he had no stable at home. Secondly, caring for a horse was quite a hassle. Jenny smiled slightly and said, "Lord Rieni, just as I guessed." She then opened a nearby brown wooden box, took out a heavy leather purse and said, "Lord Rieni, this is your annual payment, 500 imperial gold coins." Lord Rieni looked at Jenny with a bit of surprise. He had not expected the money to be paid even before he officially became the Crowley family's guardian knight. Besides, after inquiring about prices from Hamilton, he had to admit the amount was quite generous, even higher than he had anticipated. It was indeed nice to feel valued. "Thank you, Miss Jenny." Lord Rieni immediately accepted and thanked her. Soon the carriage arrived at the outskirts of Maest County City. From the carriage window, Lord Rieni saw that pedestrians and carriages were increasingly frequent, and a tall, dark gray city wall extended in front of his line of sight. This was his first visit to the county town, which was named Maest, with the entire Maest County named after the city, a common naming convention in the Dragon Empire. As the Crowley family's carriage approached the city gate, Lord Rieni saw a long queue of people entering the city, split into two, lining up at the smaller side gates. Your journey continues on MVL from their attire. These people were mostly commoners, mercenaries, and merchants, undergoing inspections and paying fees to enter the city. The widest main gate, however, was relatively empty. Even if a few carriages passed by, they barely stopped before moving on. The carriage Lord Rieni was in headed straight for the main gate, and upon seeing the Crowley family's baronial crest on the carriage, the guards clad in chainmail and wielding long spears quickly allowed them through. A simple matter fully embodied the privileges of nobility. After the carriage entered the town, Lord Rieni saw bustling shops and streets, much livelier than Flashgold Town. However, he faintly smelled various unpleasant odors, seemingly a mixture of human excrements and other stenches, which made him frown. It seemed that this area was likely a civilian district, with seemingly poor hygiene conditions. The carriage continued to drive for about half an hour, making a left turn and 2 right turns, arriving at a villa district, which was significantly cleaner and broader than the civilian district seen upon entering the town. The ground was very spacious and neat, and on the outer walls of the independent villas, variety of meticulously planted greenery and flowers could be seen. Even now, in the frosty month, there were still many cold-resistant flowers blooming, which was quite beautiful. As the carriage slowly stopped, Miss Jenny gave a slight smile and said, "We've arrived, Lord Rieni. This is the Crowley family's estate here in County Town." Experience tales with MVL. Upon alighting from the carriage, Lord Rieni saw the plump Lady Crowley, accompanied by 2 tall knights and 5 or 6 servants, waiting inside the mansion gate. Upon seeing Lord Rieni descend, a smile appeared on her beautiful face and said, "Lord Rieni, welcome to the Crowley family." "Thank you, madam, you're too kind." Lord Rieni immediately bowed slightly, smiling as he spoke. However, he keenly noticed that the 2 knights by Lady Crowley's side seemed unwelcoming toward his arrival, even showing subtle hostility. This was because, with the improvement of Lord Rieni's spiritual power and his danger perception reaching the LV3 level, he could easily discern the gazes that clearly held hostility. After a moment of thought, Lord Rieni recalled that these must be the 2 family knights Lady Crowley had previously mentioned. "Lord Rieni, if I may, this is Knight Shelton of the Crowley family." Lady Crowley slightly raised her hand, introducing the bald knight on her left. "Knight Shelton, hello," he said. "Lord Rieni, hello," replied the knight. This bald knight was at least in his 40s, but his tall and sturdy figure still possessed a certain menacing force. "And this is Knight Stein." Lady Crowley then pointed to the bearded knight on her right. "Knight Stein, hello," said Lord Rieni. "Knight Rieni, hello," Stein responded. "Lord Rieni, let us then head inside. The journey must have been tiring," she said. At this moment, the beautiful Lady Crowley proactively stepped forward, taking Lord Rieni's left arm and walked him inside. As they walked, her pale, ample bosom brushed against Lord Rieni's arm with each step. This caused the 2 nearby knights to exchange glances, seeing both resentment and a kind of longing in each other's eyes. Mad, seeing the fresh meat has come, she just had to stick herself to it, still pretending to be pure in front of me. The knight named Stein seemed even less patient, and upon seeing this scene, it wasn't long before he couldn't restrain himself and spontaneously said, "I heard that Lord Rieni has only recently become transcendent." "Yes, Knight Stein. I indeed have become transcendent less than a month ago." Lord Rieni nodded, casually replying, "Oh, I thought that was just a rumor." Well, it's not impossible for a new knight to become a guardian knight of the Crowley family, shouldn't a guardian knight display convincing strength. "How about it, Lord Rieni? Would you mind demonstrating on the training ground? Of course, I can act as your sparring opponent," Stein suggested with seemingly reasonable doubt, yet with an undertone of provocation. This caused Lady Crowley, who was holding Lord Rieni's hand, to tense noticeably. Clearly, she was annoyed that Stein had so quickly proposed a duel with Lord Rieni. She thought it would at least wait until the afternoon, or perhaps even later, for such a scenario to unfold. "Stein, you are too impudent. Lord Rieni has just arrived." Lady Crowley chided, quite angered. "The real action has already begun." Lord Rieni raised his eyebrows, having promised Lady Crowley, and since he had also taken money on the carriage ride, he naturally had to handle the matter well. He simply waved his hand, stopping Lady Crowley from continuing her speech. "Oh, Knight Stein, are you proposing a challenge?" Upon meeting these 2 family knights for the first time, Lord Rieni took a careful look and realized their strength was indeed very average. As such, Lord Rieni did not intend to waste much time on these 2. He would quickly demonstrate his strength, fulfilling Lady Crowley's request. This way, he could still find time to visit the army supply at County Town and perhaps even gather some information about the bat market. Lord Rieni suddenly thought these 2 might be great NPC for experience. He just might need to steer the situation slightly. Thinking about his gains from the Habs estate just the day before, a faint smile rose on his lips. Thus he formulated a small plan in his mind. Upon hearing Lord Rieni's straightforward acceptance, Stein could not help but laugh. Just a green young man after all. A little provocation, and he accepts the challenge. If Lord Rieni doesn't mind. It would indeed be my honor, Stein offered ingratiatingly. Being able to exchange combat experiences with Knight Stein is also something I've been looking forward to, Rieni replied with a smile. Soon, a group of people arrived at the training ground behind the villa. A number of barons, sons of lords, or their representatives who had been invited to the ceremony, affiliated with the Crowley family, also flocked to the training ground after hearing that there was going to be an official duel between knights. The training ground within the Crowley barons' estate wasn't large, covering only a few hundred square meters and not equipped with a racetrack, owing to the fact that the estate was situated within Maest County City. Land in the city was incredibly valuable, and even nobles were generally reluctant to use it to build racetracks. Those larger training grounds that are equipped with racetracks are generally outfitted by the nobility on their estates in the suburbs. On the training ground, Rieni and Stein stood facing each other in the center of the field, but this time Rieni was wielding a bronze warhammer instead of the glimmering greatsword. Before entering the field, Rieni had handed over the sheepskin-wrapped glimmering greatsword and a few other items to Jenny for safekeeping. Lord Rieni, won't you change into knight armor? Stein squinted his eyes and asked, looking at Rieni dressed in plate armor. Rieni shook his head slightly. No need, this armor will do. Stein nodded, sword and shield in hand, and suddenly went from stillness to motion, charging at Rieni vigorously. The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Both men took a step back, seeming to be evenly matched. Immediately after, the two entangled in a struggle. Their movements were extremely quick, and among the onlookers, apart from those whose skills were of a certain standard, many of the noble daughters could only listen to the commotion. They could not see the figures clearly and only heard the ding-ding-dang-dang of weapons clashing. Hey, this Rieni is quite strong. He's actually fighting Stein to a standstill. The older knight Shelton said, his eyes narrowing slightly, deep in thought. In his mind, this young knight shouldn't be as strong as Stein. Generally speaking, no matter how talented one is, a short promotion period is a significant disadvantage. Logically, there should be quite a gap between Stein, a veteran official knight, and his opponent in terms of proficiency in combat skills and the degree of transcendence. After all, catching up takes time, so logically, Stein should be able to defeat his opponent without much effort. However, to Shelton's surprise, the battle turned out to be a deadlock, seeming like a contest of who had the better stamina. Equally surprised was Jenny standing nearby. She was watching the battle with a puzzled look on her face. Her mind was filled with questions. Why had Lord Rieni switched to hammer skill, and why did it seem like Lord Rieni was holding back? Shouldn't he have decisively defeated Stein to establish his authority? After mulling over it for a long while, Jenny couldn't figure out why Rieni was doing this. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Rieni saw that Stein, after the intense battle, showed signs of fatigue and his movements started to deteriorate. He knew that continuing the act would be too deliberate. Taking advantage of a momentary instability in Stein's steps, Rieni knocked him down with a hammer blow. Then he pretended to be quite exhausted, propping himself on the bronze warhammer and standing in the center of the field, gasping for air. Lord Rieni, youth is an advantage indeed. You have more stamina than me. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might have been difficult to say, said Stein. Although defeated, he was clearly not convinced. Based on his own feelings from the recent exchange, if it weren't for Rieni's youth and slightly better physical stamina, the results could have been very different. Rieni smiled faintly, not acknowledging his vanquished opponent's grumbling, as if he hadn't heard Stein's dissatisfaction. Stein glanced at a smiling Rieni, then got up sullenly and left the middle of the field. Rieni, meanwhile, delightedly checked the system notifications. Skill toggle hammer technique has been improved. Experience plus 79. You have undergone a battle. Knight, Transcendent, Professional Experience points plus 26. It seemed that because the recent battle lasted a long enough time, the system awarded a high amount of experience. Indeed, the recent fight had exhausted almost all of a seasoned knight's stamina. After getting up, Stein walked over and whispered something to Knight Shelton. Then the older, bald Knight Shelton slowly stepped forward, smiling amiably. Lord Rieni, I hope you don't mind this old fellow joining in, do you? You know, at my age, my stamina has decreased a lot. So competing with you, Lord Rieni, is just right. I'm certainly not looking to take advantage of you. Rieni hadn't expected this. He never thought his acting was so convincing that Knight Shelton would so quickly volunteer to test himself against him. Luckily, he wasn't truly exhausted. On the contrary, his strategy was very successful, as it had drawn out the older, bald knight. He not only planned to win the victory, but also to claim the moral high ground while simultaneously farming for hammer skill experience. However, there was just one thing. This Knight Shelton seemed a bit too shameless. Witnessing this, the Crowley Baron's wife, observing the battle, felt a touch anxious, her grip on Jenny's hand involuntarily tightening, seemingly worried that Rieni would accept the challenge. After all, unlike Jenny, she hadn't witnessed Rieni killing Andrews and the other Black Flame monks with her own eyes. However, Jenny knew that Rieni was probably acting, though she didn't understand the purpose of his act. Rieni couldn't possibly tell Jenny that he was doing it to farm a round of experience. "My lady mother, there's no need to worry overly. I feel, well, Lord Rieni seems to be feigning weakness deliberately, although I'm not sure why he would do such a thing," Jenny whispered to Baroness Crowley. Is that so?" Baroness Crowley glanced at Jenny and noticed her daughter's expression didn't seem to be one of mere consolation. After all, even a well-meaning lie would soon be exposed by the upcoming contests. Rieni, standing at the center of the arena, said, "Since Knight Sheldon has taken an interest, I shall naturally comply." Sheldon's face lit up with a pleased expression at Rieni's agreement. Seemingly unwilling to leave Rieni time to recover his strength, Sheldon burst forth with all his might, wielding his hammer and shield as he charged swiftly towards Rieni. However, after a fierce onslaught, Sheldon found Rieni's defense to be as solid as a rock. Despite Rieni's appearance of weariness throughout, he looked as though, with just a bit more effort from Sheldon, he could be overcome. The bald-headed Knight Sheldon, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, realized he still hadn't managed to defeat Rieni and bellowed in discontent. This is impossible. You should be exhausted by now. How can you still hold out for so long?" Rieni simply smiled slightly, saying, "Perhaps, as Knight Stein just mentioned, it's because I'm young and thus have better stamina." With that, Rieni sent Sheldon flying with his hammer, ending the fight. Since Sheldon was already out of strength, Rieni naturally had no intention of continuing the act. The system prompt then appeared. "Your skill toggle hammer technique has improved. Experience plus 67. You have gone through a battle. Knight, Transcendent, professional experience points, plus 22. Age really does affect one's stamina. These experience points aren't even as high as the ones from Stein just now," Rieni silently critiqued in his mind. On their way here, Jenny had also indicated her position to him concerning the two Crowley family knights. If possible, Jenny had hoped that Rieni would not kill or severely injure the two men. After all, they had served the Crowley family for many years and had not shown any intention of rebellion. Their desires were more oriented toward the Crowley family's beauty and wealth. Therefore, Jenny hoped Rieni could simply deter the two men. Considering the Crowley family's request, Rieni gave it some thought before agreeing. After all, it was a request from the Crowley family themselves, and there was no need for him, Guardian Knight, to overdo it, especially since anything that happened later would be the family's own business. The onlookers weren't fools. After watching two contests in succession, they also sensed something amiss. At the end of the first match, Rieni seemed to have overexerted himself and shouldn't have been able to hold out for long. But now, at the end of the second match, he seemed to be in high spirits as he strolled off the field, currently chatting with Lady Crowley. Meanwhile, many young noble ladies on the sidelines, having seen Rieni's performance, began whispering amongst themselves. Especially Agatha Wiggins, one of Jenny's close friends, rushed excitedly to Jenny's side and said, "Jenny, your taste is getting better and better. Where did you find such a handsome young man? Not only is he strong, but his stamina is incredible. You are so lucky." While speaking, she also gave Jenny a teasing look. "Agatha, don't talk nonsense. Rieni is our family's new guardian knight, and besides, it was my mother who found him." "It has nothing to do with me," Jenny said somewhat shyly, understanding the insinuation in her friend's words. "Oh, so it was Baroness Crowley. I never thought she liked them young." Giggle. "You're terrible, saying such things in broad daylight," Jenny retorted. The two young noblewomen immediately started jesting and playing around with each other. After the contest, Rieni requested from Baroness Crowley to make a trip to the military supply office in the county town. Although both Jenny and the Baroness would have liked Rieni to stay at the estate and socialize more with the guests, Rini had no interest in doing so. At present, he hadn't passed the nobility's accreditation test and wasn't strictly speaking a noble yet. On the other hand, Rini felt that socializing would only be meaningful once he reached a certain threshold of status and position. However, there was an appointment ceremony and banquet at the Crowley family estate that evening, which Rini was bound to attend. Rini took the carriage arranged by the Crowley family to the Northern Military Supply Office in the county town. Located next to the city guards camp, the supply office in the county town was responsible for the merit exchange matters of the internal defense troops, including the city guard, night watchmen, and public order officers. After showing the badge that represented his position as Deputy Officer of Public Safety in Flashgold Town, Rini was allowed to enter. He had received the badge along with his appointment, serving as a replacement for his previous night watchman captain's badge. Upon entering the military supply room, Rini found it to be several times larger than the one in Flashgold Town, with 4 or 5 young and attractive female clerks in uniform stationed there. The setup gave him a feeling reminiscent of the service halls of his previous life. Lord Rini looked around and noticed that in front of the desks of these few staff members, there were indeed wooden pencil box-sized standing desk signs, respectively labeled Non-Commissioned Officer Exchange, Junior Officer Exchange, and one semi-enclosed window labeled Senior Officer Exchange. At the Non-Commissioned Officer Exchange window, there were 2 or 3 people standing, and in front of the Junior Officer Exchange window, there was no one at all. Lord Rini did not hesitate. He walked straight to the Junior Officer Exchange window. The female staff member at the window, seeing the clearly young Lord Rini approaching, was taken aback at first, but still stood up with respect to greet him. "My lord, please show your credentials." Lord Rini handed over the badge representing his position as the Deputy Sheriff of Flashgold Town to the ponytailed girl. "Please wait a moment." After the ponytailed civilian girl had taken the badge presented by Lord Rini, she began to check it against the register on the desk. Soon, the surprised look on the young female staff member's face intensified as she said, "Lord Rini, hello, you have a total of 1,489 merit points. This is your exchange book. You may exchange for any item listed in here." The other party handed Lord Rini a booklet the size of an A4 paper and as thick as a fingernail cover. This booklet was much larger and thicker than before. After Lord Rini took it, he saw that the cover of the thick booklet was inscribed with several large characters. Imperial Security and Guards Troop Merit Points Exchange Book, Junior Officer. Seeing the 2 words Junior Officer at the end, Lord Rini couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, my approach was correct. By relying on the Empire as long as my rank steadily increases, the resources I can obtain will continue to grow. The previous booklet was for non-commissioned officer. Naturally, there weren't many items that could be exchanged, and secrecy wasn't needed. It could be exchanged at the military supplies officer in Flashgold Town. But it was different at the junior officer level. There were many more items that could be exchanged, and only at the county town military supply office. Upon opening the booklet, Lord Rini found that the major categories were not much different from the non-commissioned officer booklet, but the content in the detailed items had become much more abundant. For instance, in the category of breathing techniques that could be exchanged, Lord Rini was very impressed that in the non-commissioned officer level booklet, there was only the military breathing method. But in the junior officer level booklet, there were many more breathing techniques available for exchange, amounting to 7 or 8 kinds. However, all naturally were quite valuable, merely for breathing techniques. The merit points needed for exchange started at 1,000. For example, the giant bear breathing technique practiced by Lord Rini himself and others that he had heard of before like shadow panther breathing technique, running wolf breathing technique, and so on were all available here. Furthermore, even the specific secret medicines required for practicing certain breathing techniques were available for exchange. For instance, the black resin oil corresponding to Lord Rini's giant bear breathing technique was available in the junior officer booklet. This made Lord Rini marvel while simultaneously delighting him. There was refined black resin oil. Lord Rini squinted his eyes. He saw another type of secret medicine that complemented the giant bear breathing technique. But it had 2 extra words, refined. Furthermore, the price for exchange was more expensive than the black resin oil. Ordinary black resin oil would exchange for 30 merit points a bottle, which could roughly last for a month's use. However, the price for refined black resin oil was 100 merit points per bottle. Reading the description, Lord Riani suddenly realized. The refined black resin oil was a highly concentrated mixture of black resin oil with other special medicines, suitable for knights formally practicing the giant bear breathing technique. Conversely, the ordinary black resin oil was suited for those below the level of knights. No wonder he had felt that the effect of black resin oil was weakening recently and thought about increasing the dosage. The key issue lay here. After stepping into transcendence, the corresponding secret medicines also needed to be updated. It's just that refined black resin oil was much more expensive. As for Lady Creya, and she never thought that she would step into transcendence so quickly. She had never mentioned this aspect of things. About this point, Lord Riani pondered briefly and came to understand. Since there was refined black resin oil, it was natural to buy 2 bottles to be used in conjunction with practicing the giant bear breathing technique. 2 bottles of refined black resin oil. Lord Riani told the ponytailed civilian girl. "All right, Lord Riani. Has been noted down for you. Do you have any other needs for exchange?" The girl asked respectfully. Lord Riani nodded and said, yes. His main reason for coming today was to check if there were any high-end knight plate armors available. Thus, quite naturally, Lord Riani turned the pages to the section on armor and defensive gear. There were all kinds of armors of different uses and materials crafted before his eyes. After ruling out those like leather armor and chain mail, what remained were knight plate armors. After looking for a while, Lord Riani had a fairly clear understanding of the knight plate armors. The ordinary knight plate armor sets were cheap, had stock, and could be taken immediately. However, if they were crafted from rare metals, especially those customized knight plate armors, not only was the customization costly, the production period was also long. Moreover, the regular maintenance costs were also a considerable expense, and if they got damaged during battle, the cost to repair them could buy several sets of ordinary knight plate armors. However, if one wasn't short of money, then all the aforementioned drawbacks weren't really drawbacks. These knight armors crafted from special materials were naturally expensive for a good reason. Either they had superior defensive power, or could resist special damages like fire, acid, etc. Rain thought for a moment and decided to use 200 merit points to exchange for a set of wear-resistant chrome iron knight armor. The set, consisting of 8 pieces, was priced at 200 points. Additionally, he planned to spend 1,000 merit points to order a high-class set of knight armor made from a special material called water membrane steel, which was resistant to high temperatures and corrosion. The reason for this naturally took into account the influence of the cult of the Black Flame. Nevertheless, with this transaction, Rain's seemingly enormous total of 1,489 merit points was also not really sufficient for extensive spending. By then, only 89 merit points would remain. Indeed, merit points money are hard to earn, yet particularly easy to spend. After some thought, Rain said, "A set of chrome iron knight armor." "All right, Lord Riani. Which size do you need for the chrome iron knight armor set?" "Currently, we have the 180 model, 185 model, and 190 model in stock. You can get them right away," the ponytailed civilian girl asked. The 185 model. Rain decided to choose a slightly larger size since he was still growing. Would be embarrassing if it became too small in less than a month. As for the muscle expansion during outburst, this was already taken into consideration in the design of the knight armor, so its inner lining was made of soft, elastic multi-layer lambskin. It would not present a problem for handling the muscle expansion triggered by a knight's breaking limit. "Very well, Lord Riani," the girl said with a sweet smile, recording the order for the chrome iron set just as she thought Rain had finished exchanging. She heard him add, "plus, an order for a set of high-class knight armor made of water membrane steel." "Good. Lord Riani, you want to order a high-class suit of knight armor," the young female staffer reconfirmed. Apparently hearing the word order, other female staffers nearby also turned their gazes towards them. A few young people who were exchanging at the officer window also looked at Rain, their faces filled with envy. He seemed younger than them but was able to exchange for a high-class custom set of knight armor. Yes, Rain nodded in confirmation. The custom order is estimated to take 2 months, Lord Riani. Is that acceptable to you? Then please follow me, as it's a custom order. We need to take measurements of your height, weight, and other sizes. Well, fine, high-end goods are different. Rain followed the ponytailed civilian girl into a separate small room next door, similar to a changing room. The ponytailed civilian girl quickly started taking measurements earnestly. My lord, please stretch out your arms. Height 180 cm, chest circumference 130, leg length. All of Rain's body parameters were recorded one by one. When measuring the leg length, the crouching civilian girl suddenly blushed and looked up to ask, Lord Riani, normally, do you prefer it on the left side or the right? Left side or right side? At first, Rain was confused, but then following the girl's gaze, he immediately understood and said, Ah. Can it be placed in the center? That's possible. We just need to make a separate cup guard. I'll make a note of that, she said while taking notes, a blush appearing on her face. For some reason, Rain suddenly found the civilian girl crouching before him, taking measurements, quite alluring. Could it be because his physical functions had greatly improved after becoming transcendent? While Rain was being measured in the changing room, he saw 2 persons dressed as city guard officers entering the military supply hall through the crack of the door. Rain casually glanced at them and then moved his gaze away. The city guard, although like the night watchman, belonged to the Imperial Internal Defense Forces. They were on different paths. Rain had never interacted with the city guard, so he naturally did not pay special attention. The 2 of them seemed to be waiting for something, and were not in a hurry to get it done. They were chatting leisurely. Zelko, have you heard? Recently, the relations between the Empire and the Federation seem a bit tense. There seems to be frequent mobilization of the Imperial Navy, one said. Is that so? It's the first I've heard of it, the one named Zelko responded, seemingly not taking it seriously. After all, such rumors occurred 8 or 10 times a year, but none of them ever turned out to be true. My nephew was originally stationed at Lancaster Naval Base, but now he has been transferred to our county. It's what he told me, the middle-aged officer said, seemingly adding more to convince the disbeliever. If it comes from someone inside the Imperial Navy, then it should be quite credible. The youth named Zelko replied, looking a bit more serious and pondering for a moment. Although Rain was quite far from the 2, his keen senses had picked up their conversation clearly. The Eagle Federation across the sea. Find your next read on MVL. Is there going to be a war? After a little consideration, Rain realized that in event of war, Meister County could indeed be in danger because a large part of the county was coastal, such as Fishing Port Town, which lay adjacent to the sea. He had heard before that Kuzma, the former sheriff of Flashgold Town, had been transferred there. When Rain and the ponytailed civilian girl emerged from the changing room, the 2 city guard officers immediately ceased their conversation, as though they did not want Rain and the others to overhear the news. Rain returned to the service window, waiting for the clerical girl to help him record. During this idle moment, he flipped through the exchange book again. When he saw the category of potions, he paused, randomly picking one to read. Huge strength potion, a battle potion. After consumption, there's a high probability that the consumer's strength will increase by about 10 to 20% for a short time. The duration and effect vary greatly depending on the consumer's constitution and the extent to which limits are broken. Note: side effects include muscle soreness lasting for hours of varying lengths. Constitution potion, a cultivation assist potion. If consumed continuously for a week, it will increase the consumer's constitution to a certain degree, generally around 10%. Note: sourced from the Minster Province branch of the Royal Alchemist Association, trustworthy. It seems that the profession of a pharmacist really is coveted everywhere. Immediately, Rain thought of the formulas in the beast-taming diary. He already had the transcendent profession of a wizard apprentice, and now he was already trying to produce the formulas from the beast-taming diary. The only issue now was sourcing the raw materials. It seems he will have to ask Lady Crowley, Baroness, about the location of the bat market later. As long as the materials are ready, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to advance in potion making. As Rain continued to flip through the book, he saw the entry for ferocious beast meat. He quickly came across the berserk bear meat he had eaten once before. Berserk bear meat, ferocious beast meat, rich in energy. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance constitution and strength. Although Hamilton had once advised Rain not to exchange for ferocious beast meat, Rain thought it over and decided that the situation is different now. After weighing his options, Rain said to the ponytailed clerical girl, "Another 100 pounds of berserk bear meat, please." "Okay. 100 pounds of berserk bear meat will need 50 merit points, which I've deducted for you. Sir, would you like the 100 pounds of berserk bear meat delivered to your home, or will you be taking it with you now?" the ponytailed clerical girl asked. This was when having a carriage came in handy. "I'll take it with me now." After this trip, Rain was left with only 39 merit points, essentially back to square one. When Rain left the armory, he had already changed into a brand new set of chromium iron knight plate armor in the changing room. The silver-gray armor was naturally much better looking than his previous plate mail. The 100 pounds of berserk bear meat and the plate mail were placed directly onto the carriage by Rain. When Rain returned to the Crowley family estate, as soon as he entered, he ran into Jenny and her best friend Agatha. Their beautiful eyes lit up instantly upon seeing him. "Lord Rain, you look so dashing in your new knight's armor." Jenny couldn't help but compliment. "Thank you." Hearing the maiden's praise, Rain naturally felt good. "By the way, Lord Rain, this is my best friend Agatha Wiggins, daughter of Baron Wiggins," Jenny introduced. "Agatha, I don't need to introduce Lord Rain to you, do I? You've already seen his impressive figure at the training ground this morning," Jenny said with a smile. "Miss Agatha, hello," Rain greeted with a smile. The Miss Agatha before him had some freckles on her nose, but they didn't detract from her beauty. Instead, they gave her a lively and cheerful appearance. "Lord Rain, hello," Agatha said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gave Rain a curtsy. "Enjoy more content from MVL. Actually, Lord Rain, about that bat market you asked me about last time. It seems my best friend here knows where it is," Jenny mentioned. "Oh, really? That's great." Rain's brow lifted in delight. However, reconsidering, Rain took another careful look at Jenny's best friend and realized she might not be just a simple noble lady. Just as Rain was making his guesses, Agatha quickly waved her hands to deny, saying, "Lord Rain, don't listen to Jenny's nonsense. I just think I've heard of this place before. I heard my advisor mention the bat market by chance. It seems to be near the Frank Tavern in the county town. However, I'm not too sure of the exact location," Agatha added. "Miss Agatha, your modesty is appreciated, but even this helps me a great deal," Rain realized. So that was it. Just a moment ago he thought Miss Agatha might be a fellow traveler. Now it seems that she is not. "Lord Rain, would you like me to inquire further to get more details?" Agatha's large, watery eyes looked at Rain inquiringly. "Thank you, Miss Agatha, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I believe that now that I've a rough idea of the location, I should be able to find it." Rain politely declined. After all, his spiritual power had reached 17 points by now, making his senses incredibly sharp. If he narrowed down the location to a few hundred meters around Frank Tavern, Rain believed there was a high chance he could find it. "Lord Rain, why don't we accompany you?" Rain naturally declined. "Miss Jenny, the bat market is not a place suitable for noble ladies to visit, and I am merely curious and wish to see it for myself." Hearing Rain's response, both Jenny and Agatha appeared somewhat disappointed. Therefore, after agreeing to return before evening, Rain donned a wide black cloak and rode in Crowley family's carriage toward Frank Tavern. Explore new worlds at MVL. The carriage traveled for about 20 minutes, and Rain arrived at the entrance of the Frank Tavern. Rain slightly observed through the carriage window. This place was situated on a street dense with people. The bustling pedestrians and various vending calls were incessant, with many civilians, mercenaries, and other professionals entering and exiting the Frank Tavern, making it look quite lively. Having the carriage parked nearby, Rain decided to start his search around the Frank Tavern. Dressed in a black robe and wearing a hood, Rain quickly got off the carriage and began a careful search around the tavern as the center. After searching around the Frank Tavern for a while, Rain realized that he might have oversimplified things. Although his spiritual power was high and his perception sharp, he was equally susceptible to various noises and odors. This area, being a civilian district, was densely populated and noisy with poor sanitary conditions. Half an hour had passed, and Rain still hadn't found the so-called bat market. This couldn't help but disappoint Rain a bit. "It seems I'll have to come back tomorrow." However, looking at the flow of people entering and exiting the Frank Tavern, Rain decided to sit inside for a while to see if he could overhear any useful information. After all, taverns are generally places where information spreads quickly. As Rain was walking towards the tavern, he muttered softly, Bat market bat. Suddenly, a spark crossed Rain's mind. Could it be that a bat is a symbol or a mark for this market? It seemed that he had just passed an alley with a shop that had a closed door, featuring a bat symbol on its sign. Immediately, Rain turned around and quickly headed towards that alley. Sure enough, upon entering the alley, Rain saw, at the end of it, a wrought iron sign on a shop bearing a slightly obscured bat pattern. Rain was delighted and approached for a closer inspection. The shop's sign read Lilith's Divination Shop, and although it was daytime, the iron door was tightly locked, appearing not to be open for business. Could it be a shop that only opened at night? Thinking it over, Rain decided to knock on the door to inquire, as this was the only establishment he recalled nearby that featured a bat symbol. However, as Rain took a step forward, he instantly sensed something was amiss. As if entering a bubble, a ripple flashed by and he disappeared in the alley. At that moment, the scene before Rain differed vastly from what he had seen from the outside. From the outside, it appeared to be a small divination shop with a closed door, but upon entering, he found it was a secretive market. Clearly, this was the bat market. The illusion Rain had seen just now must have been some sort of illusion array or witchcraft, intended to mislead the eyes. Additionally, it seemed to be an open type of market, lacking the guards Rain initially thought would be there, or the need to utter a specific incantation or know a specific password to enter. Instead, he had entered quite easily. This instantly gave Rain a feeling of searching thousands of times among the crowd, only to find the person leisurely standing in dim light. Looking at the scene before him, Rain was in high spirits. Moreover, Rain felt more and more that coming to the county town was the right choice. Perhaps the Crowley family was truly his lucky star. Soon, Rain squinted and began to examine carefully. At first glance, the bat market didn't differ much from an ordinary market outside. However, if one observed carefully, there was a big difference. Like Rain, many of the people here wore hoods, as if they didn't want others to know their origins or identities. Furthermore, although there were many people in the bat market, the noise level was quite low, with conversations between people very hushed, seemingly to avoid letting others overhear the content. This couldn't help but make Rain frown. If that was the case, it was not very friendly for newcomers like him. Rain thought for a moment, then merged into the crowd and began to slowly browse on his own. Even though the Bat Bazaar had many vendors, Rain hesitated to casually make purchases. Perhaps the items on the stalls were more beautiful and cheaper, but they required a pair of eyes experienced and insightful enough to discern their authenticity. As of now, Rain still lacked this ability. Luckily, there were also many formal shops along the street, and judging by the various signs hung at the tops of the shops, Rain could easily distinguish the main business of each. Relatively speaking, these formal shops with fixed locations should have better credit. Rain observed several shops in succession and eventually chose one with a relatively large flow of customers, a potion shop marked by herbs, beakers, and test tubes on its sign, and entered. Inside, the clerks were three bright-eyed boys in their teens, two of whom were serving customers. Seeing Rain come in, the free boy proactively approached with a warm greeting. "Sir, welcome to Patricia's potion shop. How may I assist you? Do you have hallucinogenic gas?" Although the other party was just a young boy, Rain did not underestimate him and directly mentioned the poison gas Endry had used in battle. Previously, Rain might not have noticed, but now, with the enhancement of his spiritual power, Rain could basically judge the boy's spiritual power through his mental state and appearance, and it seemed to exceed that of an average adult man. It was unclear whether this was innate or the result of practicing basic meditation techniques, but clearly the boy should not be treated as an ordinary child. That. Yes, sir, we have that," the boy replied, looking at Rain with a slightly surprised expression. "The price?" Rain asked tersely. "One fluid ounce of hallucinogenic potion costs 25 imperial gold coins." The boy then took out a bottle of dark liquid from behind the counter, along with a small packet wrapped in paper, apparently filled with a powdery substance. Rain did not ask but waited for the boy to introduce the items, as speaking out would instantly give him away. In unfamiliar places, it was best to be cautious. "Sir, this bottle contains the hallucinogenic potion, and this packet is the corresponding amount of catalyst, which, when injected, will quickly vaporize the hallucinogenic potion to form hallucinogenic gas," the boy explained. Rain was thinking that if the hallucinogenic potion were like gas that would evaporate as soon as it was opened, it would be quite cumbersome to store in the emerald ring. It turned out there was something like a catalyst. "I'd like a smaller amount," Rain said, glancing at the phial in the boy's hand, which was clearly much larger than the one he had found on Endry. "Then we only have this, 0.2 fluid ounces, for the price of 5 gold and 6 silver. The boy produced a thumb-sized bottle from the cabinet behind him. Looking at the bottle the boy brought out this time, Rain nodded. It was similar in size to the one he had found on Endry's body, and it should also fit just right in the emerald ring in one go. "I'll take 5 bottles. The boy clearly hesitated, not understanding why the customer wanted to buy 5 small bottles. Obviously, purchasing a larger bottle was more economical. After all, the same volume but a little cheaper in price. However, looking at Rain, the boy clearly didn't dare to question further. "Do you have sunflowers? How about the wings of nocturnal vampire bats?" "That we also have." The boy was noticeably becoming nervous. He guessed that the gentleman before him was likely a pharmacist specializing in negative energy. As is known, many of those in this particular field tend not to be in good spirits. As the boy was preparing the materials Rain required, Rain also looked around the room. Rain was surprised to discover that many of the potions he seemed to have seen in the merit exchange catalog as well. It made Rain recall the potion masters in the so-called Royal Alchemist Association, whose identity was probably not that simple and were likely not ordinary people. After all, superior spiritual power presents a clear advantage in concocting potions, whether in controlling the quality of ingredients or in the finesse of various operational techniques. Besides, some potion creations were clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people, like advanced magic potions. Enjoy new adventures from MVL with more careful thought. The power of the Empire seemed unfathomable, and what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. "All right, sir. All the materials you require are prepared." The boy respectfully placed a black linen bag on the counter and said to Rain. When Rain left the potion shop, he was already carrying that large bag. Glancing down, the thought of feeding a dog with such expensive materials made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Just now, Rain had purchased all the raw materials needed for the mutative growth potion in one go, such as sunflowers, wings of nocturnal vampire bats, claws of carrion wolves, and more. Of course, even if the potion was successfully made, it was not intended for Rain's own use, but for Cookie. Just now, Rain calculated the cost, and factoring everything together, even with a successful single production, the cost per fluid ounce of the mutative growth potion approached nearly 12 imperial gold coins. Considering the probability of failure and the need for continued medication over 3 months, Rain purchased ingredients for 10 batches in one go. Experienced tales with MVL that cost 120 imperial gold coins, almost 1/3 of the 500 imperial gold coins Rain had just recently acquired. Become a part-time pharmacist. It's too costly at the initial stage. Besides, without adding skill points, Rain didn't know what his success rate would be. After purchasing all the planned materials, Rain's mood improved. Since he was at the bat market anyway, he decided to take a stroll to understand the situation better and to see if there were any witchcraft-related books available for purchase. Soon, he saw numerous stalls selling various unidentified herbs and raw materials. From time to time, customers would stop to scrutinize the materials closely and converse quietly with the stall owners. Rain tried once. He pretended to look at the materials, hoping to eavesdrop, but the owner stopped talking the moment they saw Rain pause. However, Rain wasn't discouraged. This was to be expected, as the bat market was a place for wizard apprentices to gather and exchange goods, meaning most of the customers were likely wizard apprentices. Even a level 1 wizard apprentice, with their far superior spiritual power, wouldn't be so easily overheard by Rain. After walking around, Rain realized that the bat market was not very big, just about 100 meters long, about the size of a street. Moreover, the items for sale were odd things like the eyeballs of some creature, dried lizard-like creatures, and various strange plants, most of which Rain didn't recognize. Therefore, it was only natural that Rain wasn't able to find anything useful. Also, with regard to the witchcraft he was keen to collect, Rain had searched around and frustratingly found no stores solely selling witchcraft. though he had seen books similar to the ancient ones Jenny had brought in a few general stores. Initially, Rain was quite excited, but after flipping through just a couple of pages, he realized that these ancient books were either purely travel logs or incomplete diaries of wizard apprentices with too many missing pages, rendering them unreadable. That couldn't help but disappoint Rain. Additionally, the owner's quoted prices left Rain speechless. These ancient books written in Akkadian were priced at several hundred gold coins each, and those incomplete wizard apprentice diaries were priced at 900 imperial gold coins. Checking the time, Rain decided to return to the Crowley family manor. As Rain left the bat market and entered the carriage, the coachman couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir, are we returning now? By the way, sir, why did you spend so much time at the bakery?" "The baker in the master's kitchen is much better than any in town," said the coachman hesitantly. Rain was taken aback by this remark. He had seen a divination shop, not a bakery. Could it be? In an instant, Rain seemed to realize something. Indeed, that bat symbol concealed some secrets, and it seemed only after meeting certain criteria could one see it. Rain thought briefly that the determining criterion was very likely the spirit attribute. It's highly probable that only when a person's spirit attribute reached a certain level could they see the bat symbol and the door to the divination shop, thereby gaining entry to the market. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the bat symbol, let alone find a way into the bat market. Rain nodded slightly to himself, musing that this automatic selection mechanism was quite neat. Meanwhile, on his way back to the Crowley family manor in the carriage, inside the Norman Baron's family manor, with the help of divine blood, Dennis, who had stepped into the level of a formal knight, was trying on formal attire with the aid of a servant. Looking at the handsome reflection in the mirror, he was quite pleased with himself. Shortly, he would attend a banquet at the Crowley family estate. The theme of the banquet was to celebrate the addition of a guardian knight to the Crowley family. Although Dennis was unaware of where the Crowley family had invited an official knight to serve as their family's guardian knight, this didn't particularly concern him, because he knew that the Crowley family's major issue was finding a suitable marriage union. After all, no formal knight would choose to marry into the family. Dennis had also begun preparing to advance to magic potions. Whether in a month or 3, he planned to make his move toward becoming transcendent. As long as he became a formal knight, he was almost certain of securing a marriage with the Crowley family. Jenny was far less significant in Dennis's heart compared to the Baroness of the Crowley family, that stunning widow. Thinking of the voluptuous lady, Dennis's heart couldn't help but entertain more romantic notions. Although she wasn't as significant as Clea, she was more than enough for short-term mental solace. As for Tina, her status was a bit too low. Frankly, Dennis was somewhat tired of her. Just then, his room door suddenly opened. Just as Dennis was about to reprimand the servant for their lack of manners, he saw the Norman Baron, dressed for hunting, enter. "Dennis, you can cancel your banquet plans," said the Baron. What? Dennis was taken aback and a little confused. The new guardian knight hired by the Crowley family is Rain. Rain, but I don't know of a knight by the name of Rain, Dennis said, frowning in thought but still not understanding. In Dennis's mind, Rain was still not equated with a formal knight. "It's the farmer's son from Flashgold Town, Rain," Baron Norman said in a deep voice. "What? That lowlife Rain has already become a transcendent and is now a formal knight?" Upon hearing this news from his father, Dennis was incredibly shocked, his eyes bulging out and his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an entire apple. After being stunned for quite some time, Dennis finally came to his senses and asked, "Father, shouldn't he have already died?" Find more to read at Small Capel. At this point, Dennis remembered there were servants around and immediately stopped speaking. Baron Norman waved his hand, and instantly, the 2 maids who had been helping Dennis dress immediately left the room. Now only Baron Norman and his son were in the room. Yesterday, there was a message from the Black Sails that they didn't find a suitable opportunity to attack Flashgold Town, so Phil Kraz didn't manage to kill Rain, explained Baron Norman. "Damn those Black Sail pirates, they really are so unreliable. If they had killed Rain as agreed, none of this would have happened," said Dennis, unable to conceal his fury. "We can't really blame the Black Sail pirate crew. I have looked into it. The few pirating crews, including the Black Sails, have some sort of arrangement with the Black Flame Church, deciding to attack several small towns simultaneously. However, I heard that a few days ago, Hamilton, the sheriff of Flashgold Town, severely damaged the Black Flame church that was attacking, probably leading to the Black Sail pirate crew not continuing their attack on Flashgold Town. Nevertheless, Dennis, like you said, the opponent's progress is incredibly fast, abnormally so, Norman continued thoughtfully. It appears we need to resolve this matter quickly. After all, if Rain passes the ennoblement exam and becomes an official noble of the Empire, killing him afterward will be much more troublesome. Once an official noble dies under unusual circumstances, the investigative forces sent by the Empire are hard to deal with. Father, are you finally planning to take action personally? Dennis asked, his eyes lighting up, looking forward to Norman's response. You see, in his heart, his father had always been an invincible presence since childhood. He firmly believed that if his father took action personally, that Rain wouldn't survive till tomorrow. No, Baron Norman shook his head and said, I need to seek help from an old friend. Inside the Bat Market. Shop bearing symbols of stars, the moon, and the sun received a tall customer clad in a black robe. Old friend, long time no see. Baron Norman, removing his hood, greeted with a smile, warmly saying hello. Huh? Norman, what a rare visitor. What brings you to me today? In the room's shadow, an old man wearing a black robe with gray hair raised his eyebrows in surprise seeing the suddenly appearing Baron Norman. The boy serving promptly hung a closed for business sign on the door and locked it. Old friend, this time I've come to ask you to take action once, Norman said seriously, sitting across from the old man with graying hair. Norman, you know I haven't taken action in a long time. Of course, Adams, being one of the rare apprentices to specialize in spellbinding curses, I know the cost of asking you to act, Norman said in a grave voice. This is the target. I hope you can resolve it quickly. Norman handed a thin binder over to the old man. After returning to the Crowley family estate, Rain, dressed in a silver-gray chromed iron suit of knightly plate armor, concluded the appointment ceremony amid the gazes and applause of the crowd. Next was a banquet filled with mingling and forming connections. However, at this moment, all Rain could think about was heading home early, as he had several tasks waiting for him, such as forging a blood-patterned steel warhammer and improving his blacksmith profession level. Also, he needed to familiarize himself with the production process of the mutant growth potion. Although Rain had bought the raw materials and understood the production process written in Akkadian, he still needed to study it carefully before actual production. Thus, Rain hurriedly made his way through the banquet and left under the wistful gazes of Lady Baroness Crowley and Jenny, heading back to his home in Flashgold Town. Before leaving, however, Jenny did share some good news with Rain that her best friend, Agatha, had ancient books written in spirit script, Akkadian. But Agatha had no way to remove the precious ancient books from the family library. Seemed the only feasible solution was for Rain to go with Jenny to visit and then read the books on site in the library, a possibility Agatha assured could be arranged. Rain immediately agreed and tentatively planned to visit the Wigan family with Jenny in 3 days. Back on the carriage to Flashgold Town, Rain quietly contemplated. His goals were quite clear. He was now on the right path in his knightly pursuit, and it was just a matter of progressive enhancement from here on. However, if he could only rely on knightly skills, his means of dealing with the various strange enemies of this world would still be too limited. Not to mention, if that Endry's spiritual power had been slightly higher and he could have cast a few more low-level witchcrafts, then both Rain and Hamilton, back in the Elim mine, would have probably found themselves in big trouble. Additionally, take for example the Black Flame Apostle, whose body stretched like rubber, capable of suddenly elongating. If Rain hadn't pinpointed the adversary's weakness, relying purely on his greatsword to hack and slash, he would never have triumphed over his foe. It can be said that if it were not for Rain, had any other seasoned knight been in his place, they likely would have met their demise right there and then. On the other hand, it's clear that the Black Flame cult doesn't merely have one apostle-level expert. Rather, they must have individuals or methods stronger than the apostle level. Therefore, Rain felt that by rapidly improving the levels of other professional panels, such as blacksmith and dog trainer, he could accumulate a certain amount of skill points and attribute points to enhance the combat effectiveness of his wizard apprentice. After all, even the might of a rudimentary touch-based witchcraft, the Scorching Touch, had amazed Rain. As for witchcraft, Rain believed that he could find some by continuously searching. Therefore, preparing skill points in advance wasn't contradictory. Upon returning home, Rain discovered it was already 10 o'clock. After giving it some thought, Rain decided to contact Laguerre tomorrow about forging a warhammer. First, he organized the materials he had purchased that day, and then began his unwavering daily routine of practicing the giant bear breathing technique and basic meditation. As soon as his practice ended, Rain swiftly fell asleep. Suddenly, just as he had drifted off, Rain jolted awake with a start. Just now, his level 3 danger perception had alerted him to an approaching threat. This caused Rain to immediately rise and investigate. Peering through the window, he saw a mist slowly rising over Flashgold Town. At first glance, the emergence of mist on a night during frost moon seemed normal. But Rain keenly sensed that the mist was faintly black and was thickening at a visible rate. This instantly sent a chill through Rain's heart. Without delay, he began to don his chromite suit of knight's plate armor and slung the glimmering greatsword and bronze warhammer over his shoulder. Just as Rain had fully armed himself, he observed that the mist outside the window had become so dense that it was impossible to see beyond 10 meters. This mist is problematic. At the same time, the sense of danger in Rain's heart grew increasingly intense. Thinking quickly, Rain hurried to his sister Bohi's room, scooped her up from her sleep, and carried her downstairs. He rapidly knocked on his parents' bedroom door. Thump, 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 who is it? His mother Emma's languid voice rang out, while his father, old Rain, was in a deep sleep. Snoring loudly, "It's me, Mother Rain, H.M." As Emma opened the door and saw Rain fully armored, she startled, instantly becoming wide awake from her grogginess. "Rain, what's this?" Mother Emma's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Rain holding his sister. "Mother, wake father up and take care of Bohi. There's something off about the mist outside. Stay in the room and don't come out." After handing Bohi to his mother Emma, he pointed to the nearly pitch-black dense mist outside the window and explained. Emma took one look and sensed something amiss too. At that moment, the mist felt like tentacles, continuously and sinuously penetrating through the cracks of the door and windows, peculiarly exhibiting a faint black color. Suddenly, Rain's inner alarm bells rang loudly. A pair of huge iron spikes, each a meter in diameter and spinning rapidly, plunged into the wall on one side of the kitchen, cutting through swiftly. The structure of Rain's house couldn't withstand such a forceful attack, and two large holes appeared immediately, with dirt flying and dust billowing. "Ah!" Mother Emma screamed in terror. "Quick, hide!" Rain pushed his mother aside and quickly locked the door. "Your adventure continues at Small Capel." He then took the glimmering greatsword from his back and charged out the door. Though the dense fog enveloped the outside, fighting in the confined space of the house was even less advantageous for Rain to wield two-handed weapons. Moreover, Rain wanted to see what exactly was launching the attack. The enemy's rapidly spinning spikes stirred the thick fog, momentarily clearing the area and allowing Rain to get a basic view of his adversary. Rain's pupils shrank drastically. What in the world is this monster? Before him appeared to be a giant metallic golem. Fashioned from metal, nearly 3 meters in height, resembling a large metal doll girl. What was strange was that the entity had a head shaped like a girl with closed eyes and twin ponytails, while the lower half was in the form of a cone-shaped skirt that tapered larger at the base. Its feet were two rapidly spinning wheels ablaze with black flames. At the ends of its two arms, instead of hands, were the rapidly spinning metal spikes that had just attacked the walls of Rain's house. Feet with wind fire wheels, head with twin ponytails. Rain was dumbfounded, just as Rain was shocked that the attacker was actually Metal Doll Girl. The eerie doll seemed to immediately spot Rain standing nearby. The metal doll's wheels on its feet began to spin rapidly, adjusting the direction of its body, directing its pair of swiftly rotating spike wheels straight at Rain. As Rain's expression turned stern and he braced himself for battle, suddenly, a sharp whistling noise erupted. The heavy metal puppet managed to accelerate to a jaw-dropping speed in the blink of an eye, charging at Rain with incredible velocity. Rain's internal alarm bells rang loud, and he instinctively performed a sidelong roll to dodge the opponent's ferocious strike. The large metal puppet charged directly into a civilian house across the street, easily creating a huge hole in the wall of the house opposite Rain's home. Screams erupted from within that household. Rain's pupils shrank suddenly. Such a fast sprinting speed, it was even faster than the acceleration of a supercar from his previous life. How could the metal doll girl, with her heavy body and such a high drag coefficient, possibly sprint so fast? That's unscientific. For the moment, Rain couldn't figure out how the metal doll girl's mechanism operated. But now was not the time for detailed thinking. He'd have to fight first. Having activated Limit Break, Rain's figure blurred as he leaped high, aiming for the metal doll girl's relatively small neck, and brought his sword down heavily. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, as if striking a large bell. Whatever metal the metal doll's outer shell was made of. Even the glimmering greatsword mixed with star iron cried out in agony. Seemingly unable to withstand the intense force of the rebound, the shockwave almost caused Rain to lose his grip on the sword hilt. Rain's expression changed once again. It was the first time he encountered an enemy that his glimmering greatsword, mixed with star iron, could not cut through, though he had anticipated that this day would come eventually. But he didn't expect it to come so soon, and moreover, that his enemy would not be a conventional biological creature, but rather a metal doll. Explore new worlds at small capel, of course. After a short exchange of blows, Rain didn't come away empty-handed. After dodging the opponent's 2 ultra-fast sprints, Rain noticed that the doll was relatively slower when adjusting its direction. So, for the time being, Rain could maintain a stalemate, neither winning nor losing. And this scene was also observed by a dark flame acolyte lurking quietly nearby, who couldn't help but smile. Good swordsmanship, but what use is even the best swordsmanship if it can't break through the defenses of an Iron Maiden doll? Once you run out of stamina, it'll be the end for you, said the dark flame acolyte, confident in the trap he'd orchestrated. It's a pity about Asham Andrews. And those other fools, they only knew how to fight head-on. Remembering his colleagues who died at Rain's hand, the dark flame acolyte shook his head slightly, lamenting. At that moment, the front door to Anna's house burst open, as Lagare, with a large shield in hand, dashed out agilely, seemingly intent on coordinating with Rain to take down the metal doll girl. Clearly, the commotion from the recent battle between Rain and the enemy was too great, awakening Anna and Lagare. Realizing trouble, Rain immediately shouted, "Lagare, get back inside." Once the doll spotted Lagare, it launched itself into a sprint directly at her. With just one strike, the metal doll shattered the solid shield in Lagare's hands with its swiftly spinning spike wheel, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters away. Fortunately, thanks to the blockage of the oak shield, Lagare was not seriously injured. Only then did Lagare realize just how potent the enemy's attack power was that Rain was facing. Rain quickly grabbed Lagare, pulling her behind him for protection, and out of necessity, he clashed against the metal doll girl's high-speed spike wheel head-on. 2 small notches appeared on Rain's glimmering greatsword, causing him great distress. However, Rain's block provided Lagare with the chance to return to Anna's house and take cover. The battlefield was that of an experienced knight. Lagare's abilities as a squire were a bit too weak. Rain's greatsword struck continuously at several potential weak points on the metal doll girl, to no avail. This forced Rain's mind to work in overdrive. The next second, his eyes lit up. Maybe I should try this method. So, under the puzzled gaze of the dark flame acolyte, Rain suddenly sheathed his greatsword and took out the metal warhammer from his back. Hey, what's he doing? According to investigation, Rain is also a blacksmith. But using a hammer against the Iron Maiden doll, that's an absolute joke. The dark flame acolyte looked on with disdain as Rain pulled out the bronze warhammer. Anna, who was watching the fight through the window inside the room, looked on in astonishment as Rain took the large hammer from behind. Isn't Rain skilled with the greatsword? Why would he switch to a hammer when facing a formidable opponent? Anna couldn't understand it. Lagare was even more perplexed, as Rain had only practiced hammer skill with her a few days ago. How much could his proficiency with the hammer have improved in just a few days? She was well aware of the huge gap between Rain's swordsmanship and hammer skill. Could it be that Rain was avoiding damaging his beloved greatsword? Lagare couldn't help showing a worried expression. Rain, you fool, if the sword is damaged it can be reforged, but you only have 1 life. Just as Lagare was about to remind him with her words, she saw Rain circling the Iron Maiden automaton, bang bang pang pang, striking it a series of times. Although the banging sounds grew louder, it was clear they were not causing any damage to the Iron Maiden automaton. While the previous greatsword at least managed to create sparks against the automaton's sturdy shell, and even some scratches. Watching this scene unfurl, the figure in the black robe was also baffled. Logically speaking, Rain was not a fool. However, Rain's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He found the key thing in defeating the opponent, the resonance frequency. It's just that the strength he currently exerted was not enough. With the activation of the transcendent trait Huge Strength LV2, Rain's strength received another 60% increase, and his base limit breaking already enhanced his strength by 43%. That is to say, Rain's strength enhancement had reached 103%, jumping from 15 attribute points to 30. A deafening strike resounded, under the impact of 30 attribute points worth of Huge Strength. The Iron Maiden automaton was immediately knocked back, but its structure, akin to that of a weather vane, allowed it to quickly regain its balance. Just using a transcendent trait will work. Heh heh, what a joke. We even had professionals in the church test it. Even a peak knight can't break the Iron Maiden. The Black Flame monk watching from afar laughed upon witnessing this scene. However, I can understand. A man in front of the girl he loves, knowing he is no match, still cannot admit defeat and struggles like a beast at bay. Seems that it's still not enough, Rain also instantly realized. The resonance frequency of the Iron Maiden automaton's shell was higher than he had anticipated. The huge clanging sound also attracted the night watchmen patrolling through the thick fog, as they swiftly burst through it and headed toward the source of the noise. A trio of night watchmen and a night patrol squad promptly arrived at the scene of the skirmish between Rain and the Iron Maiden automaton. The raging battle had dispersed much of the dense fog around, so the trio immediately made out the fighting parties. One was the familiar deputy of public security Rain, and the other was a strange and eerie metal maiden automaton. The trio immediately rushed to assist. "Don't come over." Rain, noticing this scene, immediately shouted a warning. The Iron Maiden automaton's arms, wielding giant 1-meter diameter spiked wheels, suddenly accelerated into a sprint towards the trio. The 3 night watchmen were immediately struck mid-air with screams. 2 were hit head-on by the spiked wheels, each pierced through from head to crotch with a row of spikes, and it was apparent they were beyond saving. The one in the middle was suddenly bound by a black, slender chain that appeared out of nowhere, and rapidly dragged toward the direction of the Iron Maiden automaton. The cylindrical skirt of the Iron Maiden automaton suddenly opened 2 iron doors, dragging the night watchman inside. Seconds later, from the base of the automaton's cylindrical shape, PFFT, a lump of red flesh was ejected. On the ground, there was now a puddle of mushy flesh, while the skin of the night watchman was peeled off in one complete piece. The 2 women in the house watched this scene in shock, then exchanged looks of disbelief, while Anna involuntarily shrank closer to Lagare. This was truly horrific. Who on earth could have created such an evil thing? Seeing his subordinates from the night watch be tragically killed, Rain's expression turned stern, anger welling up in his heart, but soon after, his swift-moving footsteps suddenly faltered and slowed down. The Black Flame monk, watching from a distance immediately, showed an expression that seemed to have anticipated this. Generally speaking, the duration of a night pushing their body to the limit isn't very long, especially when also exerting a transcendent trait. Now it seems he's out of strength, and the state has worn off automatically. Heh, that kid Rain is done for. Rain quickly glanced at the panel, and then, almost without thinking, chose to add an attribute point to strength. As the remaining attribute points decreased from 2 right arrow 1, his strength also increased from 15 points right arrow 16 points. Suddenly, a warm flow emerged forcefully from his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. All at once, the muscle soreness and fatigue covering Rain's body vanished without a trace. And why did he choose to add to strength? That's because Rain considered that the 2 secret techniques, the Tackle Hammer technique, required a high degree of strength. Relying solely on the giant bear breathing technique's enhancement likely wouldn't meet the criteria in the short term. With the activation of the core skill Strength Burst, Rain's body was like a prehistoric behemoth suddenly awakening. The chromed iron plate armor wrapping his body was squeaking as it was squeezed by Rain's expanding muscles. Limit Break, Huge Strength, and an additional 50% from Strength Burst, Rain activated the triple stack state. With Rain's strike, the metal handle of the bronze warhammer was significantly bent, like a fully drawn bowstring, while the Iron Maiden automaton was suddenly rattled, completely frozen in place. The scene made the Black Flame cultivator's eyes suddenly widen, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wasn't that kid completely drained of his strength? How the hell did he suddenly become full of energy again? This is impossible. Damn it, this is unreal. However, this must be some kind of secret technique. HMPH. It's just slowing down your march towards death by a bit. Soon, the black flame cultivator seemed to think of something and instantly concocted a reasonable explanation. In addition, the thought of the Iron Maiden's tremendous defensive power made his expression regain some calmness. Clang, 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 the striking noises became denser and denser. For some reason, the black flame cultivator felt his heartbeat speeding up involuntarily in tune with Rain's intense hammering. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but all of a sudden, he couldn't pinpoint the crux of the problem. Rain was gradually increasing the level of his core skill strength burst. Rain's eyes suddenly lit up. A 52% strength burst combined with limit break and huge strength hammering precisely triggered the maximum vibration of the Iron Maiden doll. That is to say, the resonance frequency was found. Thus, Rain controlled the force of his blows and hammered away at the Iron Maiden with the intensity of hail. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the Iron Maiden's body began to oscillate greatly and stiffen. Completely incapable of countering Rain's attacks. The next second, Rain withdrew his hammer and quietly watched the still buzzing Iron Maiden doll. At a distance, the black flame cultivator stood frozen, staring at this scene. He couldn't understand why the Iron Maiden doll just stood there like it had malfunctioned, staying motionless as Rain hammered it like a live target, completely unaware of how to fight back. This made no sense at all. A crack suddenly appeared on the exquisitely metal face of the Iron Maiden doll, followed by the sound of something breaking, crack, reverberating throughout its body. At that moment, Rain confidently stepped forward and lightly tapped it with another blow. The 3-meter-tall Iron Maiden doll, like a giant vase, saw its previously indestructible shell shatter in an instant, revealing its true form. Inside, the metal walls were covered with skinned human faces, and shockingly, there was indeed a girl inside who had her eyes gouged out. Her entire body was impaled on a black iron rod, surrounded by strange black Kai, seemingly in a frenzied, unconscious state. Controlling the doll. Perhaps the girl in this state didn't even know what she was attacking. This scene immediately reminded Rain of his past life, where gamers wearing 3D glasses were immersed in the world of gaming, how similar it was to the sight before him. It seemed both were immersed in a fantasy world. At this time, more night watchmen gathered around, and Hamilton rushed over from the administrative hall at the center of Flashgold Town. Upon seeing the scene, he exclaimed in shock, "It's the Iron Maiden doll." Only then did Rain realize that his previous reference as Iron Maiden was inaccurate. It should indeed have been Iron Maiden doll. Could it be that the girl with her eyes gouged out was a virgin? Otherwise, where did the term Iron Maiden come from? Rain shook his head slightly. Maybe this question could be asked to Hamilton later. Off in the distance, the black flame cultivator's face twitched as he finally realized that the mission, damn it, had actually failed. A mission that was almost impossible to fail had actually failed. As for why it failed, up until now he hadn't figured it out. The Iron Maiden doll with its tremendous defensive power was somehow bizarrely smashed by Rain. All he could do was mutter to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" The next second he finally snapped out of his shock, turned around and walked away without looking back. As the black flame cultivator disappeared, the abrupt dark black fog around Flashgold Town also began to dissipate gradually. Under the dim moonlight, Rain could soon see Hamilton's shocked face and the group of night watchmen. Just then, with a clatter, the bronze warhammer Rain was holding dropped its head to the ground. It seemed that the fierce battle had brought the brand new warhammer forged just 1 day ago to its end. Fortunately, the bronze warhammer had not been destroyed earlier during the fight. This showed without doubt the importance of a good weapon at times like this. "Rain, I didn't expect you to have defeated the Iron Maiden doll," Hamilton approached, patting Rain's shoulder approvingly. "This eerie thing has appeared several times within Meister County, causing a lot of casualties each time before leaving gracefully. Mainly, it has an abnormally sturdy shell that's very tough to deal with." "Rain, how did you do it?" Hamilton inquired curiously. This. Rain thought for a moment, at a loss on how to explain this resonance issue to Hamilton. "Brother, you haven't studied elementary physics, and I can't just explain it all of a sudden." Rain thought to himself. "Every object has a specific frequency. And if you can grasp that frequency, you can use it to destroy the object," Rain said, selecting his words carefully. Frequency." Hamilton looked puzzled, but seeing Rain's serious expression, he knew Rain wasn't tricking him. "This. Okay. Although I don't know what you mean by frequency, it sounds quite magical. By the way, Rain, what do you plan to do with the Iron Maiden automaton? At this moment, the nearby night watchman had already stepped forward, collecting the fragments that had fallen from the Iron Maiden. Meanwhile, Laguerre, Anna, and Rain's parents had all come out of the house. The recent battle had caused considerable damage to Rain's home, and since Anna's house was right next door to Rain's, it too had suffered collateral damage, with the structure of the house sustaining a certain degree of destruction. Laguerre picked up a metal fragment and said, "Rain, maybe you could use it to forge a warhammer." Rain turned his head in confusion to look at Laguerre. "If I'm not mistaken, this puppet's shell is made of rare hardened essence gold ingots, which have very high durability and strength, stronger than your blood-patterned steel and more suited to making warhammers. So I'm also very curious, Rain. How did you manage to break through the automaton's sturdy shell?" Laguerre's beautiful eyes were fixed on Rain, filled with curiosity. Thus, Rain explained the concept of resonance to Laguerre once again. Confused listeners +1. However, Rain hadn't expected that after destroying the Iron Maiden automaton, he would have this unexpected windfall. He had obtained forging materials even better than blood-patterned steel, which was a pleasant surprise indeed. After thinking it over, Rain said to Hamilton, "Sir, I will keep a part of the Iron Maiden automaton's shell to forge a warhammer, and the remaining framework and extra parts can be exchanged for merit points. How does that sound?" "A very sensible arrangement. The Empire's Guild of Mysteries will certainly be interested in this automaton. Perhaps, Rain, you may receive a substantial merit award this time," Hamilton said with a smile. Overnight, Hamilton and the night watchman hadn't really rested well, as the events that had occurred here naturally had to be reported to the county town at the earliest opportunity, and some of the frightened civilians also needed consoling. Indeed, this is the advantage of a deputy position. Let the person in charge handle everything. Rain told his sister, Bo-hee, to continue sleeping with their parents, and in addition, he asked Anna and Laguerre to rest in Bo-hee's room on the second floor of his house. With everyone together, safety would be heightened moreover. It made it easier for Rain to protect them. After returning to his own room, Rain began to review his profession panel and the system notifications. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the exclusive secret technique of the Tockle Hammer technique, Earth-Splitting Hammer. Your skill Giant Bear Sword technique has improved. Experience +137. Your skill Tockle Hammer technique has improved. Experience +219. You have gone through a battle Knight Transcendent. Experience +97 at this time. Rain's Knight Transcendent profession level had reached LV3. 389 over 500. The rapid rise was not only due to the experience reward from this battle, but mainly stemmed from the time at Habsburg Manor, when he sparred with the two knights, Lloyd and Perez. Moreover, the cooperation of the two knights from the Crowley family played a part. Looking further down the Knight Transcendent panel, Rain saw his Tockle Hammer technique at LV3, 365 over 500, and fell into deep thought. In the recent battle, he had switched weapons, from the glimmering greatsword to a bronze warhammer. Therefore, having used two different combat skills, he saw improvements in both. A new hammer skill technique unlocked. It seemed that as soon as he had added points to his strength, he had successfully unlocked it. Immediately, the delighted Rain saw a brand new icon on the Knight Transcendent panel, located just above Tockle Hammer technique and almost parallel to Rising Dragon Hammer. The icon inside showed a muscular man in a different pose. He was seen holding a two-handed warhammer high above his head and striking down toward the ground with great force, creating a fan-shaped fractured area on the ground. It looked remarkably similar to the signature move of the mountain-digging monster Boulder Trample, truly robust and powerful. There was a line of small text in the lower right corner of the icon. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV1 Secret Technique Effect. Uses a unique method of exerting force to swing the heavy hammer from above to strike the ground, delivering an impact with a shock force. Note: Earth-Splitting Hammer is a secret technique and cannot be directly improved with skill points. Earth-Splitting Hammer LV2 requires the following conditions. 1. Tockle Hammer Technique LV6 or above. V. Hammer Specialty can offset some level requirements. 2. Strength of at least 20 points, Constitution of at least 16 points, Agility of at least 14 points. Rain then glanced at the Rising Dragon Hammer description and compared the two hammer technique secrets. He found that Earth-splitting hammer had a higher requirement for strength, while Rising Dragon hammer demanded more agility. Besides, the Rising Dragon hammer wielded rotational power, whereas Earth-splitting hammer delivered shock power, seeming more representative of hammer-type weapons. After considering, Rain decided that first thing tomorrow morning, he would craft the new Warhammer together with Lagare. As for the production of the mutating growth potion, it would have to be postponed, while Rain and Hamilton were dealing with the aftermath, in a room of a luxurious mansion. The Black Flame monk who had returned from Flashgold Town was currently reporting to a tall, thin knight who stood over 2 meters tall. Up to this moment, the expression of the Black Flame monk still seemed unnatural, as he was evidently still shaken by the scene of Rain shattering the Iron Maiden construct. How could it have failed? Could it be that someone else interfered? Was it that peace officer from Flashgold Town, Hamilton? The tall, thin knight asked in quick succession upon hearing the news of the mission's failure from the Black Flame monk. Surprise and confusion were evident in his voice. Rain is not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also in hammer skills. The Black Flame monk pondered briefly before explaining. He was still trying to figure out how to clearly describe what he had witnessed. However, after much thought, he could not come up with a proper explanation and could only attribute it to Rain's exquisite hammer skills. Even to him, this explanation didn't seem very convincing. Skilled in hammer skills? What does that have to do with anything? Don't tell me that Rain smashed the Iron Maiden construct with a hammer. The tall, thin knight looked at the Black Flame monk as if he was looking at a fool. Ironically, that was exactly what had happened. But of course, that wasn't something the Black Flame monk could admit aloud. Well, how should I put it? I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but what I saw was indeed Rain shattering the Iron Maiden construct with a hammer, the Black Flame monk said, spreading his hands. He remembered the scene, and it indeed looked as effortless as smashing a vase when Rain broke the Iron Maiden construct to pieces. After listening to the reasons given by the other party, the tall, thin knight's tone suddenly rose, clearly filled with anger, and he said, "Lamar, do you think that reason you just gave is credible? How am I supposed to explain this to the High Priest? Do you have any idea how many expensive materials are needed to create an Iron Maiden construct? How could it possibly be smashed by a knight, even if it is a peak knight? Am I supposed to tell the High Priest that that Rain is a great knight, Faced with the tall, thin knight's retort, the Black Flame monk named Lamar was suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain further. The next morning, Rain awoke. The first thing he did was reflect on whether his response to last night's Iron Maiden doll attack was appropriate. There is an old saying from his previous life, reflect on oneself 3 times a day. Although the content of reflection was different, the principle was the same. First of all, an improvement from last time is that I now have the hammer skill as a means to fight the enemy. So, after grasping the critical resonance frequency of the enemy, I was able to quickly use the immense shock power of the heavy hammer to inflict serious damage on defensively strong enemies like the Iron Maiden doll. Rain's eyes twinkled as he continued to ponder. However, the drawback is still significant, as my means of combat are still limited to physical attacks. No, to be precise, close-range physical attacks. Regardless of whether it's a greatsword or a heavy hammer, neither breaks out from this limitation. Of course, that's inherent to the knight transcendent profession. At most, I could practice throwing or improve my archery skills to gain long-range physical attack capabilities. But in this transcendent world, that's still far from enough. Next, I need to find more ways to counter enemies, such as delving deeper into the only witchcraft I currently command, Scorching Touch, and collect as many witchcraft as possible. Another concern is about the origins of the Iron Maiden doll last night. According to Hamilton, it seems he plans to classify it as a mystical event. But since the attack was directly targeted at my house, it doesn't seem like a random mystical event. In terms of isolation, Anna's house is located farther on the outskirts of the town than mine. It makes no sense for the enemy to bypass her house and attack mine directly. Moreover, the human skin hanging on the inner walls of the Iron Maiden doll feels somewhat related to the Black Flame cult, like the human skin armor that Angel Envoy was wearing. Rain was very skeptical about this. However, if the Black Flame cult is targeting me, then the safety of my family is a big concern. Upon thinking of this, Rain immediately went out and headed to the town hall, where he found the diminutive captain of the night watchman, Matteo, who was still busy due to the attack. "Lieutenant, sir." Matteo greeted him cheerfully as he saw Rain approach. Despite having been up for most of the night, Matteo was in great spirits, likely due to the night watchman's habit of being active at night. A night of busyness was not enough to tire him. Rain also smiled and nodded at this familiar face, saying, "Matteo, do you know if there are any vacant houses near the town hall?" Just then, Rain had considered whether moving might be a good idea. The first reason was that his current house had been severely damaged due to the Iron Maiden doll attack, but the main reason was concern for safety. Thus, Rain planned to purchase a house near the administration center of Flashgold Town. In that way, at least the safety would be much better. After all, the area around the administration center was the safest part of Flashgold Town. "Hey, Lieutenant, sir, are you planning to move?" Matteo asked curiously. "Yes. The damage from last night's attack was severe, and besides, I feel that our house is a bit too remote, possibly unsafe. I plan to buy a ready-to-move into house near the town center," Rain explained. Matteo nodded after listening and said, "Coincidentally, sir, after the last cultist attack, several houses in the town center have been unoccupied, some of which are empty because the household members all died in that church attack. And some are on sale because the only survivors of the families, considering safety, plan to move to the county town." Matteo explained, indeed, for these trivial matters. Matteo was definitely more familiar than Hamilton, which was why Rain approached the captain of the night watchman, Matteo, instead of Hamilton. The county town clearly wasn't suitable for Rain and his family to move to at the moment, given that Rain currently held the position of deputy sheriff of Flashgold Town. "All right, Matteo, then help me find a suitable, ready-to-move into house, and it would be better if it's a bit larger. As for the price, try not to exceed 300 imperial gold coins." Rain thought for a moment and said, 300 gold. "Rest assured, sir, with that price, you can almost buy the best house in Flashgold Town." Matteo clapped his chest, assuring, "Then I'll go and take a look at the few vacant houses later, sir. I'll report back to you in a bit." Matteo, if you find a suitable house, you can find me at Boris's blacksmith shop." After handling that, Rain took a detour back home. Once home, Rain discussed the move with his parents. "Rain, moving closer to the town center is naturally a good thing, but surely, buying a house there must cost a lot of money, right?" His mother Emma said with a furrowed brow, "Mother, don't worry about the money, father, and you shouldn't think about it. I have already arranged everything, but, Rain, your income from the night watchman can't be that high, can it, this money?" Emma seemed to think of something, as her expression turned slightly serious while looking at Rain. "Mother, where are you going with this? All this money is from my trophies and task rewards. You should still remember the scene of me defeating the cultists," Rain said somewhat helplessly to his mother, Emma. Mother Emma was taken aback, seemingly recalling the scene, and couldn't help but nod. "Rain, regarding this matter, your mother and I will follow your arrangements." Father Old Rain finally managed to get these words out after listening for a long time, but that settled the matter. "Brother, when are we moving?" Sister Bohee, who was standing nearby, curiously asked. For a child, as long as the family is together, moving to a new home is actually a joyous occasion. "I've already asked Matteo to look into it. If all goes well, we can move by the afternoon." "Father, Mother, you should pack up in the morning. I need to go to the blacksmith's shop for a while. After I come back, we'll move," Rain said indulgently as he fondly patted his sister Bohee's head. Then I'll help Sister Anna pick the winter rape. It's a pity they haven't grown up yet." Bohee recalled the winter rape she and Anna had planted in the yard, obviously reluctant to leave them. After discussing with his family, Rain then went upstairs and mentioned the moving plans to Anna and Lagare, and both women readily agreed. For Anna, being with Rain was naturally a good thing, and she had no reason to object. She had no house in Flashgold Town, so naturally, she could only follow Rain or Anna. After contacting regarding the moving plans, Rain called Lagare to go to Boris's blacksmith shop. Carrying a large bag of metal fragments from the automatons originating from the ironworks. That was the rare material Lagare had spoken of, hardened essence gold. However, just as they stepped outside, Lagare suddenly stopped Rain, frowning, and said, "Rain, I might have overlooked a problem, and it might not be easy to resolve. This hardened essence gold is hard to smelt. It requires a very high temperature, And if we use the same small-town blacksmith shop as last time, I don't think I can smelt it. Rain frowned upon hearing this. That was indeed a problem, but the next second an idea flashed through Rain's mind. Maybe I have a solution. I'll try it in a while, and if that doesn't work, there's another place that has a high furnace. We can go there. Rain said with a smile. Laguerre looked at Rain, and rather than expressing doubt, she nodded trustingly. It seemed that the words of a strong individual carried higher credibility. Soon, they arrived at the blacksmith shop. As soon as Rain entered the blacksmith shop, he noticed that several apprentices hadn't been here for a while. Seeing Rain enter, Boris showed a happy smile, but his expression changed when he saw Laguerre and said, "Rain, long time no see. You didn't come today to use my shop again, did you?" "Uncle Boris, you guessed right. Today we're going to be a bother again," Rain said with a smile. Boris showed a wry smile, turned to his apprentices and bellowed, "You rascals, you should thank Rain, you get another day off scatter." After Boris chased the apprentices away, he walked up to Rain and whispered, "Rain, I've heard that a new deputy sheriff has arrived in town, and they say he looks a lot like you. Have you heard about it?" Upon hearing Boris's words, Laguerre couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uncle Boris, that's actually me," Rain said, slightly embarrassed. "Huh? It's you." Boris looked Rain over suspiciously, patted his shoulder, and added, "Don't joke with your uncle, but it's good that you have that ambition." Rain was taken aback and couldn't help shaking his head in resignation. Then, it seemed Boris thought of something, locked the blacksmith shop's main door and hung up a closed sign. Afterward he came back and eagerly said to Rain, "So, what are we forging today? I can help." Having said that, he frequently glanced at Laguerre by Rain's side. "Uncle Boris, today's forging probably can't have spectators." Rain glanced at Laguerre as he spoke. "Oh. All right," Boris, assuming it was Laguerre's wish, said with slight regret. However, when Rain handed Boris a small bag of gold coins, his face quickly lit up with a smile. After Boris left, only Laguerre and Rain were left in the blacksmith shop. "Rain, you just said you had a way to smelt this." Laguerre pointed at the large bag of hardened essence gold fragments, curiously asking. "Yeah, you handle the smelting, and I'll go make a clay mold for the two-handed warhammer." "Okay, I'll give it a try." "Right, Rain, what style of warhammer do you want?" It seemed Laguerre remembered something, and she turned back and asked just as she was stepping away. "What are the usual styles of hammers?" Rain suddenly realized that he didn't need to stick to the previous style of the bronze warhammer. His previous bronze warhammer had flat sides on the hammerhead, primarily relying on tremendous shock impact to damage the enemy. Generally speaking, knights use Morningstar hammers or spiked warhammers more often. Laguerre thought for a moment and said, "Morningstar hammer." Rain couldn't immediately recall this style of hammer. However, he was familiar with the spiked warhammer. One side of the hammer was flat, and the other side had spikes, designed specifically for armor penetration.